Reborn in the House of Power, Part 1. The Price of Loyalty. A mercenary who doesn't die is third-rate. That was the nobleman's favorite joke. Mercenaries were paid handsomely not for their skill, but to die in place of those who mattered, nobles and commoners alike. Every time such words were spoken, a wave of fury surged through the ranks of those who fought and bled for coin. The same nobles who, in the heat of war, promised land and titles, would turn around once the battle was won, dismissing them as expendable. Jace, the commander of his mercenary company, had long since stopped expecting fairness. The longer one worked for the nobility, the more betrayals they endured. To be hired by nobles meant witnessing treachery firsthand, again and again. This time was no different. Another excuse, another betrayal. The enemy suffered too few casualties. The leader wasn't slain, so it wasn't a true victory. The battle was won, but the war remains unchanged. Excuses came in endless variations, each more creative than the last. Yet, the conclusion was always the same. We won't pay what was promised. Jace had heard every possible justification over the years. But this was a new one. Die for me. What? Jace blinked in stunned silence, staring at the knight before him. Surely, he had misheard. Of all nobles, this was the last one he expected such madness from. I'm sorry, I must be exhausted. I thought I misheard you, Jace said, rubbing his ear as if to clear his hearing. You didn't mishear. The knight's voice was steady. I said, die for me. Madman. Suppressing the curses rising in his throat, Jace narrowed his eyes. Had the string of defeats finally driven the knight insane? Regardless, the contract was fulfilled. The mercenaries had fought as agreed, and Jace had planned to withdraw. But now, he was being asked to stay and die. Sir, do you know what my profession is? You're a mercenary. Ah, so you do understand. For a moment, I thought you mistook me for a knight. If only you were a knight, the noble sighed. If that were the case, the request would have been easier to make. He closed his eyes briefly before opening them again, his exhaustion finally visible. I apologize. I spoke too bluntly. That must have been misleading. Misleading? I meant to ask you to hold the line. But given the hopelessness of our situation, my words came out poorly. Ah. So in other words, the task was so suicidal that it even weighed on the knight's conscience. What a way to phrase it. Jace forced himself to remain professional. The knight was the right-hand man of their employer. Losing his temper now could jeopardize the rest of their payment. And despite the grim request, the knight had shown some level of consideration. Throughout the campaign, the mercenaries had been given reasonable tasks. No matter how dangerous this one was, there were likely still limits to how much they'd be expected to endure. The task is simple, the knight continued. Tomorrow, the rebels will launch their full assault. While our lord makes his escape, I need you to hold the line with me. Excuse me. Hold for as long as possible. Ideally, until I fall. Once you retreat, you will receive your remaining payment with this. The knight reached into his coat and placed an object before Jace. A crimson gemstone, the size of a man's fist, glowed with a mesmerizing radiance. Tears of the Prince. A gemstone mined only from the southernmost reaches. A stone of this size could cover more than 3 years' worth of the entire company's wages. Yet, Jace didn't even glance at it. His expression darkened. Sir, did you eat something rotten yesterday? I'm perfectly fine. The insane never think they're insane. Watch your mouth, mercenary. You're the one crossing the line, Jace said coldly. Are you planning to drag us into your grave just so we can be buried alongside you? Do I look like an idiot to you? The knight's request sounded noble enough. A tale of loyalty and sacrifice, where a knight stands his ground to ensure his lord's escape, while mercenaries fight alongside him before retreating at an appropriate moment. To a fool, it might have been convincing. Unfortunately for the knight, Jace was no fool. "You're the supreme commander, aren't you?" Jace scoffed. "And yet, you're telling me to wait until you die before I leave. So we're supposed to fight until we're wiped out? Do you think the enemy will just let us walk away? You are mercenaries, not knights. The enemy will not chase you too aggressively. We're not just mercenaries. We're the mercenaries who've been carving through them like a goddamn scythe. You really think they'll just let us go?" A mercenary fought for pay. The moment their employer died, the contract ended, and they withdrew. Most armies wouldn't waste resources chasing them. But that only applied when there was no personal vendetta involved. "Do you have any idea how much damage we've done to their forces?" Jace's voice was razor-sharp. "Even a low-ranking soldier shudders at the sound of my name. You really think they'll let me live?" Money meant nothing to an enemy consumed by rage. And Jace hadn't just been an obstacle, he had personally driven the enemy command to the brink of annihilation. If he tried to run, the enemy would send pursuit teams after him. And now, he was expected to stand in plain sight, right in the middle of the battlefield. "You're offering us as sacrifices. You want to buy time for your lord's escape, and you're planning to force us into it. What an incredible display of honor. I feel so privileged I might just kneel on the spot." The knight bit his lip, his face betraying his shame. At the very least, he had the decency to feel guilt over the situation. But that didn't change the fact that he had no intention of letting Jace walk away. "If you refuse," the knight said quietly, "I'll be taking command of your company. I'm sorry, but you'll have to see this through to the end." Jace's fingers twitched toward his sword. "And what if I refuse?" The knight's response was calm. "Then I'll have to use this." Click. The knight's sword slid slightly from its sheath. A mercenary who doesn't die is third-rate. Their worth lies in dying in place of nobles and commoners, that's why they're paid so well. Nobles often joked about mercenaries like this. And every time, mercenaries seethed with quiet rage. One moment, nobles would promise them land and titles in times of peril, only to sneer at them once the war was won. The longer a mercenary served, the deeper their distrust of nobility grew. To be hired repeatedly meant witnessing betrayal firsthand, again and again. Jace, the commander of his mercenary company, knew this better than anyone. Another excuse. Another broken promise. The enemy suffered too few casualties. The leader wasn't slain, so it wasn't a real victory. The battle was won, but the war still raged. Excuses came in all forms, so flimsy that even noble retainers sometimes looked embarrassed. But no matter the excuse, the outcome was always the same: we won't pay what was promised. Jace had heard it all before. Yet this time, the demand was more absurd than anything he had ever encountered. "Die for me." Jace blinked at the knight before him, sure he had misheard. Of all nobles, he never expected this man to spout such madness. "I must be exhausted." "I thought you said something insane," Jace muttered, rubbing his ear. "You heard correctly. I said, die for me." "Madman." Jace suppressed the curses rising in his throat and narrowed his eyes. Had defeat finally broken the man's mind? Regardless, the mercenaries had fulfilled their contract. They had fought as they were paid to, and Jace had been preparing to withdraw. And now he was being asked to die. "Sir, do you know what my profession is?" "You're a mercenary." "Ah, so you do understand." "For a second, I thought you mistook me for a knight." "If only you were." If Jace had been a knight, this request would have been easier to make. The knight sighed, rubbing his temple before looking up again. For the first time, the exhaustion in his gaze was plain to see. "I spoke too bluntly. That must have sounded misleading." "Misleading?" "I meant to ask you to hold the line." But given the hopelessness of our situation, my words came out poorly. In other words, the mission was so dangerous that even he felt guilty about it. What a way to phrase it. Jace suppressed his irritation and forced a professional smile. The knight was their employer's right-hand man. Open hostility would only make things worse when it came time to collect payment. Besides, throughout this campaign, the man had been reasonable. Even now, there was a certain courtesy in his request. It meant there were likely limits to how much they'd be expected to endure. The task is simple, the knight continued. Tomorrow, the rebels will launch a full assault. While our lord makes his escape, I need you to hold the line with me. Excuse me? Hold for as long as possible. Ideally, until I fall. Once you retreat, you'll receive the rest of your payment with this. The knight reached into his coat and placed something on the table. A crimson gemstone, roughly the size of a man's fist, glowed with an otherworldly radiance. There was no mistaking it, Tears of the Prince. A gem mined only from the farthest reaches of the south. A stone like this could fund the mercenary company for 3 years. Yet Jace didn't even glance at it. His expression darkened. Sir. Did you eat something rotten yesterday? I'm perfectly fine. The insane never think they're insane. Watch your mouth. If you cross the line, even you. You're the one crossing the line. Jace's voice turned cold. Are you trying to drag us into your grave? Do I look like a fool to you? The knight's offer sounded noble. A tale of loyalty and sacrifice, where a knight stays behind to ensure his lord's escape, alongside the brave mercenaries, who fight before retreating at the right moment. It might have convinced a naive fool. Unfortunately for the knight, Jace was no fool. You're the supreme commander, aren't you? And yet you want me to wait until you die before I leave? Do you think the enemy will just let us walk away? You are mercenaries, not knights. They will not pursue you too aggressively. Jace scoffed. We're not just mercenaries. We've been carving through them like a damn scythe. You really think they'll let us go? A mercenary fights for pay. The moment their employer dies, the contract ends, and they retreat. Most armies wouldn't waste resources chasing them. But that only applied when there were no grudges involved. Do you have any idea how much damage we've done to their forces? Even a low-ranking soldier shudders at my name. You really think they'll just let me leave? Money meant nothing when vengeance took hold. And Jace hadn't just been an obstacle, he had personally driven the enemy command to the brink of annihilation. If he ran, they'd send pursuers after him. And now he was expected to stand in plain sight, right in the middle of the battlefield. You're offering us up as sacrifices. You want to buy time for your lord's escape, and you're planning to force us into it. What an incredible display of honor. I'm so moved I might just kneel on the spot. The knight bit his lip, shame flickering across his face. At the very least, he felt guilty about it. But that didn't change the fact that he had no intention of letting Jace leave. If you refuse, I will take command of your company. I'm sorry, but you'll have to see this through. What if I refuse? Then I'll have to use this. Click. The knight's sword slid slightly from its sheath. A silent declaration. If necessary, he would cut Jace down and seize control himself. Jace scoffed, clicking his tongue. Pointless. His men wouldn't take orders from anyone but him. But the knight had already resigned himself to dishonor. No matter what Jace said, he wouldn't listen. Disgusting bastard. I apologize. Don't be. Jace smirked. In fact, you just made this easier for me. I should be thanking you. What? Since it's come to this, I might as well take your head. There's no running anymore, I might as well do everything I can. For a brief moment, the knight's face twisted. Guilt disappeared, replaced by open contempt. I misjudged you. Oh. And what was your judgment? I thought you were honorable. That you held yourself to a higher standard than the average mercenary. But in the end, you're just another sellsword. Jace chuckled. Oh, that's rich, coming from you. The knight exhaled. At least now I don't have to hesitate. If we're both scum, then there's nothing to feel conflicted about. Jace let out a dry laugh. The knight truly thought this was about self-preservation. Mocking him, Jace curled his lips into a grin. You've got it all wrong. What? I don't plan on making it out of this alive. The calloused, scarred hands he had known were gone. Instead, what remained were soft, delicate hands, ones that looked as if they had never so much as held a sword, let alone a pen. Even the skin was so pale and untouched by the sun that faint blue veins were visible beneath the surface. It wasn't just his hands. His entire body, from bone structure to muscle composition, was unrecognizable. It was true that prolonged coma patients sometimes lost muscle mass, but this level of change was beyond reason. It was as if his head had been severed and reattached to an entirely different body. No way. A terrifying thought crept into his mind, and Jace quickly scanned his surroundings. His eyes landed on a small handheld mirror nearby. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and lifted it to his face. Reflected in the mirror was not the rugged face of a veteran mercenary. Instead, a blonde-haired boy with wide eyes stared back at him. It wasn't just his body, even his face had changed. Wait, why does this face look familiar? Young master. Is something wrong? The boy standing beside him tilted his head in confusion as he watched Jace's reaction. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jace turned to the boy. What kind of man is my father? He asked. Pardon? My father. Who is he? He wanted to ask outright, who the hell am I? But that would be too jarring. Instead, he framed the question in a way that could be brushed off as nonsense spoken in the aftermath of waking up. The boy hesitated for a moment before answering. Well. His Grace, Duke Sigmund, the pillar of the kingdom, of course. Jace clutched his head as the boy's response solidified his suspicions. He finally remembered who this body belonged to. William Hearn. The third son of the Hearn ducal house, one of the emperor's closest confidants. And a boy who had died at the age of 16, 15 years ago, when Jace had been stationed as a gate guard. You've got to be kidding me. A hollow laugh escaped Jace's lips as he processed the situation. Dying was shocking enough. Waking up 15 years in the past was one thing. But waking up in someone else's body? It was confusing, yes, but at the same time, an opportunity. He was now a noble. Not just any noble, a duke's son. For someone like Jace, who had spent his entire life struggling against the limits of his low birth, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And besides, he liked the face. Jace lifted the mirror again and examined his new reflection. A bit thin, perhaps, but undeniably handsome. Among the most beautiful men and women, he would rank near the top. He could already imagine town girls swooning and fainting just from seeing him walk past. Once upon a time, he had wished he could be handsome for just a single day. He never expected that wish to actually come true. Heh. He. Young master. Are you sure you're feeling all right? Ahem. I'm fine. Jace, no, William, cleared his throat and straightened up at the concerned voice of the servant boy, Hans. He had no lingering attachment to his previous body. Bloodline aside, there was nothing left for him in his old life. His father, the only family he had long since passed. There was no one waiting for him. No reason to return. If he had been given this body, then he would live as William Hearn. Of course, he would have to check what happened to his old body eventually, just to be sure. But for now, I need some fresh air. My body feels stiff after lying down for so long. but shouldn't you rest a little more? No, I don't think that'll help. I'll take a walk in the garden to clear my head. The first thing he needed to do was assess his surroundings. With Hans supporting him, William slowly rose from the bed. After a quick change of clothes, they made their way to the garden, where a flood of old memories resurfaced. He had walked these paths before. Back then, he had been here as a guard, tasked with keeping watch. He had never had the time to appreciate the beauty of the garden itself. Thinking about it, he had worked in the Hearn household for quite a long time. After leaving his hometown, he had spent 10 years as a city guard. If he hadn't been falsely accused of covering for his corrupt superior and forced to flee, he might have even been promoted. Not that it would have mattered. As a commoner, the highest he could have ever hoped for was captain of the city guard. Something's off. What do you mean, young master? Everyone is staring at me. Everywhere he walked, people stopped to watch. Servants, guards, and even distant workers turned their heads to follow him. Some had even frozen mid-task, openly gawking. And it wasn't because they were admiring his face. There's a reason for that, young master, Hans muttered. You haven't stepped outside in a year. What? To be precise, 1 year and 2 months. You're telling me I haven't gone outside for over a year? Not just outside. You haven't even left your room. What kind of lunatic? William had known that the original owner of this body wasn't particularly social. But an entire year? Without leaving the room? It was baffling. No wonder my breathing felt so weak earlier. At first, he had assumed this frail body was suffering from some kind of chronic illness. But now it was obvious, this was severe muscle atrophy from lack of movement. Honestly, he was surprised he hadn't gained weight from the lack of exercise. Losing weight is harder than gaining it, so I guess that's a small mercy. Actually, now that he thought about it, this might work in my favor. If William had spent a year locked away in isolation, that meant very few people had interacted with him. Which meant no one would notice if his personality changed. Even if he behaved completely differently from before, they would assume it was because he had been bedridden for so long. The only real exceptions were his family. Wait. Speaking of which, why hasn't my family come to see me? A noble's son staying locked in his room for over a year should have been a major concern. At the very least, his father, Duke Sigmund Hearn, should have intervened. William knew what kind of man he was. A rigid, uncompromising figure. A man utterly devoted to the emperor, who held duty and discipline above all else. If William had truly spent a year hiding away, his father should have dragged him out by force. So why hadn't he? Duke Sigmund Hearn was known for his martial prowess as well as his rigid discipline. He had little patience for weak-willed soldiers and was ruthless toward those who whined. And yet, his own son had locked himself away in a room for over a year, and he had done nothing? That doesn't add up. The more William thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He was still lost in thought when his body started to falter. He hadn't walked far, yet this pathetic excuse for a body was already exhausted. William let out a quiet sigh. He was just about to return to his room when... "Third young master." A voice called out to him from behind. Turning his head, William found an elderly butler standing before him, bowing politely. It had been a long time since he'd seen this man's face, but he recognized him immediately. Edwin, the head steward. William instinctively tensed. Once, this man had been sent as a hostage to an enemy house. Yet, he had somehow gained the Duke's trust over the years and risen to a position of immense influence. Rumors said that he wielded enough power to have a say in the matter of succession. William himself had once seen the Duke's other children visibly uneasy in Edwin's presence. "It has been some time," William said evenly. "I hope you have been well." "Yes. Though I must admit, my body feels a little heavier these days," Edwin replied, casting a subtle glance at Hans. William met the butler's gaze and silently asked, "Do you know why he's here?" But Hans, clearly terrified, remained frozen on the spot. Useless. With no other choice, William decided to rely on his instincts. "May I ask what brings you here, head steward? I don't recall you visiting me recently. Did something happen in the family?" Since Edwin was essentially the Duke's right-hand man, William's tone naturally became more respectful. For a split second, something flickered in the butler's sharp eyes. However, he quickly masked his reaction with a polite smile and shook his head. "No, there is no need for concern. The Hearn household remains as strong as ever." "Then why have you sought me out?" "The Duke requests your presence." William kept his head slightly bowed as he studied the man before him. Duke Sigmund Hearn. Despite the streaks of white in his beard, there was not a hint of weakness in him. The air around him was that of a lion, a predator that could tear through lesser beasts with ease. Even standing before him was enough to make William's skin prickle. The Duke's sharp gaze bore into him for a long moment before he finally spoke. "Useless fool." William blinked. "Excuse me. Has your childish protest ended?" "What? I heard you took just enough sleeping draught to stay alive. At least you got the dosage right." William's mind spun. What the hell was this about? The confusion must have shown on his face, because the Duke's expression darkened. "For over a year, you locked yourself away in that damned room, only to resort to this pathetic stunt. Congratulations. You succeeded in forcing me to summon you. But what have you truly gained? I don't understand what you mean. When your mother died, I chose to wait. I wanted to see if time would make you come to your senses. I was a fool." William's eyes widened. Finally, everything clicked into place. The Duke had 4 sons, each from a different mother. Back when William had worked in the estate, only the 3rd son's mother had already passed. At the time, he had assumed it was simply a case of hereditary illness. But now, it was obvious. The original William hadn't simply been mourning. He had been making a statement. Locking himself away was a protest, a desperate bid for attention. For over a year, he had isolated himself in his chambers, waiting for the Duke to come to him. And when that failed, he took a near-lethal dose of sleeping draught, trying to push things further. Of course, he had miscalculated. The human body changes over time. A lethal dose for a healthy man is very different from one for a frail, bedridden one. After a year of physical neglect, his body was already at its limit. If he had miscalculated even slightly, he would have truly died. So this was why, in William's past life, the 3rd son had been recorded as having died from an accident. What an absolute disaster. William let out a slow breath, barely resisting the urge to curse aloud. This body's original owner had been even more pathetic than he had expected. The Duke of Hearn wasn't just any noble. He was the Emperor's most trusted confidant, a towering figure in the political battlefield where wolves and hidden blades lurked in every shadow. Of course, his gaze toward his own sons would be just as cold and calculating. If he had to prune the weaklings from his bloodline, he would do so without hesitation. And yet, here was his own son, throwing a childish tantrum for over a year. How did this idiot even make it to 16? "Very well," the Duke said. "You got what you wanted. I summoned you here. If you have anything to say, speak now." His tone was eerily indifferent. At first, it sounded like he intended to let things continue as they were. But William knew better. Something about his words felt final. The worst-case scenario came to mind. What if the Duke had already decided to discard him? It wasn't uncommon for nobles to send useless heirs off to distant territories or force them into monasteries. And if that happened, William's chance at this new life would be completely ruined. No choice, then. There was only one option left. If he wanted to survive, he had to face this head-on. Slowly, William straightened his posture. Raising his head, he met the Duke's piercing gaze without flinching. And then, he spoke. "It seems I was truly foolish. Seeing how much anger you have toward me, I now understand my mistake." William lowered his head slightly, his voice calm and composed. "I will carve your advice into my heart, father, and never forget it." "Is that all?" "Yes. So now, you may rejoice." "What?" The unexpected response made the Duke narrow his eyes. "Rejoice? I have heard that when a father scolds his son's foolish actions, it is out of love," William continued. "For so long, I resented the fact that you never once showed anger toward me. But I was mistaken. So now it's your turn to be happy, isn't it? Your son has returned from the brink of death. You've already shown your anger, so shouldn't you stop holding back and take my hand? What's a few tears between family?" The audacity of his words left the Duke momentarily stunned. Even Edwin, the ever-composed steward, gaped in silent shock. William's words had been respectful, but the meaning was crystal clear. "You left me alone for so long, now that I've survived, is scolding me all you have to offer? And, more subtly, if all you can do is reprimand me, do you even deserve to call yourself a father? Come on, take the bait." William forced himself to maintain a neutral expression, though he could feel the tension in his body. What he had just done was nothing short of insanity. He had called out Duke Sigmund Herne, a man as untouchable as the Emperor himself, right to his face. Any normal noble would have flown into a rage, had him locked in a monastery, or worse. But William had studied this man. The Duke had always valued ferocity over submission. A cowardly rat that scurried away at the first sign of confrontation? Disgusting. But a wild dog that dared to bite back? That was worth keeping. A long silence stretched between them. For William, it felt like 2 hours, but in reality, it was only 20 seconds. Then, finally. Ha! Not a yell. Not an explosion of rage. But a scoff. The Duke shook his head, as if exasperated. Yet, beneath that irritation, there was something else, something close to amusement. It worked. William nearly sighed in relief, but he kept his expression composed. The Duke leaned forward slightly, scrutinizing him with renewed interest. "You've learned how to talk back to me, I see. People change, father. And if someone can return from the brink of death and remain the same, are they even human? Then I assume you'll no longer be locking yourself away. After being confined for over a year, I've had enough of staring at the same 4 walls. I think it's time to put an end to that." William paused, then casually rolled up his sleeve. His arm was so thin it could have belonged to a sickly patient. "But first, I'll need to put some weight back on. In this state, I can't even wield a sword properly." The Duke's brows furrowed. "A sword? You?" "I may never have a reason to use one," William admitted. "But if a man can't even take care of his own body, what can he accomplish? At the very least, I should be able to protect myself." "Humph." The Duke leaned back, his eyes narrowing slightly. At first glance, he seemed displeased. But William could tell. He was holding back a smile. "That's quite the speech. I only speak my true feelings. Whether it's the truth or just bravado, that remains to be seen. Now go." "Yes, father." William bowed deeply before exiting the office. The moment he was far enough away, he exhaled sharply. I actually pulled it off. At the very least, he had managed to shake off the image of a helpless, pitiful child. His father wouldn't dismiss him so easily now. But that wasn't enough. This was only a temporary victory. If he failed to prove himself, the Duke would eventually dismiss him as a fool with nothing but empty words. He needed to produce results, fast. Not a problem. William's lips curled into a smirk. He had spent years surviving as a mercenary in a brutal, war-torn era. Compared to that, making something of himself as a noble. That was child's play. With a newfound confidence, he made his way back to his room, already considering how to make his mark in this new life. Ha! Duke Sigmund Herne stroked his beard, still lost in thought. Even though it had happened mere moments ago, he could barely believe it. That useless brat had stood before him and spoken with such confidence. Did you see that? See what, Your Grace? He looked me in the eye when he spoke. Yes. And he did not waver in the slightest. A year ago, that boy couldn't even hold eye contact. Back then, he had always shifted his gaze, his eyes darting around like a fish lost at sea. His complaints had been weak, half-hearted grumblings, spoken through clenched teeth. And if the Duke so much as raised his voice, he would flinch like a beaten dog. No courage. Nothing but resentment and self-pity, unable to even voice his own thoughts. But now, that same boy had laid down his life without hesitation. Declared his resolve right to his face. So his mother gave him more than just her face, after all. Is he not still your Grace's son? That blood does not simply disappear. Don't be so quick to assume, the Duke said flatly. For all we know, it could just be empty words. Even so, there is no doubt that he has changed. The corners of the Duke's lips twitched ever so slightly. He had all but given up on that child. But now, he had shown a glimpse of potential. And if there was one thing that Sigmund Herne could never ignore, it was strength. Still, it's too early to believe in him completely. There's always a chance he's just putting on an act. Then, do you intend to test him? It's not much of a test. Just give him some spending money, the Duke said, stroking his beard again. The same amount as before he locked himself away. William had been practically cut off from the family's financial support. Aside from basic necessities like food and servants' wages, he had been left with nothing. And now, the Duke was restoring his funds. To the uninformed, it might seem like a reward. But Edwin knew better. This was one of the hardest tests the Duke could give. Giving a man who had barely started leaving his room a large sum of money and expecting him to manage it wisely. That was the Duke's idea of a test. If William squandered it carelessly or wasted it on frivolous luxuries, it would erase any lingering expectations. Understood. However, there is a slight problem. A problem? Some of the funds meant for the third young master have been siphoned elsewhere. The Duke's brows twitched. I never authorized that. That meant someone within the household was embezzling family funds. Who dares? It seems the second young master has been interfering. What? The second? For him, the amount is nothing more than pocket change. This is likely an attempt to suppress the third young master. TCH. That damned inferiority complex. The Duke clicked his tongue, recalling his second son. A capable young man, yet narrow-minded and petty. His maternal lineage had always made him resent the third son, but to hold a grudge this long. Shall I intervene? Edwin asked. No. Leave it. The Duke dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. If William can't handle something this minor himself, then he's a lost cause anyway. But wouldn't that be difficult? He has no power, no faction, not even a single loyal subordinate. And whose fault is that? William had cut himself off from the world for a year. If he had maintained his relationships properly, no one would have dared to meddle with his funds like this. This was his own doing. Let's see how he deals with it. If he came crawling back, whining about the injustice of it all, then there was no reason to keep any expectations. But if he handled the issue cleanly and efficiently, perhaps he could re-enter the succession race. The Duke stroked his beard, deep in thought. Then, as if dismissing the entire matter, he reached for the stack of documents beside him. He had far more pressing responsibilities than fretting over his third son. William, despite leaving the Duke's office with confidence, spent the entire next day bedridden. His body, already weakened from lack of activity, had been pushed to its limit. And on top of that, facing the Duke's sheer presence had completely drained him. This body is pathetic. If something as simple as walking and talking left him this exhausted, how was he supposed to do anything? He had already planned on building his strength, but now it was an urgent priority. Luckily, the next morning, a reward arrived. "Why, young master? What in the world did you do yesterday? Did you cast some kind of magic?" Hans was staring at him, wide-eyed. William, still groggy from just waking up, frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting now? If I could use magic, do you think I'd be lying here groaning? The Duke reinstated your allowance after cutting it off for a year." William's grogginess immediately vanished. He sat up and reached for the ledger Hans was holding. He had intended to skim through it absent-mindedly. But the moment he saw the numbers, all traces of amusement disappeared from his face. "This is my monthly allowance?" "Yes. They didn't accidentally give me a year's worth at once?" "No, young master. That's just for a single month." William stared at the amount again. "Was it always this much? If anything, you receive the least among the Duke's sons. You have got to be kidding me." For a moment, he was speechless. Yes, he had expected the Herne Duchy, the Emperor's right-hand noble house, to be rich. But this? Even for a single son's allowance, the amount was absurd. With this much money, he could hire an entire mercenary company for at least 2 weeks, with change left over. He had spent years struggling for coins, only to now have pocket money that could buy warhorses and enchanted weapons without denting his funds. So this is what it means to be a true noble. A mix of bitterness and satisfaction welled up in his chest. But then, a sudden thought struck him. Wait. If I have this much money, I don't just have to improve my stamina. I could change my entire physical condition. His eyes widened. Normally, a person's physical constitution was fixed at birth. While one could train their body, some were simply born superior, gifted with natural strength, endurance, or magical affinity. For warriors, one's innate physical talent was everything. And for centuries, this belief had remained undisputed. Until 6 years from now. When the Alchemist Guild developed nectar. The drink of the warriors. At first, people had scoffed at the arrogant name, calling it pretentious nonsense. But after its effects became known, all criticism vanished. Nectar was a miracle. A potion capable of transforming even the most incompetent weaklings into warriors with natural talent. It was so revolutionary that the entire Alchemist Guild rose from near collapse to one of the most powerful institutions in the empire. Even the emperor had been forced to acknowledge their influence, as nobles fought viciously for a chance to acquire nectar. They had held unlimited power, for a time. Only for 3 short years. Once the continent fell into chaos and war, the guild had paid the price for its arrogance. Alchemy was a craft of peace, but in a world ruled by brute force, their power meant nothing. Their fortresses were burned, their scholars slaughtered, and their methods lost. Only fragments of the original nectar formula remained. Most considered the incomplete formula worthless, useless garbage. After all, alchemy was precise. A single miscalculation could turn a potion into poison. Only a fool would gamble with an incomplete formula. And yet, there were always fools willing to take that risk. Some died in their attempts. But a rare few, including William in his previous life, had successfully recreated a lesser version of nectar. And now, with money at his disposal. Hans. Yes, young master. Prepare to leave. Pardon. But you're still recovering. We're going to an apothecary. What? Hans blinked, completely bewildered. An apothecary? Why would you? William only smiled. William set off for the apothecary without hesitation. He would have preferred to take a carriage, but drawing unnecessary attention was not an option. Instead, he pulled his hood low and walked. Hans, still supporting him, looked utterly bewildered. "Young master, why exactly are we going to an apothecary? What do people usually do at an apothecary?" "Buy herbs." "That's not what I meant. Why do you need to buy herbs? Wouldn't it be better to purchase medicine directly from the Alchemist Guild?" Apothecaries and the Alchemist Guild both dealt in medicinal herbs. However, the difference in status between them was immense. Apothecaries were nothing more than small-time vendors, selling raw herbs, the kind of place commoners or low-ranking knights would visit. The Alchemist Guild, on the other hand, handled quality control and proper medicine production, making it the superior choice in every way. Even an apprentice alchemist had more authority over herbalists. Naturally, anyone of noble standing wouldn't waste their time at an apothecary. "I don't know what you're thinking, young master, but an apothecary is just a glorified street vendor. They don't have anything better than the guild. In fact, most of their good stock gets sold to the guild anyway." "I know, so stop whining. Do you think I'm going there expecting to find some legendary miracle herb? Weren't you?" "Of course not. I'm going because they sell something the Alchemist Guild doesn't carry." Hans frowned in confusion. "That doesn't make sense. If it was useful, the guild would have bought it all already." "No, because it can't be processed into medicine. It's most effective when eaten raw. To be precise, a method of processing it simply hasn't been discovered yet. But in a few years, that would change." Moonlight herb. A rare plant that grew near lakes, thriving under the glow of the moon. It was known to significantly enhance stamina and physical endurance. However, because there was no known way to refine it into a potion, it was worthless to the Alchemist Guild. High-ranking nobles, who had access to far more expensive and potent medicines, ignored it as well. Only a handful of lower nobles and commoners, when lucky enough to acquire it, considered it a valuable treasure. "Right now, with the money I have, I can buy out an entire apothecary supply. A year from now, that same money won't even be enough to buy a handful." In just 1 year, the Alchemist Guild would begin hoarding moonlight herb, purchasing every last scrap from the market. The reason? It was a critical ingredient for developing nectar. Of course, that truth wouldn't be revealed until much later. Looking back, the guild had likely artificially inflated nectar's value by controlling the supply chain of its ingredients. "I need to stock up before that happens." William had just started heading toward the town at the base of the castle when another thought struck him. "Wait, in my past life, am I still working as a guard at this time?" To confirm his suspicion, William made a detour to the city watch barracks and asked to see the captain of the guard. Fortunately, the captain was still the same man from his past life. At first, the older man didn't recognize him. But once realization hit, he jumped to his feet in shock. "Why, young master? To what do I owe the honor?" "It's nothing serious," William said casually. "I'm looking for a particular new recruit." "A recruit?" "Yes. The City Watch recruited additional guards about a month ago due to injuries among the senior ranks, correct?" The captain swallowed nervously. "How does the third young master know that?" "Why, yes, that's correct. We took in 7 new recruits. Among them, is there a man named Jace? He should be 19 years old, with black hair, and he likely brought a bow with him when he applied. In my past life, I had applied to the watch carrying a bow. I didn't even know how to shoot properly, but I figured I needed a weapon of some kind. I had gotten laughed at, of course. But despite the mockery, the fact that I had come prepared was seen as a good sign, and I was accepted. My name had spread quickly among my fellow recruits. With this much information, they should be able to find me easily. I'm sorry, young master, but no such person exists. William stiffened. What? There is no such recruit. Are you sure? Absolutely. No one applied with a bow. If someone had done something so strange, the entire barracks would have been talking about it. What about a 19-year-old recruit with black hair? None. Black hair is uncommon enough that I would remember. William's expression hardened. That's impossible. By now, I should have been here for over a month. Just in case, he asked to check the enlistment records. But his name was nowhere to be found. Instead, another name occupied his former spot. When William asked for a description, the captain replied. A brown-haired man, 25 years old. It seemed that someone else, likely someone who had failed the test in my previous life, had taken my place. William fell silent. It was strange. Had he ceased to exist entirely? Had history changed? Either way, it didn't matter. If I don't have to meet my past self, all the better. Shaking off his lingering thoughts, William resumed his journey to the apothecary with Hans. Creak. Who is it? We're closed for break. Come back later. William stepped inside without hesitation. Seems like apothecary owners have become quite arrogant these days. Making a noble wait? Who the hell do you think you are? The shopkeeper turned, ready to curse, only for his face to drain of color. His arrogance crumbled instantly, and he bowed so quickly his forehead nearly hit the counter. And my lord. I had no idea. He had never expected a noble to step into his tiny shop. Tell me, William said dryly, why else would I come here? To order dinner. His words dripped with mockery. This was intentional. In his past life, this very same shopkeeper had scammed him countless times. Whenever he had needed medicine, this bastard had charged him insane prices. Once, when he had been seriously injured, the cost of herbs alone had taken 3 months' worth of wages. Now, it was time for a little payback. I apologize. That was an ignorant thing to say. Oh, it was more than just ignorant. But whatever, just shut your mouth and bring me the herbs. Why yes, my lord. I will bring out my entire stock. What exactly are you looking for? Moonlight herb, crimson thorns, winged lantern, and stem flower. Bring out every last moonlight herb you have. If I find out later that you've been hiding stock to sell at a higher price, you'd best be ready to put your neck on the line. The sharp warning sent the shopkeeper scrambling toward the storeroom. Perhaps it was because of his guilty conscience, but the moment William listed the herbs he needed, the man frantically dug through his inventory, piling up bundles of moonlight herb on the counter. As expected, due to its high value, the quantity was limited. Still, for a single apothecary, it was a respectable amount. This is all the moonlight herb we have, my lord. William inspected the pile with a critical gaze. The quality is questionable. Is this really the best you have? Sorry. I swear, this is everything. Please, have mercy. TCH, whatever. I'll pay for them. He had no intention of stealing the herbs by abusing his authority. His reputation was already poor, and he didn't need any additional rumors about a noble exploiting a small business. William handed over exactly the market price for the herbs. The shopkeeper, however, looked oddly dissatisfied. It was obvious, he had been hoping that a noble would pay extra out of generosity. William couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. Hadn't this man just vowed to give him everything a few seconds ago? Not enough, he asked with a smirk. I can add more. Of course, I'll also add a punishment for your insolence earlier. Ah. No, my lord. I was being foolish. Thank you for your generosity. The shopkeeper repeatedly banged his forehead against the counter in apology. William only stepped outside once he was satisfied. Seeing the shopkeeper's tear-streaked, snot-covered face brought him a deep sense of satisfaction. So this is the power of authority. Watching everything unfold, Hans muttered absent-mindedly. "Young master, you've changed." William raised an eyebrow. You never used to speak harshly to anyone. But now. How am I now? There's a sense of confidence. And authority, even. William's heart skipped a beat. Had Hans noticed something off? Is that strange? Strange? Not at all. It's amazing. Now I won't have to walk around with my head down when talking to the other servants. Fortunately, Hans was just happy about his master's newfound strength. William smirked, tossing the bundle of moonlight herb into Hans's arms. Don't worry. Soon, it won't be you looking away from others, it'll be them lowering their eyes in your presence. I'll look forward to it, my lord. I'm serious. William understood one simple truth: a servant's reputation is a reflection of their master's status. Hans had likely been looked down on because his master was a weak, pathetic noble. But things were different now. Because William himself was different. Before heading back, William made a stop at a general store to pick up a few extra supplies. They were basic tools, the kind that commoners used when making homemade remedies. The Alchemist Guild wouldn't even consider using such primitive equipment, but for William, it was perfect. After all, this was all he knew how to use. In his past life, when he was too poor to afford proper alchemical tools, he had relied on cheap, commoner methods. Now, even if he bought high-end equipment, he wouldn't know how to use it properly. With everything prepared, William turned to Hans with a serious expression. Stand guard outside my room. No one is to enter. If anyone tries to come in, stop them physically. If you can't stop them, at least shout. I'll handle any consequences. Even if another young master comes. Even if my father comes. Hans paled but, upon seeing William's unwavering gaze, nodded with determination. Once alone, William pushed aside the clutter of books on his desk and began working. His alchemy was rudimentary. He simply ground the herbs into a pulp, extracted the juice, and mixed them in precise ratios. Even this half-complete method could change history if it leaked. That was why he had blocked the entrance despite knowing no one would come. Even the smallest hint could lead to disastrous consequences. As William heated the herbal mixture with a lamp, a pungent smell filled the air. As time passed, the acrid stench intensified, making his eyes water. Warriors, how did I ever drink this in my past life? A normal person would have thought this was poison, not medicine. William couldn't imagine drinking this unless he was absolutely desperate. After what felt like an eternity, the liquid shifted to a deep crimson. That was the signal. William snuffed out the flame and waited for the potion to cool. Once the stench faded, only the thick, red liquid remained. Taking a deep breath, he drank it all in one go. Gulp. Ha! A burning sensation tore through his throat and coiled in his stomach. And then, a pulse of raw energy surged from his core. Mana. The power drawn from nature itself, converted into a source of strength for the human body. If properly harnessed, it could elevate a man into a superhuman. This is the moment. William forced himself to focus and began guiding the flow of mana through his body. As his old instincts resurfaced, the mana slowly descended toward his pelvis. The first step was successful, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. But it wasn't over yet. I can't relax now. I still have to complete the circulation. Mana had to be distributed throughout the body and recovered in a continuous cycle. This process was essential for becoming a knight, as it allowed the body to adapt to mana. Normally, a potion like this would only slightly widen the mana pathways, enhancing a person's natural talent. But nectar was different. It didn't just widen the pathways, it fortified muscles, reinforced bones, and even opened previously blocked channels. The downside? The more untrained the body, the more excruciating the process. Once the first circulation was completed, it would become much easier in the future. But the first time, it was pure agony, as if someone was digging through his body with a burning scalpel. This is going to hurt like hell. William braced himself, squeezing his eyes shut as he pushed the mana forward. And then, nothing. No pain. No discomfort. Nothing at all. William's eyes snapped open in shock. What? Why aren't there any blockages? Mana flowed smoothly through William's body. The resistance he had braced for never came. It was almost laughable how effortless it was. 10 years old, his body offered none at all. Even a newborn, when first exposed to mana, would experience some level of resistance. Yet, despite being 6, it was impossible. Is there something wrong with this body? If, after all this, his body failed to absorb the benefits, or worse, if the potion's effects were completely wasted, it would be devastating. Doubts crept into his mind. But as if mocking his worries, everything continued to flow perfectly. The circulation was so smooth that he barely had to guide the mana, it spun on its own like a water wheel. The absence of any blockages meant the potion's effects spread evenly, seeping into every fiber of his body. At this rate, the efficacy of the potion would be 2 or 3 times stronger than expected. Unbelievable. It was almost ridiculous. At this point, there was only one possible explanation. His body was a gift from the heavens. Unlike the pathetic mindset of its former owner, this body was a masterpiece, a vessel of pure talent. If a knight were given such a body, he would gladly sell his soul to keep it. Yet, this extraordinary physique had been wasted on a spoiled noble brat. Like hanging pearls around a pig's neck. William barely suppressed a laugh. He never expected such a windfall. This talent would no longer wither away in some remote estate. Now, it belonged to someone who could unleash its full potential. From that day forward, William relentlessly consumed his concoction and continued his mana circulation training. His heaven-blessed body absorbed each dose greedily, distributing its effects flawlessly. With every cycle, his bones and muscles grew far stronger, beyond what should have been possible from homemade elixirs. It felt as if he was drinking true nectar, not some inferior replica. At the same time, he balanced his training with regular walks and high-calorie meals to speed up his recovery. Ideally, I'd focus entirely on mana circulation for a full month. But my father is watching. While his internal transformation was progressing rapidly, outwardly, he still looked thin and weak. If there were no visible changes, the Duke would grow disappointed again. And he couldn't allow that. He had to prove himself, or risk being labeled all talk. On top of that, remaining cooped up in his room would only fuel suspicion. Besides, I need to familiarize myself with the entire estate. As a city gate guard in his past life, he had learned the general layout of the territory. But that knowledge only covered areas he was allowed to enter. If he wanted to be prepared for anything, he had to explore every restricted part of the estate. Thankfully, 3 weeks was enough to restore much of his health. He could now walk without assistance. He still needed a cane, but at this rate, he'd be walking freely within a week. Young master, what exactly did you drink? Was it a phoenix egg from legend? Phoenix? Don't be ridiculous. It was just a mix of moonlight herb and a few others. There's no way a few herbs could explain this recovery speed. Hans gawked at him, utterly baffled. William chuckled. He might tell him the truth someday, but not yet. Right now, he was too busy working on himself. Enough talk. Let's keep walking. But, my lord, I think it's time we head back. I feel fine. I've seen most of the estate already, maybe it's time to check out the training grounds. The training grounds? Hans' expression darkened. Why? What? Do you have bad memories of that place? Not mine, my lord. Yours. Mine. You once told me you hated the training grounds, because of how your brothers used to bully you there. So that was it. The previous William had terrible memories of that place. But avoiding it just because of the past. That wasn't William's style. This wasn't the same William anymore. More importantly, the training grounds were crucial for his future plans. Instead of running away, it was better to face it head-on. I don't care. We're going. Are you sure, my lord? Do I look like I'm forcing myself? Well, no, but... Besides, I plan to start sword training soon. I should at least familiarize myself with the place. Sword training? You. William shot Hans a sharp look. The young servant immediately turned his head away. William sighed. Changing people's perceptions was going to take time. By the time they reached the training grounds, the knights were in the middle of drills. William studied them intently. As a former city guard, he had never been allowed to set foot in this place. Everything was new to him. This place is amazing. The facilities were incredibly well maintained. There were weighted dummies for practicing strikes, floors that were reinforced or softened in specific areas to help with balance training, and even supplies of hydration potions and first aid kits in case of injury. Everything was designed for perfect combat training. If my mercenaries had trained in a place like this, our combat strength would have doubled. William clicked his tongue in frustration. As he observed the knights, he noticed that some of them had caught sight of him. For a moment, they flinched. However, they quickly returned to their drills, pretending not to notice. Good. That's the right attitude. Knights should obey their lord, but not waste time catering to their lord's children. Any knight who constantly sought the favor of nobles rather than honing their skill was nothing but a fraud. In William's past life, the knights who truly excelled in battle were never those who spent their days ingratiating themselves with nobility. As he observed the training grounds, Hans whispered nervously beside him. My lord, should I really be standing here? Why wouldn't you be? Well. I heard that servants aren't supposed to watch the knights train. Oh, that? William's lips curled into a smirk. Sword techniques, specifically, ancient sword forms, were a sacred discipline. A single motion, performed correctly, could lead to enlightenment and refine one's physical abilities. It was said that warriors in ancient times mastered these forms and transcended into something more than human. Legends even spoke of swordsmen splitting mountains and parting seas with a single strike. Though, that might be a bit of an exaggeration. Still, not all of it could be false. Even a century ago, there was a famous swordsman who split a fortress in half, leaving behind a scar that still existed to this day. If these techniques were so commonplace in the past, it wouldn't be impossible for such feats to have occurred. However, even the simplest of these sword forms had now become lost knowledge. Only a select few were permitted to study them, and for everyone else, even watching such training was strictly forbidden. Those who stole these techniques were branded as sworn enemies, an unforgivable crime among knights. Hans shifted uneasily beside him. My lord, you might be fine, but I'm not. I'm just a servant. If they catch me watching, they might cut off my head. Relax. How am I supposed to relax? What if they stab me the moment you look away? William sighed. Sword forms aren't something you can steal just by looking at them. Huh. These techniques don't just involve movements, they require mana control as well. Unless someone could physically see mana, it was impossible to understand the real essence of a sword form simply by watching it. Of course, if a trained swordsman observed another knight's movements, they could theorize what the technique entailed. But for someone completely ignorant of swordsmanship, it was utterly meaningless. Then why do the knights act so paranoid about it? Hans asked. Even if someone walks too close during training, they lose their temper instantly. William chuckled. That's just them being pretentious. Pretentious? Knights like it when commoners bow and scrape before them. They don't want you to realize that their precious techniques are useless to outsiders. Hans blinked, his expression blank. Realizing that he had been intimidated by something so pointless, he looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. He had spent years fearing something that had been a complete farce. Of course, there was another, far darker reason behind this paranoia. Some knights intentionally used this belief as a tool for extortion. There were corrupt knights who would pretend to practice their sword forms in public areas, then accuse passers-by of spying on them. With the belief that stealing sword techniques was an unforgivable crime, the accused had no choice but to appease the knight, often by handing over money or valuables. The knight would continue harassing them until they were satisfied, at which point they'd graciously offer forgiveness. Of course, knights who pulled these tricks were viewed as trash even by their peers. But as long as word never spread, they had nothing to fear. In remote villages, it wasn't uncommon for knights to abuse their power in this way, treating the locals like their personal cash cows. William glanced at Hans and made a mental note. I should tell him about this later, once he's learned to control his emotions. It was best to let him cool down before revealing just how corrupt some knights could be. For now, William turned back to observe the knight's training. But then, a voice rang out behind him, laced with mockery. My. I never thought I'd see the third prince here again. William turned. A young knight stood there, his face completely free of sweat, despite the intense training session. His small, sharp eyes barely opened, giving him the appearance of a snake. His lips curled in an expression that was somewhere between a smirk and a sneer. Everything about his posture radiated insolence. He was clearly not approaching with good intentions. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The knight gave a half-hearted bow, his gaze locked onto William's. Despite standing before his lord's son, he was outrageously disrespectful. William met his eyes with cold indifference and replied. Who are you, again? The knight's smirk froze. The knight's previously relaxed expression twitched. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, though he quickly masked it with a forced smile. You have quite the sense of humor, my lord. I am Hendrik, the one who personally guided you through your stances back then. Is that so? I don't quite remember. William's response was devoid of sarcasm, it was a simple statement of fact. Yet the knight's face immediately crumpled in frustration. Evidently, Hendrik hadn't expected him to forget. Of course, it wasn't a matter of forgetting. William had never met this man before in the first place. Ahem. In any case, may I ask what brings you here today? Must I have a reason to visit the training grounds? Well, no, but I found it surprising. It has only been a year since the second young master reprimanded you. I didn't think you would return. The distinct lack of respect in his tone made William's brows knit together. What exactly had happened a year ago for a mere knight to speak so freely? Without any prior knowledge of the situation, William could only probe. A year? I'd say it's been long enough. Avoiding the training grounds over an old incident would be ridiculous. I intend to visit regularly from now on, especially to learn the way of the sword. The way of the sword? You, my lord. I admit I have been neglectful in my training, but I'm 16. It's hardly too late, wouldn't you agree? A person's path of mana wouldn't fully close until around the age of 25. That meant as long as one started before then, they could still wield sword techniques and rise as a knight. Of course, the later one started, the more difficult the journey. But it wasn't impossible. And yet, despite William's logic, Hendrik responded with an exaggerated laugh, his voice booming across the training grounds. Ha! You really do jest, my lord. 16 is far too late to begin training in swordsmanship. too late. At 16. Indeed. To master the way of the sword, one must begin before 15. Starting at 16, you may strengthen your body slightly, but that's all. That's strange. I was under the impression that the path of mana doesn't fully close until 25. For the briefest moment, Hendrik flinched. But he recovered quickly, his smile returning just as smoothly. You are correct, my lord. The path of mana does not close until after 25. However, by 16, it has already narrowed significantly. Those who claim otherwise do so out of desperate hope, not reality. Is that so? Indeed, my lord. Nonsense. William swallowed down the insult that nearly slipped from his lips. Too late to learn swordsmanship at 25. Then what did that make him in his previous life? He had learned sword techniques long after 20, yet he had carved his way through battlefields teeming with knights. And that was just his own experience. History was full of warriors who had begun late and still left their mark on the world. For Hendrik to claim 16 was too late, there were only two possibilities. Either the knight was completely ignorant. Or he was deliberately lying. William quickly ruled out the first option. No knight would be this uninformed about the very foundation of their craft. Which left only the second. The question was, why? Even if commoners were unaware, this was basic knowledge among knights. Even if Hendrik somehow managed to deceive William, the truth would come out eventually. And yet, he continued to push this blatant falsehood. William's gaze sharpened. Our knowledge seems to differ, Sir Hendrik. What do you mean, my lord? This is common knowledge. If you do not believe me, you may ask the second young master himself. The second young master. You mean my brother? Geordie Hearn. In his previous life, Geordie had been locked in a brutal succession struggle with their eldest brother. William hadn't interacted with him much, but he had witnessed enough to know the kind of man he was, calculating and ruthless. He had a habit of hiring outsiders to do his dirty work and then discarding them without compensation. William remembered well. As a city guard, one of his duties had been dealing with those discarded mercenaries, men who had followed orders to the letter, only to be told to leave empty-handed. Noble or not, that kind of betrayal made men see red. William had been the one forced to stand between them and the Hearn estate, taking the brunt of their fury while Geordie had watched from a safe distance, smirking. Some of those mercenaries had been stronger than even seasoned knights, which only made things worse. Yes, my lord. Surely, you wouldn't claim the second young master is mistaken? Hendrik's lips curled into a smirk, mistaking William's silence for hesitation. And in that moment, William understood. They were trying to make a fool of him. Feed him false information, let him repeat it in public, then mock him for his ignorance. And if he refused to believe it, they would dangle his brother's name over him, using fear to silence him. And should Geordie catch wind of it, he would simply deny everything, acting as if it had never happened. And in the end, the only thing left would be the foolish third young master who didn't even know the basics of swordsmanship. How pathetic. William almost laughed at how childish it all was. Even more absurd was that they thought he would be an easy target. For a mere knight to scheme against the son of his lord. There had to be someone backing him. Not that it mattered. If what you say is true, then I must admit I'm shocked. William exhaled dramatically, shaking his head. Are you telling me my brother, the esteemed second young master, is so ignorant that even a child knows better? Hendrik's smirk froze. He had expected William to fumble or back down, not this. William's tone was light, almost careless, but the words themselves, they were anything but. Silence blanketed the training grounds. Even the knights in the middle of their drills had stopped to stare. Hendrik looked as though he had misheard. Pardon, my lord. I asked if my brother is an idiot. Because from what you're saying, he must be. William's voice remained calm, but his next words were sharp. 16 is too late for swordsmanship. And a noble said this? Are you questioning the second young master's words? Hendrik's eyes flashed with warning. William didn't so much as blink. Instead, he let out a dramatic sigh, rubbing his face as if devastated. Oh, this is terrible. To think my own brother, the great second young master of House Hearn, is a fool. How shameful. His voice grew louder with each word, his distress exaggerated to the point of mockery. Hendrik's jaw clenched. He hadn't expected William to turn the tables so effortlessly. For a while, William continued his little performance, lamenting the tragedy of his family's disgrace. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, he turned to Hendrik, his gaze piercing. Wait. Something doesn't add up. What do you mean, my lord? Could it be, that you were trying to deceive me? Deceive you? I would never. Were you attempting to slander my brother? Or worse, acting on behalf of another house to spread falsehoods? Hendrik paled. This is ridiculous. How dare you accuse me of such things? Are you mocking me, my lord? William smiled. Mocking him? No. He had already done much worse than that. An insult? You'd best choose your words carefully. William slammed his staff against the ground with a sharp crack. Tell me, Hendrik, who exactly called my brother an idiot? Was it my brother himself, or are these your own words? Which is it? Hendrik looked as though he was about to lose his mind. If he doubled down, he would be calling the second young master a fool. If he backed down, he would be admitting that he was lying. And if he brushed it off as a joke, he would be a knight caught mocking his lord's son. There was no way out. What the hell is happening? The third young master was supposed to be an easy target. A coward who cowered at the mere mention of his brother's name. So why was he suddenly pressing the attack like this? Hendrik's eyes darted around, desperate for an escape. Before William could press him further, a new voice cut through the tension. What's going on here? The moment the words reached his ears, Hendrik visibly flinched. It's the second young master. His entire demeanor changed in an instant. Just moments ago, he had spoken with mockery dripping from his voice. Now, he bowed his head deeply, radiating nothing but obedience. William turned, already knowing who it was. Geordie Hearn. At 20 years old, he was 4 years William's senior. With his refined features and aristocratic demeanor, he looked every bit the nobleman. But the sharp tilt of his eyes gave his face a constant air of severity, as if he were perpetually displeased with the world. William had encountered him often in his past life, far too often. And not for any pleasant reasons. Geordie's gaze swept over the gathered knights before settling on William. You again, William? Again. William tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion. Geordie responded with a scoff, his lips curling in amusement. Don't play dumb. A year ago, you ran from the training grounds because you couldn't handle my lessons. And yet, here you are again, shameless as ever. Just how thick is your skin? Lessons, is it? William's expression remained unreadable, but inwardly, he pieced things together. So that's what happened a year ago. Geordie had used training as an excuse to humiliate him. Perhaps even physically beat him under the guise of discipline. No wonder the previous William had never returned. Not that any of that mattered now. You have no place among the knights of House Hearn, Geordie continued, his voice dripping with scorn. You should. Perfect timing, brother, William interrupted smoothly. I was just about to ask you something. Geordie's expression darkened at the blatant disregard. Who taught you to cut people off like that? You truly have no manners. This isn't about manners, William said, his tone growing sharper. First, let's determine whether or not you're a disgrace to House Hearn. What? Geordie blinked, clearly not expecting that. William didn't give him time to recover. Let me ask you plainly, did you truly say that learning swordsmanship after 15 is impossible? For the first time, Geordie hesitated. The atmosphere grew heavy. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leveled a glare at William, cold and unrelenting. And if I did? It was meant to be a challenge. An attempt to intimidate. William barely contained a smirk. How cute. A man who had never seen battle, who had never fought for his life, was trying to intimidate him. William cocked his head slightly. If that's the case, then I suppose I'll have to request that father send you to a monastery. What? Geordie's composure cracked. William shrugged. If you were someone who had never trained in swordsmanship, it would be understandable. But for a man who has studied for years to be ignorant of something so basic. That's not simply a lack of talent, that's a sign of serious cognitive decline. A muscle twitched in Geordie's jaw. William continued, his voice filled with feigned concern. For now, it's just forgetfulness. But what if it worsens? What if you eventually lose control over your bodily functions? That would be a liability for the family, wouldn't it? He sighed, shaking his head. It would be better for you to withdraw from public life now. A quiet life in a monastery would be much more suitable. The words had barely left his mouth before the entire training ground fell silent. A silence so thick, it felt suffocating. Not even the wind dared to make a sound. Among the knights, William had long been known as the Deer Prince, a nickname born from his tendency to tremble at the slightest threat, much like a frightened deer burying its head in the underbrush. But today, that same trembling deer had just hurled an insult directly at the second young master. Several knights began to wonder if they had misheard. "Do young master." Hans tugged at William's sleeve, his face drained of all color. The way his fingers clenched tightly around the fabric made it clear, he wanted to run before the beast fully awakened. Unfortunately for him, the beast had already come to its senses. "Why you? You dare?" Geordie Hearn's face contorted, his cheek twitching violently. His entire body trembled with barely restrained fury, as if one more word from William would send him lunging forward, sword drawn. Yet despite the suffocating pressure in the air, William remained utterly at ease. He tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "Calm yourself, brother." "Calm? You expect me to be calm? Even if you don't want to, you must," William said, his tone unwavering. "After all, we have yet to confirm whether Sir Hendrik's words were true. If you attack me now, it would only mean that you are admitting he spoke the truth." A sharp grinding noise cut through the air. Geordie clenched his jaw so tightly that his gums bled. He wanted to break William. To beat him until he was on his knees, pleading for mercy. A month ago, he would have. No hesitation. No consequences. But things were different now. Damn it. A month ago, their father had all but abandoned William, withdrawing any and all support. Had that continued, beating him to a pulp wouldn't have even warranted a scolding. But now. Now, their father had begun to back him once more. Which meant he had expectations. And if Geordie carelessly laid a hand on William, it could infuriate the Grand Duke, especially since Geordie's standing in the succession race was already precarious. William's voice cut through his thoughts. "Why aren't you answering, brother? You only need to confirm the truth. It's a simple matter, easier than flipping a coin. Shut your mouth." Geordie snapped, his fingers twitching at his side. He cast a quick glance around the training yard. Too many witnesses. Too many eyes, watching. If he said nothing, it would look as though William had backed him into a corner. But if he pushed forward despite being wrong, it would make him look like a fool with a fragile ego. Checkmate. A dull ache began to pulse behind Geordie's temple. All he had wanted was to humiliate William, the same way he had a year ago. How had it come to this? William, unwilling to let the silence stretch for too long, gave a small sigh. It seemed Sir Hendrik was telling the truth after all. Could it be that you? Who the hell said that? Geordie's roar rang through the training grounds, cutting William off. He had no choice now. There was only one way forward. I never said such nonsense, he spat. Sir Hendrik must have confused me with someone else. Hendrik's eyes widened in shock. The second young master had just thrown him under the carriage. Geordie didn't even look at him as he continued, his voice perfectly composed. Sir Hendrik is a fine knight, but it has been years since he last trained as a squire. It is understandable that he might confuse certain details. Isn't that right, Sir Hendrik? The air around him seemed to freeze. Hendrik's breath caught in his throat. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, desperate to protest, to explain. But then he met Geordie's eyes. The cold, piercing warning in them sent an unmistakable message. Slowly, Hendrik lowered his head. Why yes, my lord. I must have been mistaken. Geordie turned away from him immediately, as if the matter had already been settled. Everyone makes mistakes, he said smoothly. Though you wrongly used my name, I'm sure it was unintentional. I will overlook it this time, but be more careful in the future. Thank you, my lord, Hendrik mumbled. His face burned with humiliation. He had only acted on Geordie's orders, and now, he was the scapegoat. This will haunt me for years, he realized bitterly. The other knights had already begun exchanging glances. He would never live this down. Geordie, however, had already moved on. He turned his gaze back to William, his usual arrogance returning. Are you satisfied now? William smiled. Completely. As expected, you are as wise as ever, brother. Geordie's eye twitched. Are you mocking me? Of course not, William said smoothly. I simply realized something. Sir Hendrik is a fool. Can we truly call someone like that a knight? He scared in disappointment. Forgetting the most basic foundations of his craft. He should be called a helmet stand, not a knight. Hendrik trembled violently. His face, already red with embarrassment, was quickly approaching a dangerous shade of purple. But William wasn't finished. Tell me, Sir Hendrik. How exactly does one forget 10 years of training? Is that even possible? Forgive me, but I lack the mind of a simpleton, I can't quite grasp it. Third young master. Your words are too harsh. Are they? William asked, tilting his head. Why don't we ask the other knights? Have any of them made the same mistake as you? Silence. Not a single knight spoke up. Even the squires, who had not yet earned their titles, knew the truth. William chuckled. Well then, Sir Hendrik. It seems even the squires know better than you. How does it feel, being a knight who is inferior to a trainee? I. Hendrik's teeth clamped together so tightly that his gums bled. William turned back to Geordie, lowering his head ever so slightly in mock apology. My apologies, brother. It seems I got caught up dealing with a fool. Geordie's patience snapped. You think you can just walk away after all that? William gave an exhausted sigh. My apologies again, but I am still recovering from my injuries. I simply lack the stamina for a prolonged discussion. If you wish to speak with me further, you may do so after I have fully recovered. And with that, he turned and walked away. Geordie's face twisted in barely contained fury. You dare. William, however, remained perfectly composed. Father has been keeping an eye on me lately, he said, his tone casual but deliberate. Surely, we wouldn't want any unfortunate incidents between brothers, would we? Especially if the cause of such an incident were you, brother. The mention of Grand Duke Sigmund made Geordie's lips press into a thin, bloodless line. William inclined his head slightly and turned away. Without another word, he left the training grounds. Geordie could only watch him go, his hands clenched into fists. Finally, with an aggravated huff, he spun on his heel and stalked off in the opposite direction. All that remained was a single humiliated knight, left standing in the wreckage of his own disgrace. Hans practically sprinted after William, his complexion ghostly pale. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone to come after them at any moment. "Why, young master? Is this really okay?" William barely looked at him. "What do you mean?" "You, Sir Hendrik. The second young master, you humiliated them both. Won't they retaliate?" "Retaliate?" A quiet chuckle left William's lips. "A mere knight seeking revenge against me, the third young master. He's welcome to try. But if he does, I doubt he'll even get the chance. His knighthood would be the least of what he loses." Loyalty wasn't just expected of knights, it was their entire identity. If a knight was caught seeking personal revenge over an insult, it wouldn't just be seen as pettiness. It would be a betrayal of their entire oath to their liege. Even before Grand Duke Sigmund had to step in, the other knights would deal with Hendrik themselves. A knight who couldn't swallow his pride was no knight at all. Of course, Geordie was a different matter. William exhaled, tilting his head slightly. "As for my dear brother, well, some things are inevitable. But if you spend your life worrying about retaliation, you'll never stop being a target." Hans visibly swallowed. "So you really think he'll come after you?" "Most likely." Geordie had managed to shift the blame onto Hendrik today, but that wouldn't erase the damage done. Everyone had seen it. Despite William's relentless insults, Geordie had done nothing to defend his own man. That kind of weakness wouldn't go unnoticed. A lord who didn't protect his subordinates would never be trusted. And Geordie knew it. Even if he couldn't strike back right away, because of their father's watchful eye, he would eventually. Geordie has always been the type to remember every slight against him, no matter how small, William mused. "I'm sure he's already planning something." Hans looked increasingly uneasy. William, however, wasn't the least bit worried. A child's schemes are only as dangerous as the mind behind them. And Geordie, no matter how cunning he thought himself to be, he was nothing but a petulant boy. Strange. William tapped his fingers against his desk, deep in thought. It had been a week since the incident at the training grounds. And yet, nothing had happened. Not a single retaliation. William had even tested it, walking the same route at the same time every day, practically inviting his brother to act. Still, Geordie remained silent. "He's not the type to let things go," William muttered to himself. Geordie had been humiliated. Worse, by William, of all people, the one he and the rest of the family had dismissed as a useless half-wit. The longer he waited to respond, the worse it made him look. It made no sense. "Do young master. Are you finished?" Hans peeked into the room hesitantly. William nodded. "Nothing from my brother, I assume?" "No, my lord. Not even a glimpse." William's brows furrowed. How uncharacteristically patient of him. Hans, on the other hand, looked relieved. Maybe he really did give up. The Grand Duke's presence must be making him hesitant. William wasn't so sure. Hans, however, had already moved on to a more exciting topic. "You should stop worrying about that and think about how you'll spend your allowance instead. Today is the day, after all." "Ah." William blinked. "Is it already time?" It had been a month since his father resumed his financial support. His previous allowance had already been spent, mostly on the moonlight herb and other necessary alchemical materials. And just in time, he had run out of ingredients this very week. Hans grinned. "Shall I go collect it now?" William waved a hand. "Go ahead." Hans dashed out of the room, clearly excited. Today wasn't just William's allowance day, it was also Hans's payday. Watching his servant's enthusiasm, William chuckled to himself and leaned back in his chair. He waited. And waited. And waited. But Hans didn't return. Frowning, William finally rose from his seat, intending to go check for himself. Bang! The door burst open. Hans stumbled in, his face pale and his eyes brimming with tears. William's frown deepened. What happened? Hans swallowed thickly, his voice trembling. It's not that I was attacked, my lord, but look at this. Shaking hands held out a document. William snatched it immediately, scanning the contents. At first glance, it seemed identical to the previous month's report. But when he reached the expense breakdown, his expression darkened. That bastard. His allowance had been cut. By 75%. Meanwhile, the wages of every other servant in his household, except Hans, had tripled. William crumpled the paper in his hand. So this is what he's been doing, he muttered under his breath. A slow, simmering anger coiled in his chest. He had expected Geordie to retaliate. But this? This was pathetic. William took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Who signed off on this? Hans hesitated, then pointed to the bottom of the page. William's gaze dropped. And his lips curled into a cold, dangerous smile. The treasurer, he murmured. His fingers flexed around the crumpled paper. Then I suppose it's time I paid him a visit. William's allowance had been cut. It might have seemed trivial to an outsider, but within the walls of House Hearn, it was anything but. His allowance wasn't just pocket money, it came directly from the family's budget. Which meant that whoever had tampered with it had effectively committed embezzlement. And in House Hearn, embezzlement was punishable by death. Not even nobles were exempt from that rule. Anyone who dared to touch the Grand Duke's wealth without permission was no better than a traitor, thieves who gambled with the very lifeline of the house. Even a treasurer could find his head decorating the city walls for such a crime. So whoever was responsible. Today would be their last day breathing. With that in mind, William had stormed into the treasury. Yet. This is a misunderstanding, third young master. I swear to you, there was no embezzlement. The treasurer, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, had fallen to his knees the moment William spoke the word embezzlement. Sweat poured down his face as he trembled violently, as if just hearing the accusation had shattered his soul. William's sharp gaze bore into him. The man was terrified, genuinely terrified. Which meant one of two things. Either he was an incredibly good actor. Or he truly had no idea what was going on. The treasurer slammed his forehead against the floor, his voice rising in desperation. I only processed the request as it was presented. I swear it. I can prove it, just give me a moment. Please, young master, you must confirm the records before drawing conclusions. William's brows furrowed. He was expecting a guilty man. Instead, he had found a man who looked ready to wet himself in fear. So you're telling me that you didn't alter my allowance yourself? Never. Not even in my worst nightmares. I swear upon the 8 warriors, if I lie, may they cast me into the abyss. William studied him carefully. His terror wasn't the exaggerated kind one might put on to feign innocence. It was the kind of raw fear that came from realizing that you might die for something you didn't even do. Fine. The treasurer gasped in relief. William's eyes narrowed. Then tell me, who ordered the change? The man flinched, swallowing hard. It was the head maid, my lord. She delivered the revised budget as she always does. William's expression darkened. The head maid? The head servant responsible for overseeing all the personal staff assigned to him. William's lips curled into something between amusement and disgust. A mere servant had dared tamper with his budget? William scoffed. Unbelievable. A knight could lose his head for embezzlement, and yet a maid had the audacity to meddle in the family's finances. The treasurer rushed to explain further. Every month, she brings me the budget request, and I merely process it as written. She even had your personal authorization, young master. William's eyes flickered. My authorization? Yes. A document, signed by you, granting her permission to oversee your expenses. William's fingers tapped against his arm. That much was true. He had given the former head maid that authority in the past. But that wasn't what bothered him. What bothered him was that she was no longer the one in charge. Who is the current head maid? William asked, voice quiet. The treasurer blinked, as if surprised he didn't know. Jenny, my lord. William let out a dry laugh. Jenny, is it? Head maid Jenny, reporting as requested. William studied the woman who had just entered his room. She was young. Far younger than he expected. Mid to late 20s, at best. He had always pictured head maids as older, more experienced women who had spent decades managing the house. This one? She was practically a child in comparison. Even Hans seemed taken aback. Wait, wasn't the head maid Dana just a few months ago? Jenny arched a perfectly groomed brow. The previous head maid retired due to her age. That was 2 months ago. Are you saying you didn't know? Hans stiffened, fumbling for an answer. Well, I mean, it's not like I had much reason to interact with. How pathetic. Hans flinched. William's gaze sharpened. Hans was his personal attendant, his shadow. A head maid had no right to scold him, especially not in front of his own master. Yet she had done it without hesitation. And the way she smirked, as if she was amused. William had met enough people in his past life to recognize that kind of arrogance. This was not a servant who feared punishment. She spoke with authority. As if she believed she was untouchable. William folded his arms. You seem quite bold for a mere servant. Jenny smiled. I am simply efficient, my lord. William didn't smile back. Let's test that efficiency, then. Did you alter the budget? Jenny tilted her head slightly. Of course. You entrusted the allocation of funds to the head maid, did you not? William exhaled slowly. Did I ever grant you permission to make adjustments without informing me? Given that you have ignored your finances for over a year, I assumed it was of no concern to you. Hans sputtered in disbelief. William, however, merely leaned forward, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Then tell me, Jenny, why did you increase the wages of the other servants while slashing mine? Jenny barely even blinked. The staff was overworked and underpaid. They needed a raise. And you thought I wouldn't care? Given that you haven't interfered in over a year, I assumed you wouldn't even notice. William let out a low chuckle. You've crossed a very bold line, Jenny. Jenny merely shrugged. It's already done. Just endure it for a month, my lord. After that, things will return to normal. The room fell silent. Hans looked like his soul had left his body. The other servants did not move. They were watching. Waiting. And in that moment, William realized something. They weren't looking at him for guidance. They were looking at her. As if she was the one who decided how things were run. William's eyes darkened. Someone, fetch a whip. The room froze. The air turned heavy. And yet, no one moved. William's gaze swept the gathered servants. They all looked nervous. But not because of him. They were afraid. Afraid of Jenny. The pieces suddenly clicked into place. This wasn't just some ambitious maid overstepping her bounds. This was calculated. Organized. Jenny wasn't working alone. There was someone backing her. William's lips curled. Well. Let's see how long they last. William's gaze darkened. You have protection, don't you? Jenny smirked, tilting her head slightly. Protection? My, you make it sound so sinister. I am merely, close with the second young master. William's expression remained unreadable, but internally, he scoffed. Close. She meant she was Geordie's milk sibling, the biological child of the wet nurse who had cared for him as an infant. Blood or not, such bonds often ran deeper than noble ties. So that's why the servants hesitated. They weren't simply afraid of Jenny. They were afraid of Geordie. One wrong move, and they could be executed on his order. William's thoughts turned cold. The problem isn't just that she's loyal to him. The problem is that they feared him more than they feared me. Which meant one thing. They thought I was weak. Pathetic. William sighed. What a mess. He had known that his former self had been utterly spineless, but this? This was worse than he expected. He had planned to observe for a little longer. To gather more information before making a move. But now, it was time to re-establish order. Come, Hans. Hans blinked. Where are we going, my lord? William didn't answer. Follow me. He strode toward the door. The gathered servants tensed, hesitation flashing across their faces. They were afraid. Afraid that William was leaving to fetch the whip himself. One of the braver ones finally spoke. Why, young master, please reconsider. The head maid surely didn't mean any harm. I'm not going to get a whip, William interrupted flatly. I'm going out for a bit. The servants visibly relaxed. William's lips curled in amusement. How pitiful. He moved to step outside. Wise choice, my lord, Jenny called after him, amusement clear in her tone. Even the second young master will surely commend you for it. There it was. A final, veiled reminder of where she stood. William didn't respond. Instead, he stepped into the hallway, his expression unreadable. Enjoy your confidence while it lasts. Because in a few hours, you'll regret every word you just said. Hans had been fuming ever since they left. And finally, he snapped. Why did you just let her get away with that? William barely glanced at him. You think I should have punished her right then and there? Yes. If the other servants wouldn't bring the whip, you should have gone and gotten it yourself. No one could have stopped you. William chuckled. True. But I would have lost more than I gained. Hans looked incredulous. How? That woman openly defied you. Everyone saw it. Exactly, William said. Which means it wasn't just defiance. She wasn't acting on impulse, this was planned. Hans frowned. Planned? William nodded. She wasn't made head maid by accident. Geordie put her there. Hans's fists clenched. That bastard. William smirked. If I had punished her on the spot, she would have run, straight to Geordie. And she would have spun the story into something entirely different. Do you really think she would have told him the truth? Hans hesitated. William continued, voice cool. She wouldn't say a word about the budget fraud. Instead, she'd paint me as a violent, unreasonable brat who punishes his servants for no reason. And with all the witnesses present, Geordie wouldn't even have to work hard to make it stick. Hans paled slightly. But wouldn't your father? That, William said, his smile turning sharp, would be the worst possible choice. Hans blinked in confusion. If I run to father over something like this, what does it say about me? That you can't even handle your own servants? William nodded. And that's exactly what Geordie wants. He wants me to act rashly. He wants me to make a fool of myself. But William's eyes gleamed. Unfortunately for him, I don't plan to play by his rules. Hans hesitated. Then, what do you plan to do? William's smirk widened. If I don't have subordinates inside the house. His steps slowed as they reached a dimly lit alley. Then I'll just have to find them outside. Hans followed his gaze. And his face went pale. Did we just walk into a gambling den? William grinned. Good. You recognize it. Hans panicked. Wait, young master, we just got the Grand Duke's support back. Are you seriously planning to? Bang! William kicked the door open. The heavy wooden frame slammed against the wall, nearly shaking off its hinges. A dozen rough-looking men inside the gambling hall whipped their heads around, startled. William stepped inside, his smirk never faltering. All right, you useless degenerates. He spread his arms, surveying the thugs, gamblers, and criminals before him. Who here wants to make some real money? The third son of the Hearn family has entered our gambling den. Yes, boss. Ha! So that fawn prince has taken an interest in gambling now? Hugo burst into laughter at his subordinate's report. Noble patrons were not uncommon, but a duke's son, especially one without a knightly reputation, was a rare sight indeed. He must have brought a hefty sum with him. The first thing he did upon entering was place his coin pouch on the table. He seemed determined to play for real. Heh. That kid has probably never held a card properly in his life, but he's dreaming big. Clicking his tongue, Hugo smirked. This was why he disliked noble brats. They grew up in their sheltered homes where everything bent to their will, so they assumed the rest of the world would do the same. It would have been amusing to let the boy experience a harsh lesson in reality, but patience was key to making a profit. Don't bleed him dry all at once. You know the drill, let him win just enough to keep him coming back. Of course, boss. We'll let him take home a few coins so he thinks he's got a chance. And don't forget to spice it up. He needs to feel like he's winning by his own skill. Naturally. We'll make it a spectacle. To pull someone into the abyss of gambling, they first needed to taste victory. The plan was simple, let him win a few rounds, boost his confidence, and then start slowly drawing him in. Once he was hooked, the real game would begin. Give it a month, and he wouldn't be able to walk away even if he wanted to. From a pampered fawn to a mangy stray dog. It won't take long. The Duke must be worried sick, his 16-year-old son is already going down this path. Hugo chuckled coldly, stroking his chin. An unexpected opportunity had fallen into his hands, and now, he had to decide how best to use it. The Duke had all but given up on his third son. If they saddled him with enough gambling debt, he'd be too scared to let his father find out. That meant he would be easy to control. If I play this right, I won't just make my money back, I'll make a fortune. And I do need an inside contact within the ducal family. But patience was crucial. If he moved too aggressively, the prey might get spooked and flee. 3 months. That was enough time to set the trap properly. The only question was when to play his trump card. Boss. Boss. Hugo's thoughts were interrupted by the urgent voice of his subordinate. He frowned. Didn't you just finish your report? What now? It's about that fawn prince. What about him? Is there a problem? A problem? It's a complete disaster. That kid, he's cleaning out the entire gambling den. What? Hugo tilted his head, wondering if he had misheard. His subordinate, wearing a panicked expression, quickly clarified. That young lord isn't just lucky. He's destroying the house. No matter what we do, even when the dealers go all in, they can't beat him. The dealer felt like he had been possessed by a demon. How? How was this even happening? Was this even possible? Clenching his jaw, he forced himself to focus. Crimson rose, he announced, revealing his hand. So do I. William casually laid his cards down, his tone relaxed and his movements fluid, completely unfazed. It's my win. The hands are the same, but my numbers are slightly higher. The dealer squeezed his eyes shut. 5 times. William had matched his hand exactly 5 times now. And each time, he had won by just the smallest margin. It wasn't about having a stronger hand, he was deliberately toying with him. The dealer had been gambling for decades, but he had never seen anything like this. I lost. Already? But this is getting fun. William smirked as he pulled the pile of chips toward him, adding them to the mountain that had already formed. The other gamblers, witnessing the spectacle, swallowed nervously. What the hell is going on? Are all those chips his? How did they even stack up that high? Is he using magic? Or just insane sleight of hand? I was watching closely, but I couldn't catch anything. Fawn Prince, my ass, he's a shark in disguise. The murmuring of the crowd made Eric, the floor manager, grit his teeth. An amateur noble brat was making a mockery of them. Eric's hands clenched into fists as he grabbed the dealer by the collar and dragged him to the corner. You miserable idiot. What the hell do you mean, I lost? Get back in there and win it back. It's impossible. That young lord is a step ahead of me at every turn. What do you want me to do? Do you want to die? If we let him walk away with all that money, you think you'll get to keep your hands? Cut off my arms if you want, but it won't change anything. I'd rather keep my head and quit while I still can. No amount of threats could motivate the dealer, who slumped in exhaustion. Eric was on the verge of losing his mind. He had already sent word to Hugo, but with this much money lost, even he wouldn't escape responsibility. He had to win back at least some of it before Hugo arrived. Useless bastard. Boss. Eric turned sharply at the sound of his men calling out. Hugo had arrived earlier than expected. His sharp gaze flickered to the towering stack of chips, and he clicked his tongue. Impressive. I trusted you with this place, and this is what happens. Were you planning to bankrupt us? Boss, it's not. Shut up and get out of my sight. I was a fool to trust you. Eric clenched his eyes shut at the cold words and stepped back. Still, at least Hugo had arrived before things got any worse. If anyone could turn the tables, it was him. Hans stared blankly at the mountain of chips before shifting his gaze to William. Rather than losing, his young master had completely turned the tables on the gamblers. Who would have thought William possessed such a skill? Young master, are you using magic? Magic? No, it's just technique. Hans frowned. And where exactly did you learn gambling techniques? William absent-mindedly toyed with the edges of his cards, evading the question. Here and there. Picked it up along the way. In truth, it was something he had learned in his past life, taught to him by a one-armed knight whom he had once saved. Despite his battle-hardened appearance, the knight had been a timid coward, but when it came to gambling, he was a master of the art. Too much of a master, in fact. He had been so confident in his skills that he had dared to join a high-stakes game with some high-ranking nobles, only to get caught and have his arm severed as punishment. The man had always claimed he had lost it in a duel with a formidable opponent. When William had learned the truth, it had been almost comical. He was a decent guy. A shame he ruined himself over gambling. Young master, may I have a word? A deep, gravelly voice interrupted William's thoughts. Turning his head, he spotted a towering man, a full head taller than anyone else in the room. A jagged scar ran from his eye down to his lip, an unmistakable mark. William's lips curled into a knowing smile. So, he finally shows himself. Black Shark Hugo. Once a mere back-alley thug, he would eventually rise to control the underworld of 5 major territories. When the era of chaos began, he would declare himself a baron and establish himself as a warlord, standing shoulder to shoulder with noble factions. Despite his lowly origins, he was known for his keen instincts and ruthless efficiency, so much so that, even by the time of William's death, Hugo's power remained intact. His reputation was no exaggeration. Hugo's eyes flicked briefly to the mountain of chips before he leaned in and whispered, "You seem quite skilled. A small table like this doesn't suit you. Why not join a real game?" "A real game?" "There's an exclusive table for high rollers. The stakes there are substantial. A single round could see fortunes rise and fall, equal to the sum you've gathered tonight." William's eyes gleamed with feigned excitement. Seeing that, Hugo grinned before suddenly shaking his head with an exaggerated sigh. "Ah. But I suppose it wouldn't be appropriate after all." "What?" William scowled. "You spend all this time tempting me, and now you're backing out. The high-stakes tables demand not just wealth, but skill. The gamblers there aren't amateurs. Since the gambling den exists to entertain our patrons, I wouldn't want to bring in a player who might disrupt the experience." "You think I'd lose?" William scoffed. "You're looking at these chips and still saying that." "I meant no offense, young master. My apologies if I've misspoken." "How arrogant. Take me there at once. I don't care who these so-called high rollers are, I'll see for myself." Pretending to be insulted, William rose to his feet, slamming a fist onto the table. Hugo, still playing the role of the reluctant host, sighed and gave a hesitant nod. "If you insist, I won't stop you. However, you must understand that once you wager your money, we cannot return it." William sneered. "You think I'd crawl back, begging for my losses? Just lead the way." "My apologies, young master. Right this way." As Hugo turned to guide him, William caught the flicker of a victorious smirk on the man's lips. William chuckled inwardly. "Ah, black shark Hugo. Even you were just a naive pup once." It was proof that, despite his fearsome reputation, there had been a time when Hugo was still small enough to be played with. William had returned to the past. And that meant all these so-called titans of the future were still mere seedlings. And seedlings could be plucked or nurtured at will. His first test. The black shark himself. Leaving Hans behind, William ascended to the third floor. Unlike the rowdy first level, this space was a clear cut above, the decor was lavish, the atmosphere refined. As he stepped into the private gambling chamber, 3 men seated around a table turned to look at him. "Huh. A new face. He's too young. Hugo, where'd you drag this brat from?" "Mind your words," Hugo said smoothly. "This is William Hearn, 3rd son of Duke Balzac." The 3 men visibly tensed. "Ah. Our apologies, young master." They hastily stood and bowed, stumbling over themselves to introduce themselves. 2 were supposedly heirs to prominent merchant guilds, and the 3rd claimed to be the 2nd son of a viscount's house. William scoffed internally. Bullshit. They didn't even bother making the cover story believable. This wasn't the capital, where extravagant playboys wasted their days away in vice. This was a backwater region. If these men were truly heirs to noble and merchant families, they would have far better places to indulge themselves. No, they were clearly Hugo's men, disguised to play their roles. They must have assumed William was just another ignorant noble brat, too inexperienced to see through the ruse. Suppressing a smirk, William played along and took a seat. "Well then," one of the so-called merchants said, rubbing his hands together. "Since we have a new player, let's start fresh. As usual, I will serve as the dealer," Hugo added, shuffling the cards. But before distributing them, he flicked his wrist, sending a faint ripple of magic through the air. It was subtle, but undeniable. A suppression spell. "Let's ensure this remains a fair game, shall we?" Hugo said with a sharp grin. "So, he noticed. William had been using a subtle mix of mana and sleight of hand to dominate the lower-level tables. It worked perfectly against ordinary players who had no way of sensing magical traces. But against those who could detect mana circulation, it was useless. Feigning surprise, William widened his eyes. "You mean, magic was being used?" Hugo's smile widened in satisfaction. "No need to worry, young master. Everything is fair now. Let's begin." Unsurprisingly, the games did not go in William's favor. With his previous tricks rendered useless, he suffered loss after loss. It took less than 30 minutes for him to lose everything he had won. "Damn it. That's impossible. One more round." "Young master, you're out of chips," Hugo reminded him with an amused smirk. William hesitated. "I heard that players can borrow chips, if necessary." Hugo's grin widened. "Of course. How much would you like?" "As much as I can. Everything you're willing to lend me." "Ha! Now that's the spirit." A foolish young noble, blinded by the desire to win back his losses, Hugo could hardly believe how easy this was. No matter how skilled William thought he was walking straight into debt, a debt no noble's allowance could ever repay. Hugo dealt the next round of cards, barely containing his grin. Finally, it was time for the last reveal. William hesitated, his fingers hovering over his cards. "Young master, is something wrong?" Hugo asked, feigning concern. I have a bad hand." "Good or bad, the game must continue. You're not thinking of backing out, are you?" William sighed dramatically. "I suppose I have no choice." He laid his cards down. A losing hand. Completely worthless. Hugo was about to let out a victorious laugh. Until William spoke. "By the way, how's your drug operation going? You've been quite busy setting up manufacturing in the underground, haven't you? When's the official launch?" "What?" Hugo blinked. William leaned forward, his voice casual. "You were hired by Marquis Logran, weren't you? To flood our territory with drugs? He must be desperate if he's resorting to such petty schemes." The room fell deathly silent. Hugo and his men froze. The clueless noble they thought they had ensnared, had turned into the hunter. The moment William finished speaking, Hugo froze in place. It felt as if an icicle had been driven straight into his spine. His entire body stiffened, and even breathing felt like an impossible task. William watched his reaction with a cold smile. "What's wrong?" "Smile. You were laughing just fine a moment ago. It's such a joyous occasion, after all. You've successfully burdened the Duke's son with a mountain of gambling debt. You must have already planned when and how to use it against me, haven't you?" Hugo inhaled sharply, trying to say something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. The breath he had intended to exhale caught in his throat, clogging his airway like a lump of lead. His rational mind screamed at him to come up with an excuse, but his instincts roared back with an urgent warning. Say the wrong thing, and he'd be walking straight to the executioner's block. Forcing his panic down, Hugo barely managed to utter a single word. "Young master." "Yes. This is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" William let out a short chuckle before reclining lazily in his chair. For a brief moment, he seemed lost in thought. Then, his voice turned sharp. "And what do you think will happen once you weasel your way out of this moment? You have a secret escape route prepared, don't you? You must believe you can still slip away." "I'll admit, I was impressed by the mechanism hidden in your chair. It's quite the clever piece of work. Who designed it for you?" How do you know about that?" Hugo's heart nearly stopped. The hidden mechanism, the one that would trigger a secret passage when the chair's armrest was turned a certain way, was a secret known only to him. Even his most trusted men were unaware of it. How in the hell had this noble brat uncovered something so well guarded? William barely suppressed a smirk at Hugo's ghostly pale face. How do I know? Because I was the one who discovered it when I came to arrest you. 2 years from now, Hugo's drug operation would be exposed. The Duke, enraged beyond measure, would order his immediate capture. William himself, along with the city guards, had stormed this very gambling den to take him down. By the time they arrived, however, Hugo had already caught wind of their approach and vanished without a trace. Frustrated, William and the guards had searched the entire building from top to bottom. 3 days into the search, William, exasperated beyond belief, had kicked over a chair in anger. And by sheer coincidence, that was when the hidden mechanism had triggered. I nearly jumped out of my skin when the damn wall started moving. What followed was an exhausting crawl through a tunnel that led all the way to the outskirts of the city. By the end of that miserable trek, he knew the passage's location, its structure, and where it ultimately led. William rested his chin on his hand and continued, his voice dripping with amusement. North of the city walls, was it? You chose the location well. Plenty of livestock sales in the area, multiple branching roads. Even if the guards spent a day or two searching, they'd never find the exact exit. I have to admire the thoroughness. With each word, Hugo's face lost more color. Just how much did this young noble know? If William kept talking, he might as well start listing what Hugo had for lunch or the color of his underwear. It's over. For a lord overseeing his territory, there was nothing more intolerable than drug trafficking. Not out of any moral concern, but because it was devastatingly bad for business. A population addicted to drugs wasn't just a few unfortunate souls wasting away, it was a workforce lost, tax revenue vanishing, and most dangerously, loyalty shifting from the ruling lord to the suppliers controlling the market. It was no wonder that nobles showed no mercy toward drug traffickers. Even the poorest of lords would go into debt just to hire the best torturers for the job. Once captured, death wasn't a question of if, but of when, and the sooner, the better. And now, Hugo, who had been preparing to flood the duchy with illicit goods, had been caught red-handed by none other than the Duke's own son. Should I kill him? The thought flickered through Hugo's mind like a candle in the wind. If he struck first, killed the young noble and buried his body, he could buy himself some time. His eyes darkened with murderous intent. But within moments, the madness faded, replaced by a bitter chuckle. What a fool. What am I even thinking? Murdering the son of a duke. That crime made drug trafficking look like petty theft. With the latter, he could go into hiding for a decade, and eventually, they might stop chasing him. But if he killed William Hearn, the Duke would tear apart the entire continent to hunt him down. Hugo exhaled slowly, resignation settling into his bones. Oddly enough, the certainty of his doom made him feel at peace. The most terrifying thing in the world was the unknown. But there was nothing unknown about this. He had already lost. There was only one thing left to do. With a heavy thud, Hugo dropped to his knees. Please, spare me. Hugo fell to his knees. The sheer weight of his massive frame sent a heavy thud echoing through the room. As the others stared in shock, he lowered himself even further, pressing his forehead to the floor. If you wish for a dog, I will be one. If you command me to bark, I will bark. If you tell me to crawl, I will crawl. Please, spare me. SP spare us. Please, young master, spare us. Realizing what was happening, the remaining men followed Hugo's lead, slamming their heads against the ground. The rhythmic thud, thud, thud of 4 foreheads striking the floor filled the room. William chuckled. Well. I suppose having a dog isn't such a bad thing. I was in need of more hands to handle my work. At those words, Hugo exhaled in relief. It didn't matter how long he would be shackled by this leash, whether for years or even decades. As long as he was alive, there would always be a chance to turn the tables. For now, survival was all that mattered. Thank you, young master. I swear upon my life. But you know, William interrupted, tilting his head. A mere dog doesn't suit you, does it? You're not the type to be satisfied with just that. What? William crouched down, bringing his lips close to Hugo's ear. Tell me, Hugo. Haven't you ever wanted to be a knight? Hugo's eyes widened. His heart pounded violently against his ribs, like a war drum in his chest. A knight. If it were possible, I'd sell my soul for it. Talent. He had it. Swordsmanship. He had trained relentlessly. But none of it mattered. Because no matter how skilled he was, his low-born status was a shackle he could never break. Even in the underworld, where he had clawed his way to the top, his achievements meant nothing in the eyes of the nobility. He had once burned with ambition, but after years of rejection and scorn, he had buried that dream long ago. And now, this young noble was digging it up and holding it before him. Is that truly possible? Hugo's voice trembled as he spoke. A cruel joke, was that what this was? Would William dangle hope before him, only to laugh and rip it away? But instead of ridiculing him, William simply nodded. Not immediately. But with enough effort, it's within reach. You only need to meet two conditions. Tell me, Hugo said, his voice desperate. First, William said, his gaze sharp, absolute loyalty to me. Bang! Hugo slammed his forehead against the ground harder than ever before. Blood trickled down from the fresh wound on his forehead, but he didn't so much as flinch. If you promise me this, then I swear to obey any command, anything but death. And second. William's expression remained unchanged. Truthfully, the first condition didn't matter much. If Hugo couldn't fulfill the second, William had no intention of making him a knight. Have you ever sold drugs? Not just recently, at any point in your life. For the first time, Hugo's face broke into a grin. Perhaps the warriors hadn't abandoned him after all. This is my first time, he answered confidently. The production facility is complete, but no transactions have taken place. I haven't even ordered the raw materials yet. William finally smiled. That was the only reason Hugo was still useful. He could still be reformed. From today onward, I will be serving the young master. My name is Hugo. I look forward to working with you, senior. Hans stared at Hugo with an expression of pure disbelief. It was difficult to reconcile the hulking, scar-covered brute bowing politely before him with the image of a man who looked capable of crushing skulls with his bare hands. Young master, Hans said slowly, what exactly happened upstairs? I recruited some useful men, William replied nonchalantly. You recruited them? Hans's gaze shifted behind Hugo. There stood 5 men, all just as intimidating as their leader. Each one bore multiple scars, on their faces, their arms, their necks. Their very presence exuded danger, a faint aura of restrained violence. And you're calling them servants? Why not? There's no rule saying I can't. Hans pinched the bridge of his nose before whispering, young master, with all due respect, you can't trust people from the underworld. Why? Because they calculate everything. If the cost-benefit ratio turns against them, they'll betray you in a heartbeat. They submit when they're weak, but once they've taken what they need, they turn on you. William nodded. That's true. But these men? They'll never betray me. Do you have leverage on them? That's part of it, William admitted. But more importantly, they need me. A knight's loyalty to their lord was not born from love or gratitude. It was the fastest route to power. Even if a man amassed wealth and influence, without the backing of a true noble, his authority was fragile. The moment his legitimacy was questioned, rivals would rise to challenge him. For a noble, legitimacy was inherited. For a commoner, it had to be granted. That's why, even after he declared himself a baron, Hugo was constantly under attack. His enemies never recognized his claim, and no noble knight ever swore fealty to him. No matter how many battles he won, his rule remained unstable. But with William's endorsement, Hugo could become a true knight, one whose title would be acknowledged by the nobility. And that was something he could only obtain as long as he remained loyal. Even if he wants to betray me, he can't, William mused. Without me, no one will ever recognize his status. Without William's backing, Hugo's bloodline would need 4 generations before it could be considered noble. And there was no way Hugo was willing to wait that long. William arrived at the city's inner walls, his new servants trailing behind him. The gate guards stiffened at the sight of them. "Young master, these men." "They're my new attendants," William replied. "Attendants?" The guard's brow furrowed. "Looking like that?" William scoffed. "And what's wrong with their faces?" "They look fine to me." The guards exchanged wary glances but ultimately stepped aside. It was far from normal for a noble to recruit such rough-looking men, but if the young master said so. Inside the castle walls, William's other servants reacted much the same way. Wide-eyed stares, flinching movements, and uneasy whispers followed him as he walked. "Why, young master, who are these men?" "My new attendants." "I'm sorry, what?" William smirked. "You heard me. Go ahead and introduce yourselves." The intimidating men nodded, bowing their heads in greeting. The other servants gawked. "Attendants? These butchers?" Seeing their expressions, William let out a chuckle. "Now, go fetch the head maid." "Why?" "She needs to meet my new employees, of course." The servants hesitated, their unease palpable. No one wanted to be responsible for whatever madness was unfolding. William's grin widened. "This," he mused, "is exactly why I needed new attendants. No one listens to me around here." One servant hesitantly opened his mouth. "Young master, we—" "Enough," William said, cutting him off. He turned to Hugo. "Remember everyone who hesitated. You'll be in charge of their education." Hugo smirked. "Understood, young master. I'll make sure loyalty is branded into their very bones." At those words, the servants froze. A terrible chill ran down their spines. Something was very wrong. "This is the last time I'll ask." William's voice was quiet, his usual smirk wiped from his face. "Bring me the head maid." A heavy silence fell over the room. For the first time, the servants saw an expression on William that they had never witnessed before. They swallowed dryly. Some instinct deep within them screamed that if they refused again, something terrible would happen. And yet, they forced themselves to ignore that warning. At the end of the day, the third young master is still just the third young master. Geordie would kill us if we disobeyed him, but William? He'll just get mad and leave it at that. William had always been a weak, spineless noble, at least in their eyes. No matter how much he raged, he wasn't the type to actually hurt them. Geordie, on the other hand, was ruthless and cruel. If forced to choose, it was safer to defy William than to defy his older brother. "Young master, as I said before." Crack. The servant never got to finish his excuse. A blinding pain exploded across his vision as his head snapped to the side. Hugo had slapped him. Hard. "You little shits," Hugo growled, flexing his massive palm. "Who do you serve? Your master gives you an order, and you're too scared of someone else to obey. Absolutely disgraceful." Cock. Cough. Why are you? Why? Hugo's lips curled. "Seems like you still don't get it." Crack. 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 Hugo's hand moved like a blur, slamming into the servant's face over and over again. Each strike sent his head whipping in the opposite direction. Even though Hugo was only using his palm, the sheer force of his blows made it feel like being hit with a metal club. By the time Hugo had delivered his sixth slap, the servant's mouth was a bloody ruin, teeth scattered across the floor, crimson pooling beneath his feet. Gah! Ack! KHK! Stop this at once! Another servant finally shouted. You can't do this in front of the young master. William tilted his head, letting out a short chuckle. I was the one who ordered him to do it. What? You heard me. I told him to discipline those who refuse my orders. He's doing a fine job, wouldn't you agree? Why, young master? Hugo, William said, completely ignoring their panic, keep going. With pleasure. Crack. The next slap was even harder. With a sickening thud, the servant collapsed onto the floor, his face barely recognizable beneath the bruises and swelling. Young master, he's unconscious, Hugo reported. William barely spared him a glance. Toss him to the side. When he wakes up, continue. If we keep going, he might die. William shrugged. That's not my fault. If he disobeyed his master, he should have expected the consequences. Fair point, Hugo mused. I'll keep at it. If he dies, I'll wrap him in a rug and dump him somewhere. The remaining servants turned pale. They could tell, this wasn't a bluff. The punishment had been real. Hugo had struck the man with the full intent of rendering him unrecognizable. The poor fool had survived, but his broken jaw and missing teeth would likely leave him unable to eat properly ever again. In the worst case, he would lose his vision or hearing entirely. Hugo dusted off his hands and turned his gaze to the next servant. All right. You're next. You were the one who refused to listen and begged for leniency, weren't you? Wait. Please, wait. Crack. Another slap rang out. This time, it wasn't just a slap, it was a full-force blow that could shatter a cheekbone. The rest of the servants, trembling in horror, couldn't hold out any longer. They collapsed onto their knees. Young master. Please forgive us. We were wrong. We'll bring the head maid right away. William leaned back, resting his chin on his hand. No need. You're afraid of Geordie, aren't you? I wouldn't want to make my poor servants do something they're terrified of. And no. The second young master has nothing to do with this. You are our only master. Don't force yourselves, William said, his tone almost soothing. I won't order you anymore. I'll just kill you instead. It's better than letting Geordie do it, right? He'd never actually kill you, after all. You'll be fine. Hitch. Young master. Please. Please have mercy. They knelt even lower, their foreheads pressed against the cold floor. It was only now that they realized how utterly stupid they had been. Yes, Geordie was capable of killing them. But what about William? They had never even considered the possibility. They had underestimated the wrong person. The servants had always feared Geordie. But that fear had blinded them to the simple truth, anyone could kill them. The Duke, his wives, the other young lords, any of them could end their lives on a whim. And William was no exception. If survival was the goal, they had to be loyal to their direct master, the one who at least knew their names and might care enough to spare them. Geordie. He wouldn't even notice if they died. And if he did? He'd laugh at their misfortune and move on. No one had use for a servant who lacked loyalty. No one would mourn them. Please. Just one more chance. If you want, I'll cut off my own fingers as an offering. Please, young master. Please, spare us. They screamed, pleaded, and wept. Yet Hugo's massive palm continued to descend. The sharp crack of flesh meeting flesh filled the air as he punished them without hesitation. By the time the second servant collapsed, unconscious, Hugo was already moving on to the third. But before he could strike. Hugo, stop. Yes, young master. Hugo obeyed instantly, stepping back without question. The remaining servants gasped, panting as if they had just escaped drowning. William watched them with a blank expression before speaking a single word. Head maid. Why yes. There was no need to say anything more. The servants scrambled to their feet and bolted from the room, nearly tripping over themselves in their desperation to obey. It took less than 5 minutes for the servants to return, dragging the head maid, Jenny, with them. You miserable bastards. Do you have any idea what Geordie will do to you? Shut up. The servants forced Jenny onto her knees before William. Her face was bruised, and her clothes were disheveled, evidence that she had resisted on the way here. Despite her injuries, her spirit remained unbroken. She thrashed, struggling against the hands holding her down. William clicked his tongue. Hugo, kneel her properly. Understood. At his signal, Hugo's men stepped in, shoving the trembling servants aside and gripping Jenny's arms. They were built like giants, men with broad shoulders and calloused hands, each one a head taller than the average man. This time, Jenny couldn't move an inch. Still, she wasn't cowed. Glaring up at William with fire in her eyes, she spat out her words. Young master. Do you really think you'll get away with this? A heavy silence filled the room. Jenny had crossed a line no servant should ever cross. Even the other servants, who had once stood on her side, paled. William's expression remained unreadable. But Jenny, mistaking the silence for hesitation, pressed on. If you lay a single hand on me, Geordie will not stand for it. Have you forgotten what happened a year ago in the training grounds? That incident was nothing compared to what he'll do to you now. Bam! Jenny's words were cut off by a brutal punch to the gut. Her body lurched forward as she gasped, eyes wide in shock. Hugo cracked his knuckles. Sorry, young master, he said, his voice laced with disgust. My ears couldn't take it anymore. William let out a soft chuckle. You did well. Someone bring me a whip. Yes, young master. Unlike before, the servants obeyed instantly, scrambling to fetch what he requested. Moments later, they returned with a long, coiled whip, thick, made from water-soaked buffalo hide. Tiny metal beads were embedded along its length, designed to tear through flesh with every strike. William took the weapon in his hands, running his fingers over the braided leather. Wake her up. Yes, young master. Smack. Smack. Jenny's head snapped to the side as she was lightly slapped awake. Her eyes fluttered open, dazed. William crouched in front of her, twirling the whip idly in his hand. Awake now? Why, young master, what are you? What does it look like? He said, smiling. An execution. Execution. Did you think this was a punishment? My apologies, there was never a chance of you walking away from this. Jenny's face turned ashen. He was serious. He was really going to kill her. Geordie. Do you not fear Geordie? She shrieked. William let out a breathy laugh. And what about you? Are you not afraid of me? Jenny froze. William leaned in, voice as casual as if discussing the weather. I'm a noble. I own you. And you, his eyes darkened. Dared to insult me to my face. I could execute you right now for slandering nobility, and no one would question it. Jenny's breath hitched. But I. What? You're Geordie's wet nurse. And that's supposed to protect you. William scoffed. Even if I kill you, Geordie can't do anything. At worst, he'll beat me up. And if father intervenes, he won't even get to do that. With a flick of his wrist, William sent the whip lashing through the air. Swish. The sound alone made Jenny flinch. Only now did she finally realize, this was not a threat. It was a certainty. "Hugo," William called. "We'll hold her down properly," Hugo said smoothly. He turned to Hans. "Senior, would you mind fetching some rags? The floor will get messy soon." "Huh. Ah, right. Blood is a pain to clean up later." Jenny's breath came in short, panicked gasps. Her lips trembled as she stammered, "Why, young master? Please. I was wrong. I made a mistake. Please, just this once, forgive me." William smiled at her. "If you were wrong, then you should be punished, shouldn't you?" The whip descended. Geordie wiped his mouth after finishing his meal. The food tasted exceptionally good today. Not because of any change in the menu, but because of what he knew. To think he couldn't even control his own servants. What a pathetic excuse for a noble. The humiliation William had suffered made every bite of his meal sweeter. Everyone already looked down on his foolish half-brother, but now even his own servants disrespected him. And to top it off, instead of taking action, William had fled. It was disgraceful. A complete embarrassment to the Hearn name. His already poor reputation would plummet further after this. "I wonder how he'll respond," Geordie mused, swirling his wine. William had two choices. If he had any pride left, he'd try to remove Jenny. But that wouldn't be easy. Geordie had carefully ensured she was untouchable. If William wanted to deal with her, he'd have to do it himself. And when that happened, well, there were plenty of ways to twist the story. Even if father knows the truth, it won't matter. What will matter is that William let a mere maid humiliate him and had to resort to desperate measures. Even if this whole scheme was Geordie's doing, the fact that William had fallen for it was what truly mattered. At best, Geordie would receive a light scolding. William, on the other hand, he'd lose what little favor he had left. Of course, William could always do nothing and let Jenny stay. In that case, father's disappointment would be even worse. Either way, William was finished. "Young master. Urgent news." Geordie frowned at his servant's sudden interruption. "What is it?" The man was pale as he stammered, "It's Jenny. The third young master, he's whipping her. The sound of the lashes can be heard from outside. If we don't stop him, she might die." "What?" Geordie's smirk vanished. For the first time, genuine shock crossed his face. "What the hell is going on?" Geordie stormed down the hallway, his closest aides scrambling to keep up. His face was twisted in a mixture of disbelief and rage. "This morning, I was told William tried to punish Jenny and got humiliated. That the servants ignored him. And now, just a few hours later, he's whipping her." That is correct, my lord." "Then explain it to me properly." Geordie snarled. Did the servants lose their minds and start obeying him out of nowhere? Or did that pathetic fool suddenly gain superhuman strength and drag her here himself? Which is it? The elderly steward flinched at the verbal assault, bowing his head in submission. I do not know, my lord." The servants, they were the ones who took Jenny. Unlike this morning, they showed no hesitation. They did not seem to fear her at all. Geordie clenched his jaw so tightly it hurt. If William had personally dragged Jenny here or hired outsiders, that would have made sense. But the very servants who had ignored him earlier, the ones too terrified to lay a finger on Jenny, had suddenly turned on her. It didn't add up. Crack. A sharp snap cut through the hallway, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Geordie's eyes widened. That voice. You've got to be kidding me. Throwing aside all remaining pretense, he ran. With a single powerful kick, he slammed open the door to William's quarters. Bang! Enough. What the hell do you think you're doing? As the door burst open, the scene inside the room came into full view. Jenny knelt on the floor, her arms pinned down by two towering men. Her body sagged limply between them, barely conscious. Blood speckled the floor. Despite the short duration of the punishment, it was already pooling beneath her. William, whip still in hand, turned at the sudden intrusion. He cocked his head and gave Geordie a bored look. "Brother. What brings you here?" "I'm rather busy at the moment. Perhaps we can talk later." "Oliver." "Gert. Take Jenny." "Yes, my lord." Ignoring William's words, Geordie barked an order at his knights. The two men stepped forward, swords at their sides, fully prepared to cut down anyone who got in their way. "But, Hugo." At William's calm command. "Shink." Hugo drew his dagger and pressed it firmly against Jenny's throat. The knights halted immediately. One more step, and the blade would cut deep. The tension in the air thickened, the standoff teetering on the edge of disaster. William's voice rang out, deliberately loud enough for all to hear. "Anyone who moves will get her throat slit. I take full responsibility." No hesitation. "Understood," Hugo replied smoothly. "If anyone is so wrong, I'll make sure she never leaves this room alive." The dagger pressed against Jenny's skin, just enough to let her feel the sharp edge. Awareness flickered back into her half-conscious eyes. Realizing what was happening, she trembled violently, tears streaming down her face. Geordie. Please." Geordie's expression darkened. "Remove that dagger," he ordered. His voice was low, deadly cold. "Keep it there any longer, and I will not only have you executed, I will slaughter your entire family and hang their heads on the city walls." A chilling threat. But Hugo? He didn't even blink. "Apologies, my lord. I cannot comply." "What?" "My master is not you," Hugo stated plainly. "It is the third young master. I have no obligation to obey anyone else." "You lowly wretch. You think this is a joke?" Geordie's temper flared. "Or do you truly believe this half-wit can protect you from me?" "It is neither, my lord," Hugo replied, completely unfazed. "I am a servant. My only duty is to follow my master's will. If he orders me to kill, I kill. That is all." His unwavering eyes met Geordie's, full of conviction. For the first time, Geordie hesitated. There was no arrogance in Hugo's voice. No bluster, no bluff. Just an unshakable certainty that he would do exactly what he had promised. Unable to force his way through, Geordie turned his glare back to William. "And what, exactly, has she done to deserve this? Where do I begin?" William mused, flicking a speck of dust from his sleeve. "She openly insulted me. She disobeyed direct orders. And, most importantly, she stole from the estate's treasury." "She what?" "Fraud. Embezzlement. Call it whatever you like." William smiled thinly. "If I wanted, I could have her executed right here and now. A public hanging, perhaps." Geordie's fingers twitched. His initial rage was beginning to turn into something else. "Are you telling me," he said slowly, "that multiple witnesses saw her commit these acts?" William didn't answer. He didn't need to. The servants, all of them, immediately straightened their backs. "Yes, my lord. We saw it with our own eyes. She said things I wouldn't dare repeat. If necessary, we will testify to the truth of her crimes." Geordie's gaze swept over them, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had they lost their minds? Even under his glare, they refused to waver. They know. They knew that if they tried to change their story now, William would kill them. No amount of threats from him could override the fear gripping them now. Geordie exhaled sharply, closing his eyes for a brief moment. "Fine. You win. Release her." William let out a soft chuckle. "What was that, brother?" "Win. I don't quite understand what you mean. Geordie clenched his teeth. William continued, his tone light. I am merely disciplining a servant who embezzled from the estate. That is my only concern. You, on the other hand, seem to think your relationship with Jenny makes her immune to punishment. As a noble, surely you understand the consequences of theft. You wouldn't want to set a bad example, would you? Geordie barely swallowed back a curse. William wasn't just pushing back, he was driving a dagger into the heart of the situation. It was impossible to argue against. A noble could not openly defend a servant who had been caught stealing. Even if it was all a setup, even if the witnesses were coerced, it didn't matter. William had flipped the board. And Geordie had no choice but to play along. Losing to William was already a humiliation. But now, he was expected to pay for it. Geordie wanted nothing more than to flip the entire negotiation table. But he couldn't. Not just because of Jenny. Geordie had already abandoned Hendrik, his former knight and ally. If he discarded Jenny too, it would confirm what many already suspected, that he was not a leader worth following. The damage to his reputation would be far worse than before. And in the worst case, the talented individuals still under his wing might start looking for another master to serve. So, he grit his teeth and asked the dreaded question. What do you want? William's smile widened, as if thoroughly enjoying Geordie's suffering. Since ancient times, thieves have always faced a standard punishment, he mused. They return several times the amount they stole. Geordie exhaled sharply. Fine. How much, he snapped. Drop the riddles and give me a number. Hearing that it was just money, Geordie felt a hint of relief. Money was easy to negotiate. If the price was too high, he'd refuse outright. If it was manageable, he'd pay and be done with it. William was a shut-in until recently, an inexperienced fool when it came to handling negotiations. Surely, he wouldn't even know how to leverage this situation properly. Thinking this, Geordie let his guard down ever so slightly. But William tilted his head, his smirk growing. How much did you investigate before coming here, brother? Geordie's stomach twisted. William was hiding something. In the end, Geordie was forced to cough up an amount equal to 8 times his monthly stipend. It wasn't enough to ruin him completely, but it did strip away nearly all his liquid assets. He was left seething. Twice now, he had lost to William. And as he paid the final sum and reclaimed Jenny, he left behind one final warning. You're enjoying yourself now, aren't you? His voice was sharp, laced with venom. Go ahead. Savor your little victory. Because soon enough, you'll be shedding tears of blood. William chuckled, completely unfazed. Shouldn't you focus on recovering first, he quipped. Keep flailing like this, and you'll end up losing more than just money next time. Geordie's jaw clenched, but he refused to give William the satisfaction of seeing him falter again. He turned on his heel and left. For now. But the matter did not end there. Whispers spread like wildfire throughout the household. Did you hear? The second young master's wet nurse was whipped half to death. And instead of retaliating, Lord Geordie paid a ransom for her. It's been a whole week, and he still hasn't dared to strike back. Everywhere, people were talking. The confrontation with Hendrik had been one thing, a verbal clash, a simple exchange of words. It had been something both sides could step back from without permanent damage. But this? This was a full-blown war. Geordie had directly interfered with William's finances, and William had responded by punishing his closest confidant. There was no retreating from this battle. For the first time, people realized, Geordie had lost. To William. To the timid fawn of the Hearn family. No one had expected this. Did the third young master really wield the whip himself? That's what they say. He beat her so badly her back was covered in blood. Hard to believe. He used to be too soft to even kill a fly. Shoo! Are you insane? If the young master hears you, you'll end up like John and Brooke. What happened to them? They ran their mouths too much and lost half their teeth. If you keep talking like this, you'll be next. The servants were the first to change. Fear spread through the estate. No one wanted to end up like Jenny, or worse, like the other two who had defied William's authority. Their posture became more respectful. Their eyes no longer lingered on William with scorn. And one by one, the nickname they had once used so freely, Fawn Prince, vanished from their lips. Even Hans, who had once been indifferent to William, now regarded him with quiet caution. The change wasn't limited to the servants either. Among the knights, murmurs about the succession began to stir. The lion's cub will always grow into a lion. It seems even the third young master carries the Hearn blood after all. What does this mean for the heirship? Doubtful. He's been away from the family for too long. No real achievements to speak of. Perhaps. But the Duke's recent actions suggest he hasn't given up on him yet. William had no faction to call his own. Unlike his brothers, he had no powerful allies or supporters. But this incident had planted a seed. A seed that might one day grow into something formidable. And for some, it presented an opportunity. Most of the knights were already pledged to the other candidates. But William? William had nothing. Which meant, if he continued to prove himself, there would be open positions at his side. For those with ambition, a new contender in the heirship was not just chaos. It was a chance. A chance to rise alongside him. Time would tell if William's momentum would continue. And 1 week after the incident, a summons arrived. Duke Sigmund Hearn had called for William. Your Grace, I was told you called for me. William stepped into the study, his posture straight and composed. The Grand Duke, seated behind a desk buried under stacks of documents, pushed them aside with a slow, deliberate motion. He remained silent for a moment, his expression shifting ever so slightly before he finally spoke. I hear you had quite the skirmish recently. You and Geordie are the talk of the estate. It was difficult to tell whether his words carried reprimand or amusement. William dipped his head slightly, offering a response that was more out of courtesy than actual humility. I wouldn't call it a grand affair. I merely disciplined a few servants who had forgotten their proper place. And in doing so, you've stained your brother's reputation. He won't let this go. Are you prepared for the consequences? There is nothing to prepare for, William replied flatly. What? It was a matter of hierarchy, of enforcing order. If I were to hesitate out of fear of repercussions, I would bring disgrace to the name of Hearn. I did only what was right to uphold our standing. The Grand Duke let out a quiet huff, his lips barely suppressing an upward twitch. For a brief second, amusement flickered in his expression before he schooled it back into impassiveness. Resting his chin on one hand, he seemed to mull something over before speaking again. Geordie won't let this go. He's always considered you a thorn in his side. William remained silent. There was no need to state the obvious. He could have reached greater heights if not for that inferiority complex of his, the Grand Duke continued. But instead, he's trapped by it, narrowing his vision and stunting his potential. William's eyes sharpened at that remark. A piece of information surfaced in his mind, something he had uncovered after his reincarnation while investigating his own background. Grimaldi. His maternal lineage. The Grimaldi Duchy had once been a powerful ruling family in the north, but its downfall had been long and steady. By the time William was born, the house had barely survived in name alone. They had neither wealth nor influence, and their bloodline had dwindled to a mere handful. His maternal grandfather, the last patriarch of the Grimaldi line, had died without leaving a male heir. With no successor to carry on the name, the family had effectively ceased to exist. Yet despite its ruin, the name Grimaldi still carried weight. Unlike the many noble houses that had sprung up after the empire's unification, Grimaldi's legacy stretched back far beyond the establishment of the empire itself. Once a royal family of the north, they had only been demoted to dukes after surrendering during the war. By sheer lineage alone, the Grimaldi name held more history than even the imperial family. And in noble society, history mattered. It gave legitimacy. It gave prestige. Even a fallen house like Grimaldi was still respected among the aristocracy, not for its power, but for the authority its name alone commanded. That, and the fact that they were harmless. Weak enough to pose no threat, yet useful enough to elevate one's own house by intermarriage. By contrast, Geordie's maternal lineage, the Hexen baronry, was an entirely different matter. A family of merchants. Commoners, no matter how much wealth they had. Their noble title was barely 3 generations old, an infant compared to the Grimaldi's centuries of rule. And how had they earned it? Not through bloodshed, not through valor, but by buying it. During the war against the rebels, the Hexen family had provided massive war funds to the empire in exchange for a barony. No matter how large the sum, money was still just money. It could not replace the prestige of an ancient bloodline, nor could it silence the whispers of those who looked down on them. At best, the Hexens had secured their place. At worst, they were little more than upstarts, merchants who had clawed their way into nobility with coin instead of steel. 3 generations might have been enough time to stabilize their status, but it was far too short to erase their past as traitors. A stigma that clung to them still. William exhaled lightly, his lips curling into a faint smirk. So that was why Geordie had always been so desperate to bring him down. Even with Hearn's blood in his veins, Geordie could never escape the shadow of his mother's origins. He would always be seen as the merchant's grandson, a noble only by technicality. Meanwhile, William, an illegitimate afterthought, had been born of untainted noble lineage. Geordie must have despised that. A coveted treasure resting in the hands of someone who did not even want it. Unfair, wasn't it? William thought idly about how amusing that was, but amusement didn't mean leniency. Geordie's inferiority complex might have been a valid reason in his own mind, but it was no excuse for his actions. William owed him nothing. The Grand Duke, who had been watching William's expression, clicked his tongue before letting out a long sigh. If Geordie keeps provoking you, you are free to retaliate. But if your fights escalate to the point that it shames our house. William met his gaze, unflinching. That will not happen. Let me finish. The Grand Duke's tone dropped slightly, his voice edged with something that almost sounded like warning. If that happens, then regardless of who is right or wrong, I will take Geordie's side. William's eyes narrowed. What? What did he just say? William stood frozen for a moment, his mind struggling to process the Grand Duke's words. Across the room, the Grand Duke let out a cold chuckle, his piercing gaze locked onto his son's dumbfounded expression. Why do you look so surprised? His voice was calm, almost amused. Geordie may be impulsive and reckless, but he has, at the very least, made efforts for the family's benefit. That's more than I can say for you, who have done nothing but idle away for the past year. William's expression did not change, but his fingers curled slightly at his sides. As head of this house, it is only natural for me to favor the one who contributes, no matter how small that contribution may be. Do not waste time feeling wronged. It was a statement so blatantly biased that it was almost laughable. William's brow twitched slightly before his mind caught onto something. The meaning behind his father's words became clear, and he narrowed his eyes. If I understand correctly, you are saying that if I prove to be of greater value to the family, you will take my side instead? The Grand Duke's lips curled ever so slightly. You've understood well. He leaned back, his eyes gleaming with a quiet challenge. If you wish to stand by my side, then prove your worth. Show me you can be of use to this house. If you choose to remain stagnant, then do not expect my protection. William swallowed a quiet scoff. So that was his game. He wants to light a fire under me. The Grand Duke's declaration of support for Geordie had been half a lie. If William truly intended to remain the same idle, reclusive figure he had been before, then yes, his father would likely favor Geordie by default. But if William proved himself capable, the Grand Duke would have no reason to discard him so easily. In the end, it was nothing more than a provocation, a deliberate push to see how far William could go now that he had started moving forward. Something is shifting. William had a feeling this meant the competition for succession was starting to take a definitive shape. His father wouldn't be pushing him like this unless things were beginning to solidify. It was a sign. A sign that this was his final chance. That will be all, the Grand Duke said, dismissing him with a flick of his fingers. Keep in mind, a blade left in its sheath for too long will rust before it ever sees battle. William understood the implication well enough. Still, he did not leave. Instead, he met the Grand Duke's gaze head-on and spoke. And if I have already accomplished something of worth for this family, what then? A flicker of interest crossed the Grand Duke's face. What? William remained composed, his voice steady. I ask, Your Grace, what you would do if I had already performed a great service for our house. The Grand Duke's brow furrowed slightly. What was he talking about? You've barely stepped outside once in the past week. And yet, you speak of accomplishment. He exhaled sharply. Don't make a fool of yourself. Achievements aren't so easily claimed. If you think I'll entertain some vague rumor. Law Grand Marquis 8 has been making moves in our territory, William interrupted. His voice was calm, but the words sent a jolt through the air. Through the underworld, they've been distributing narcotics. Silence. The Grand Duke's face turned to stone. What did you just say? William remained unfazed. I have already gathered evidence. If you wish, I can present it to you now. The proof was brought in immediately. William had Hugo deliver the prepared documents, evidence gathered straight from the source. The Grand Duke sifted through the files, his sharp eyes scanning every line. Manufacturing sites. Distribution routes. Sales schedules. Concealment methods. Each detail was laid out with meticulous precision. By the time he reached the last page, the Grand Duke's entire posture had shifted. Bernhard. That bastard dares to pull something like this under my very nose. Crack. The table split down the middle as the Grand Duke's fist slammed into it. The lapis lazuli table, renowned for being as strong as steel, had cracked from the force. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling with barely restrained fury. William simply watched in silence, waiting for the storm to pass. Finally, the Grand Duke exhaled sharply and sank into his chair, rubbing his temples. Damn it! I should report this to His Majesty immediately and drag that disgrace of a marquis before a tribunal. It won't be that simple, William interjected. The entire operation was conducted under the name of his trading firms. If you present this evidence, the marquis will simply sever his ties and discard them. Of course, the Grand Duke muttered bitterly. That conniving bastard. Bernhard, for all his arrogance, was no fool. There was no way he would leave a direct link to himself in any illicit dealings. Even if this evidence was brought forward, it would remain in the realm of suspicion. Not enough to bring the Marquis down. The Grand Duke's face twisted with frustration. William studied him for a moment before speaking again. Are you truly satisfied with this outcome? The Grand Duke shot him a glare. Do I look satisfied? William's lips curved into a faint smile. Then perhaps, we should ensure the Marquis never realizes we are onto him. The Grand Duke frowned. Explain. William clasped his hands behind his back, voice steady and measured. Not long ago, the very man who was overseeing this operation defected to me. He has pledged himself to my service. The Grand Duke stiffened. William continued, unfazed. A man like Bernhard would never consider the possibility of betrayal. Not when the matter at hand is drug trade. He will never believe one of his men would switch sides, because he knows that once exposed, a traitor like that has no future. The Grand Duke's expression darkened. He understood all too well what William meant. A criminal, a peasant, a nobody from the underworld. Such a man had no worth beyond utility. Even if he defected, no noble house would dare to reward him. His fate would be exploitation, then disposal. But what if he found a lord willing to give him a future? William's voice was smooth, certain. If we allow him to move within Bernhardt's ranks, he could cause more damage than any external force. We wouldn't just cripple his trade networks, we might even find irrefutable proof of his direct involvement. The Grand Duke fell silent. For a long moment, he weighed the risks. He scrutinized William, searching for any sign of hesitation. Then, at last, he spoke. Can this man be trusted? His voice was quiet, dangerous. He was willing to peddle narcotics once before. William smiled slightly. I do not trust him. But I trust his dream. The Grand Duke's brows furrowed. Dream? He wishes to become a knight, William said simply. He wants his name to be remembered in history. The Grand Duke scoffed. Ridiculous. A street rat dreaming of knighthood? But what man doesn't dream of greatness? William countered. He understood that feeling all too well. And because of that, he knew Hugo would never betray him. A lord who would grant him that dream was a rarity beyond measure. Even if it cost him everything, Hugo would never let go of that chance. The Grand Duke stared at him for a long moment. Then, he asked. And if you are wrong? If this man brings ruin upon us instead? William met his father's gaze without flinching. Then I will stake my life on it. Silence. Then, a chuckle. The Grand Duke smiled for the first time that night. Very well, he said. Then, turning away, he gave his final command. When you've recovered, come to the training grounds. William blinked. What? I will teach you the Lionheart sword. You are now a true contender for the next head of this house. William's breath caught. The Lionheart sword. A technique reserved only for the heir of Herne. This was it. The acknowledgement he had been waiting for. The battle for succession had truly begun. William's eyebrows twitched slightly. Lionheart sword. A sword technique that only the chosen successor candidates and a select few close aides were allowed to learn. Among the ancient sword techniques, it was renowned for its overwhelming strength and ferocity, one of the most formidable techniques ever known. Knights, commoners, even mere farmers, there was hardly anyone who had never heard of the name Lionheart sword. Tales of it echoed through childhood stories and distant regional legends. And now, Grand Duke Sigmund had just declared that he would teach it. William bit down on his lip, struggling to control his emotions. At last. In his previous life, despite wandering across the continent, he had never acquired a high-level sword technique. Even the meager techniques he managed to obtain were nothing more than diluted versions of the skills taught to ordinary knights. To a mere mercenary, even those scraps had been valuable. Yet, William had never been satisfied. How many times had he been bested by knights who once couldn't even stand against him, only to return years later with superior skills, knocking him to the ground. Each defeat left him staggering on the brink of death, tormented by an unbearable sense of self-loathing. Each time, his thirst for an advanced sword technique grew more desperate. And now, standing before him was not just any high-level technique, but the strongest of them all. I will report to the training grounds first thing tomorrow, William declared. Do not overexert yourself, the Grand Duke warned. It is not an excess. My body has already recovered. If I rest any longer, it will only waste the condition I have worked to restore. The Grand Duke furrowed his brows at William's insistence. But rather than backing down, William straightened his posture even further, standing tall as if to prove his strength. After a brief, assessing glance, the Grand Duke's expression relaxed. It seemed he had confirmed that William's confidence was not mere bravado. If you insist, do as you wish. However, any consequences from pushing yourself too far will be yours alone to bear. I will keep that in mind. I leave the matter concerning the Marquis Rogrand's household to you. Stir the waters as you see fit. If your results prove satisfactory, you may expect a reward. You will not be disappointed. Go, then. William bowed and stepped out of the Grand Duke's office. Even now, his heart pounded wildly in his chest. From the moment he had heard the words Lionheart Sword, his pulse had refused to settle. This is the beginning. In his past life, William had lacked everything needed to fulfill his dreams. His bloodline, his swordsmanship, his physical strength, everything had barely risen above mediocrity. No matter how hard he struggled, with such a weak foundation, he had never risen beyond the rank of a mercenary captain. But now, everything has changed. This time, the approaching era of chaos would not bind him. Above all, his bloodline had been restored, eliminating any ceiling to his potential. William was determined to push as far as he could go. How high could he climb with this newfound knowledge and power? Suppressing the grin tugging at the corners of his lips, he let his mind race ahead, sketching the shape of the future. The Grand Duke wasted no time once William had left. Immediately, he summoned Edwin. As Edwin scanned the documents detailing the Marquis's scheme, his face grew pale. Your Highness. If you intend to apologize, save your breath, the Grand Duke cut in. It was my own incompetence. I said, enough. It was my order to concentrate intelligence efforts on the border. Our counterintelligence division was already full of holes, what more could you have done? I should have noticed sooner. This is Kelheim, the very heart of Herne. For an enemy to infiltrate our core and brandish a dagger without me realizing. That is my failure. A dagger? Hardly, the Grand Duke scoffed. Edwin lowered his head, clearly ashamed. If it had been a dagger-level threat, you would have noticed. The only reason it went undetected was because it was nothing more than a dull prod, a mere nuisance, not an imminent danger. The fault isn't yours. Bernhard simply found our blind spot. Do you truly consider an attempt to pollute our lands with drugs as nothing more than a nuisance? Edwin asked incredulously. Keep reading. Edwin's eyes returned to the documents. Minutes passed as he pored over the details, and soon enough, he let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head. They devoted all their efforts solely to avoiding detection. With such an approach, neither the spread of the drug nor the profits could have been substantial. Exactly. After factoring in distribution and manufacturing costs, there was barely any real profit. I doubt money was their objective. More likely, they sought to tarnish my reputation. Drug trafficking within the Grand Duke's own domain, carried out right under his nose. To his political opponents, it would be perfect ammunition to ridicule him, a flaw they could wave in the Emperor's face should he consider bestowing any greater authority upon Herne. Regardless, Bernhard has crossed a line. Even as the Empire wavers, he dares to pull a stunt like this. This is borderline treason. He was never one to hold loyalty. This should not be surprising. In any case, thanks to my third son, we have avoided disgrace. A stroke of luck. Wait. Did His Highness the Third Prince uncover this? The distribution ring shifted its allegiance to him. My guess is that it was due to that new servant from the underworld he recently took in. Hugo, was it? Yes, that one. But think about it, doesn't it seem absurd? That an underworld boss would switch sides just because one scheme was exposed. The Grand Duke leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly. At first, he had dismissed it as a minor curiosity. But upon reflection, it was no trivial matter. What real power does my third son hold that would make a man like that swear loyalty? If he were going to switch sides, he would have chosen someone far stronger. Or simply cut his losses and vanished. Which means His Highness the Third Prince must have approached him personally and convinced him, Edwin murmured. Convinced, yes, that must be it, the Grand Duke mused. His gaze darkened slightly as he pondered just how William had done it. It is an honor to receive instruction from the Sword Saint. I may be lacking, but I will do my utmost, so please guide me with your wisdom. William bowed deeply to Eisen, his posture conveying the utmost respect. The old knight waved a hand dismissively, as if embarrassed by the formal display. There is no need to be so formal. A sword saint I may be, but I am nothing more than an old man waiting for his final days. Besides, your highness is a candidate for the next head of House Hearn. How can you bow so easily? Despite the knight's humility, William did not allow himself to relax. To be called a sword saint was no ordinary title. It was an honor reserved only for those who had reached the absolute peak of swordsmanship, warriors who had surpassed the limits of human potential, attaining enlightenment through sheer mastery of the blade. Even in the long history of the Empire, there had only ever been a single instance when more than one sword saint existed at the same time. And even then, it was merely for a few short years before the previous sword saint passed away. A single sword saint per generation, that was the measure of its rarity. For William, who had once devoted his entire past life to the sword, the significance of that title was immeasurable. I cannot bring dishonor to House Hearn. But more than that, how could I treat a knight who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship with anything less than the utmost respect? Regardless of status, Sir Eisen is more than worthy of the reverence of all knights. Ha! At William's solemn words, a flicker of intrigue passed through Eisen's eyes. Many of the other princes had shown him great respect as well. But their deference had always been that of a noble air acknowledging the weight of the sword saint's name, recognition of his influence, knowing his endorsement could shift the succession. William, however, was different. The reverence in his voice was not political, it was the admiration of a warrior for another warrior. A rare thing among nobles. Most aristocratic youths saw strength as nothing more than a tool, a means to command and control. They grew up in comfort, surrounded by knights of middling skill and vast armies of soldiers, their understanding of combat limited to numbers and strategy. To them, warriors who could stand against 100 men alone were nothing but legends or foolish brutes who would be crushed by sheer numbers. Yet, the way William spoke. It is as if he has walked the path of the sword himself. I thought he was a hopeless case at first, the Grand Duke had told him before Eisen left for the training grounds. But upon closer look, he's quite extraordinary. Was he exceptionally talented? No, what surprised me was his mindset. You'll understand when you meet him. Eisen had not thought much of those words at the time. But now, he was beginning to understand. Even so, a single unusual reaction was not enough to warrant special treatment. Like the other princes before him, William would undergo the same training regimen. Only through it would Eisen determine his worth. Very well, Eisen said. If that is your stance, then I shall not reject your courtesy any further. Do as you see fit. Thank you for your understanding. Then let us begin at once. Run the length of the training grounds. Understood. Without hesitation, William immediately turned and started running. Not a single question. Not even the briefest moment of hesitation. It was Eisen, the instructor, who found himself caught off guard instead. Wait, hold on a moment, Your Highness. William came to a halt and turned back. Yes. Is something wrong? Aren't you even the least bit curious? Eisen asked. Why I am making you run? How long you must run? What purpose this training serves? William tilted his head slightly, as if the question itself was odd. I am curious. But if you are making me do this, it must mean I need it. If you do not see the need to explain, then there must be a reason. As a student, it is only right that I follow my instructor's guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, William resumed running. Eisen, left staring after him, let out an incredulous chuckle. Such words were easy to say, but to truly believe them, to act without question, was another matter entirely. Humans, by nature, resisted meaningless labor. And nobles? They calculated cost and benefit as naturally as breathing. Yet, William had not only refrained from questioning the task, he had not even hesitated. He is different, after all, Your Highness, Eisen thought to himself, a glimmer of expectation forming in his gaze. For the first time in many years, he wondered. Could he, at long last, be teaching a true knight instead of another pampered noble? William ran in silence across the open training grounds. In truth, the answer he had given Eisen had not been entirely honest. It was not simply blind trust in his instructor that allowed him to follow orders without question. No, he already knew the true purpose of this test. To an outsider, it may seem like a simple endurance exercise. But in reality, it is a way to evaluate a disciple's potential in multiple ways. Eisen was not just measuring stamina. He was testing obedience, whether William would follow orders without complaint. He was assessing William's current level of physical endurance before beginning actual training. He was observing how long William would continue running if not given a stopping point. Through this single exercise, Eisen was gathering insight into William's temperament, his discipline, and his resilience. Everything except raw talent could be judged through this simple test. Though, to be fair, most untalented candidates would be eliminated by their lack of determination anyway. William let out a faint, bitter smile. Such was the nature of power. A teacher might not want to take on a student, but when that student belonged to the ruling family, they had little choice. Still, looking at it from another angle, this was also an opportunity. A rare chance to impress a sword saint. No matter how disciplined I may appear, at the end of the day, I am still a noble, William mused. No matter how much he trained, no matter how hard he worked, to Eisen he would still be a prince raised in comfort, enjoying privileges that common knights could only dream of. And if that was how he was perceived, then he would have to prove himself in ways beyond mere words. William had expected his performance in front of the sword saint to be unimpressive. But if there was anything he could prove, it was his determination. I've already demonstrated my discipline. Now, all that remains is my endurance. He had no choice but to push himself to the limit. Though his body had healed, his lack of recent physical exertion was undeniable. Fatigue would set in soon enough, and if he wanted to leave a lasting impression, he would have to push himself to the breaking point. Fortunately, this was the Grand Duchy of Herne. Even if he collapsed, gasping for air, they would surely have the necessary medicine to revive him. With his resolve set, William pushed off the ground and increased his pace. 1 hour passed. And yet, he was still running. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed across the training grounds. He neither gasped for breath nor slowed his stride. Eisen watched with wide eyes, his expression one of disbelief. But the most surprised person on the field was William himself. What the hell? Why am I not tired? By all logic, he should have collapsed by now. Even if he didn't fall, his legs should have grown sluggish, his breath ragged. That was how the human body functioned, at least for those who hadn't transcended their limits. Yet, strangely enough, his body showed no signs of fatigue. "Young master, are you truly all right?" Eisen finally asked. William, still running, responded with an equally confused look. "For some reason, I seem to be fine." Another 30 minutes passed. And still, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Eventually, Eisen let out a dry chuckle, realizing the futility of continuing the exercise. It seems this test serves no further purpose. Come here for a moment, Your Highness. William slowed to a stop and approached. Eisen took hold of his wrist and pressed 2 fingers against the faint blue veins beneath his skin. I will examine your physical state. You may feel something unusual, but do not move. As soon as William nodded, a cool sensation seeped into his wrist, spreading through his body. A faint tremor ran through him at the unfamiliar feeling. Is he using his magic to sense the internal structure of my body? William couldn't help but admire the technique. Magic was notoriously difficult to manipulate without manifesting it externally. Yet Eisen was delicately guiding his magic through William's body, probing every part with the precision of a master craftsman. There was no pain, only the slightest discomfort, likely the result of Eisen adjusting the magic's properties to harmonize with William's own energy. This level of control was beyond what William had ever imagined possible. At last, Eisen's eyes trembled, his expression shifting through a whirlwind of emotions. Disbelief. Excitement. Regret. Relief. Contemplation. And something else William couldn't quite place. After a long pause, Eisen withdrew his magic and fixed William with a piercing gaze. Your Highness, I must ask you something. Have you practiced energy circulation on your own recently? Yes, William answered without hesitation. There was no reason to lie. The previous owner of this body had already been taught basic energy circulation, and it was common knowledge that external guidance made learning it far easier. Eisen, seemingly expecting that response, nodded. But his next question carried a far heavier weight. Have you ever felt any obstruction, pressure, or pain while circulating your energy? William tilted his head slightly. No, I haven't. Not even the slightest resistance. None. It flows smoothly, like a water wheel in motion. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Eisen threw his head back and laughed. His face contorted through a chaotic mix of emotions, making it impossible to tell if he was joyous or deeply troubled. William couldn't fully grasp what was going through Eisen's mind, but he had a rough idea of what the Sword Saint had just discovered. He must have realized that my pathways are already fully opened. Thinking back, his endless stamina earlier likely had something to do with his unique physical condition. While William lacked the knowledge to fully comprehend the implications, Eisen was one of the strongest swordsmen in history. If anyone could discern the true extent of his body's potential, it was him. I'd like to ask him outright, but that would be suspicious. A third prince who had never even mastered a proper sword technique suddenly asking complex questions about energy circulation. That would raise unnecessary doubts. It was better to wait until Eisen decided to reveal the truth on his own. After several moments of silent contemplation, Eisen let out a deep sigh. I understand now. Is there something unusual about my body? Eisen smiled faintly. Quite the opposite. Your body is more suited for the Lionheart sword than anyone I've ever seen. I beg your pardon. William blinked in confusion. Your Highness, Eisen's expression grew serious, his voice steady and deliberate. Instead of vying for the position of House Hern's successor, have you ever considered aiming to become the next Sword Saint? William was too stunned to respond. Abandon the struggle for succession, and instead pursue the path of a Sword Saint? Seeing his confusion, Eisen spoke again, his tone calm and measured. Your Highness, you may have dismissed the ease of your energy circulation as insignificant, but in truth, it is an extraordinary blessing. Energy circulation was the process by which the body purified itself, gradually clearing blockages in the internal pathways. Even if practiced daily without fail, the process was incredibly slow. For a child who began training early, achieving full circulation typically required decades, at best, a lifetime of dedication. And that was assuming the individual also practiced advanced sword techniques to refine their energy. Neglect even a single step, and the pathways would remain obstructed for an entire lifetime. But Your Highness. Eisen exhaled slowly, as if trying to contain his own astonishment. You were born with all your pathways completely open. William stiffened. Meaning? Meaning you have surpassed what others take a lifetime to achieve, before even beginning formal training. Then I am simply ahead by a few decades, am I not? Eisen shook his head. It is far more than that. William frowned. What could be greater than such a head start? Eisen's voice trembled slightly as he spoke the next words. If all your pathways had been open from birth, then your body has already undergone complete purification. There is no higher state. William's breath caught in his throat. Then. And yet, Eisen continued, his gaze burning with an intensity William had never seen before, your body is still refining itself. Even now, however faintly, your circulation continues to improve. William's mind reeled at the implication. It meant one thing. His body had already reached perfection. Yet somehow, he could still grow stronger. Eisen's explanation did not end there. Your Highness is not only gifted in potential. Even if another knight were to reach the same level, your body's purity would set you apart. The effect of magical enhancement will be significantly greater for you. You will be able to use more mana, with far higher efficiency and purity. Are you saying that even against knights of the same level, I will have an advantage? In the beginning, it will be a slight edge. But as time passes, you will grow strong enough to face two knights of the same rank at once. And eventually, you may even stand on equal footing against those of a higher realm. William swallowed dryly. When he had set his sights on learning the Lionheart sword, his ambitions had not been so grand. All he had wanted was to step into the realm of true mastery, one he had never reached in his past life. That alone would have been enough to earn recognition from the world. Besides, he had always understood that he could not devote himself solely to the sword. If he was to prepare for the future, he needed to focus on more than just martial prowess. But now, Eisen was telling him that he could aspire not just to mastery, but to the title of Sword Saint, perhaps even beyond that. I want to see it. Before ambition, before strategy, as a swordsman, his heart pounded with excitement. But at the same time, something Eisen had said earlier weighed on his mind. You mentioned that I should give up my claim as heir. Why? Is it impossible to balance swordsmanship with my duties as a successor? Well. Eisen hesitated, his words trailing off. William remained silent, waiting. Finally, Eisen let out a deep sigh. Your Highness, look at me. Excuse me. Look at my face. What do you see? The old knight ran a hand over his face as he spoke. It was an abrupt question, and William frowned slightly, unsure of what Eisen meant. What was he supposed to see? Other than wrinkles, there was nothing particularly striking. And then. Ah. I see you've realized. Eisen let out a wry chuckle at William's reaction. I am old, Your Highness. Energy circulation has kept my body in good condition, but I can feel it. My time is running short. It was true. In William's past life, Eisen the Sword Saint had died 8 years from now. At the age of over 100, he had passed peacefully, without suffering from illness or injury. A good death, by all accounts. But 8 years was far too short a time to train a successor to the level of a Sword Saint. The higher the peak, the longer it took to climb. Eisen, as a Sword Saint, must have accumulated a lifetime of knowledge, an entire mountain of techniques to pass down. Even if he dedicated every waking moment to instructing William, even if they forsook rest and trained relentlessly, there was no guarantee that all of it could be passed on in time. And that wasn't even considering the countless moments where a disciple might hit a wall, struggling for weeks or months to break through a bottleneck. I do not have enough time to pass everything down. If I must divide that time further, competing against the other heirs, it becomes outright impossible. I understand what you mean. William closed his eyes briefly, deep in thought. The next sword saint. It was undeniably tempting. If the world were to remain peaceful forever, he would have cast aside the struggle for succession without hesitation, dedicating himself entirely to the sword. Why spend decades competing with other heirs when he could instead become the sole inheritor of a sword saint's legacy? But there was a problem. The world is descending into chaos. William had seen it happen. The emperor's authority would crumble, and powerful warlords would rise, proclaiming themselves kings. Figures like Hugo, men who relied on nothing but raw strength, without legitimacy, would flood the land. But those who lacked rightful claim to power were despised as usurpers, constantly challenged by rivals and enemies. It was simple. Even in murder, there was a world of difference between avenging one's parents and killing for no reason. Those who seized power without legitimacy soon found themselves beset on all sides, facing a never-ending stream of challengers. A ruler without rightful claim was a ruler who could be overthrown just as easily. Betrayal and assassinations became daily occurrences. Power balances shifted overnight. The few who truly stabilized their domains were those who had both power and legitimacy. That was when William had learned, without legitimacy, power alone could never last. If he was to prepare for the approaching storm, securing legitimacy was essential. And now, Eisen was suggesting that he cast it aside. To officially renounce his claim as heir to House Herne, one of the most prestigious bloodlines in the empire. To discard the name that connected him to both the Herne family and the imperial line. Absolutely not. Becoming a sword saint was tempting, yes. But the price was far too steep. No matter how much it pained him, Eisen's offer was not an option. "I'm sorry," William said, his voice firm. "I cannot accept. I will remain as Herne." Ah. Eisen exhaled slowly, as if letting go of something. Regret and sorrow filled his gaze. "I see. Then there is nothing more to say. Perhaps my greed has clouded my judgment. I appreciate the offer, truly. It was an honor to even be considered. No, there is no need to apologize. If anything, the fault is mine. I forced a choice upon you that I had no right to demand." Eisen let out a quiet laugh, though there was little mirth in it. "I suppose, if given enough time, you could challenge the title of Sword Saint on your own. But I wish to see it happen with my own hands. I was selfish. How foolish of me," Eisen murmured. "To have wasted my youth, only to grow desperate in my old age. The young will always rise, with or without my guidance." His voice was light, almost teasing, but William could hear the deep sorrow in it. Even if Eisen tried to dismiss it with a laugh, he had clearly placed his last hopes on William. And now, those hopes had been turned down. William hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I have one question, Sir Eisen." If there were another worthy successor, someone with the potential to truly inherit your legacy, what would you do?" Eisen blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the question. William's suggestion was simple. William's proposal was simple: within the next 2 years, he would find and bring back a disciple even more gifted than himself. "It will take time, but I will find someone whose talent more than makes up for those lost years. A disciple worthy of carrying the name of Sword Saint Eisen for centuries to come." Just hearing those words is enough. "I mean it. I will find them. If that is the case, then I shall wait. But I fear I may have caused your Highness too much worry with my selfishness." Eisen let out a hearty laugh, brushing off the conversation lightly. As if such a prodigy could exist. William alone was already a once-in-several-centuries talent, and now he was promising to find someone even greater. Eisen could only take it as a well-meaning gesture, meant to comfort an old man's regrets. But unlike Eisen, William was completely serious. Felix the Sword Demon. He should be somewhere near Kelheim. Felix. A young man the same age as William, whom he had briefly encountered during his time as a mercenary in his past life. Slender, with delicate features, so much so that he was often mocked for his beauty. But those who laughed at him never did so for long. For on the battlefield, Felix was an absolute monster. Even renowned knights could barely last a few exchanges against him. What made it even more terrifying was that Felix had learned no special sword techniques. His combat skills were purely technical, no magical reinforcement, no refined techniques like the Lionheart sword. And yet, he dominated. William had once seen Felix instantly copy and execute a sword technique just by watching it. At first, those around him had burned with jealousy. But soon, their envy faded into speechless awe. If William possessed a body blessed by the gods, then Felix possessed the God-given talent for battle itself. In this new life, before Felix's name became known, William had to secure him. There was just one problem. Felix's whereabouts before becoming a mercenary were unknown. The only thing William knew was that next winter, Felix would first appear in the small city of Vindon, taking up mercenary work. Until then, his exact location was a mystery. Eisen will have to wait at least a year. I'll have to apologize for that. Even so, I appreciate it, Eisen said with a smile. It's not unpleasant to know that someone still cares for an old man like me. At least outwardly, Eisen seemed to have cheered up. Even if he believed William's words to be nothing more than kind reassurance, he still seemed grateful for the thought. Enough of this old man's ramblings, Eisen continued, his voice regaining its usual sharpness. Whatever choice your highness has made, my duty remains the same, to teach you the sword. William straightened his posture in response. At last, the real training would begin. The third prince was selected as a candidate for succession. Joshua frowned at the report from his servant. Unlike his older brothers, Joshua had entered the competition for succession later due to his young age. And now, just when he had finally started solidifying his position, William had entered the fray as well. This is absurd, he muttered. That man stayed quiet all this time. What could have changed? His two elder brothers likely wouldn't take William seriously. They had already established strong factions and were confident that William was not a threat. But for Joshua, this was a serious problem. William's sudden participation meant that undecided knights and supporters now had another option. Many who had been considering Joshua would now hesitate, weighing their choices between the two. Damn it. He's nothing but a nuisance. Why couldn't he just stay out of the way and support his dear younger brother? Is it truly something to worry about? One of his attendants spoke up hesitantly. The third prince has never shown ambition before. Even if he joins the competition now, it's unlikely he will. Who said I was afraid of that idiot? Joshua snapped. The problem is that my own supporters might start wavering. My apologies. His attendant flinched under the scolding. Joshua forced himself to take a deep breath, regaining his composure. It wouldn't be a problem if William had continued making a fool of himself. But that damn incident with Geordie ruined everything. Joshua had dismissed William's outburst against Geordie as nothing more than a fit of blind rage. But others saw it differently, as a calculated, deliberate move. The worst part was that those who had initially disregarded William were now reconsidering their stance. Some might even switch allegiances. That was unacceptable. I need to strip away his false reputation before it solidifies. If people realized William was nothing special, they would stop entertaining ridiculous notions of hidden potential. And all this nonsense about him having hidden his fangs would disappear. But the problem was how to do it. Now that William was an official candidate, Joshua couldn't attack him directly. Harming another contender was strictly forbidden. That meant he would have to find another way. Wait. What is William doing right now? Joshua asked. He's currently at the training grounds, learning the Lionheart sword from Sir Eisen, his servant answered. Just as you once did, my lord. A thought flashed through Joshua's mind. His lips curled into a smirk. Perfect, he muttered. Then, standing up, he barked out an order. Prepare 2 swords for me. Excuse me? 2 sharp swords. Real weapons, not training blades. The servant paled. Why, you mean to challenge him with live steel? Joshua chuckled, his gaze fixed toward the direction of the training grounds. It would only be fair for a younger brother to help his dear elder sibling's training, wouldn't it? Those who lack an understanding of the essence of sword techniques believe that mana must be distributed separately for each movement. Eisen spoke as he gently ran his fingers along the wooden sword, his gaze fixed on William. When striking forcefully, they focus solely on their arms. When clashing blades, they concentrate only on pressing down with weight. When evading, they channel everything into their legs. Their mana surges wildly with every motion. William hesitated before responding. Is that incorrect? Of course it is. The immediate reply made William instinctively shrink back. In his past life, he had wielded his sword exactly as described. Hearing such a firm denial filled him with embarrassment. Then how should mana be utilized? Like this. Whoosh! Eisen swung the wooden sword through the air. A bluish energy emanated from his body, forming a visible aura. William flinched at the sight. Unbelievable. He materialized his entire body's mana without any warning. Typically, even renowned knights could only manifest their mana briefly at specific points of impact when unleashing their strength. Yet Eisen had effortlessly shaped his entire body's mana merely to serve as an instructional aid. Watch closely. As Eisen moved, the materialized mana shifted fluidly with him, altering its form in accordance with his posture. The intricate details of mana circulation became evident, how it flowed through the body with each stance, where it should be concentrated during moments of instantaneous change. Everything was laid bare before William's eyes with striking clarity. Entranced by the near-supernatural display, he realized only belatedly that the demonstration was nearing its end. Do you understand? Please, show me once more. As many times as you need. Eisen smiled at William's eagerness and repeated the demonstration. William's eyes darted rapidly, tracing the movement of mana. Each motion, seemingly effortless, was a priceless treasure, worth more than gold. How about now? Do you grasp it? The mana remains evenly distributed throughout the entire body. Yes. Exactly that. Eisen's lips curled into a satisfied smile at his perceptive student. If one redirects all their mana to different parts of the body with each stance, significant gaps will appear between movements. Once a technique is executed, the flow will inevitably break. And in battle, even the slightest hesitation can cost a warrior their life. William was left speechless. He had always believed that swordsmanship was about minimizing those gaps as much as possible. But now, he realized, the true mistake was allowing those gaps to form at all. It felt as if he had spent his life tirelessly digging into solid rock, convinced it was a gold mine. No wonder knights are so quick to assume proper stances, he thought to himself. When using mana, one must maintain reinforcement throughout the entire body while still reserving enough for redirection. The key is not to withdraw mana from where it is already deployed, but rather to continue swordplay using the residual mana that remains. Eisen momentarily paused before retracting his materialized mana. This time, he assumed a proper stance. Once mana control reaches its peak, one can achieve feats like this. Boom! As he swung the wooden sword, the very air around it ruptured with a deafening impact. William's eyes widened in shock, but the true astonishment came a moment later. Boom! Pop boom! What is this? The sword flowed. Ordinary swordsmen had to forcefully cleave through the air with each strike to produce even a fraction of that sound. Yet Eisen, without pausing his fluid movements, was still managing to rupture the very atmosphere. Even as he witnessed it, William found it impossible to believe. Eisen gracefully danced with the wooden sword, executing his 10th strike before lowering his hand. This is the swordsmanship you shall learn from now on, third young master. William swallowed hard. Eisen had not even revealed the Lionheart sword yet. He had merely demonstrated the outcome of supreme mana control. And yet, even without utilizing a true sword technique, the sheer force of this mastery was overwhelming. For the first time, William truly understood just how vital a teacher was to a swordsman. As he stood in awe, a thought crossed his mind. Then what happens when the Lionheart sword is used in a state of perfect mana control? Hearing the question, Eisen let out a hearty laugh. Naturally, the power would be tremendous. If possible, I would show you myself, but this is not the place for it. Why not? This training ground is shared by other knights. If I unleash that technique here, I would be scolded by the Grand Duke himself. That explanation was more than enough. If used properly, the technique could obliterate the training grounds. Now that you know the path forward, let us begin refining your mana control. We will start with transitioning between vertical and horizontal strikes. It was not merely about swinging the sword, it was about maintaining a constant flow of mana throughout the body. Whoosh! I thought it would be easy, but my old habits keep getting in the way. Though his body had changed, his soul had spent a lifetime repeating the same motions. The muscle memory from his past life often resurfaced, causing him to revert to the habit of executing rigid, broken strikes. It had become an almost reflexive action, making it all the more difficult to correct. You're improving significantly. You learn quickly. Thank you. Despite Eisen's praise, William found no reason to smile. Having wielded the sword for over a decade in his past life, he had assumed that mastering this technique would take no more than a single day. Yet, it had taken him 3 entire days just to unlearn his old habits. For now, I must focus entirely on swordsmanship. If these old habits resurface at the wrong time, it could cause unnecessary trouble. If his technique had been sloppy, it would have been easier to discard. But even with its flaws, his swordsmanship had become a distinct, recognizable skill. If he inadvertently displayed such an advanced technique before others, he would draw unwanted attention. To avoid suspicion, he had no choice but to fully reconstruct his approach. Well, at least it worked out in my favor. My progress appears fast for a beginner, but not suspiciously so. If I had looked too polished, it would have raised questions. There was a stark difference between a genius mastering something in an instant and a seasoned warrior executing a technique with refined precision. Ordinary knights might not notice, but a true swordmaster would sense something was amiss. Ironically, William's old habit had, in this case, worked to his advantage. It's time to move to the next stage. This time, we'll engage in paired training. Eisen abruptly halted mid-sentence, turning his gaze toward the entrance of the training grounds. Even before the figure appeared, his expression hardened. Fourth young master, what brings you here? As expected, Master Eisen. You recognized me even before I arrived. A youthful voice echoed from beyond the entrance. The speaker had not been concealing his presence, his footsteps had been steadily approaching all along. A moment later, a young boy, similar in age to William, entered, accompanied by a single attendant. Joshua greets Master Eisen. And it has been some time, brother. There was only one person who would address William by name with such familiarity. Joshua Hearn, the 4th son of the Grand Duke. Though they were brothers, they shared different mothers, and their age difference was a mere 6 months, practically making them the same age. Before William could react to the unexpected arrival, Eisen spoke up first. Yes, it is good to see you. However, the third young master is in the middle of his training. If you have business with me, you may seek me out later. I did not come for you, master. I came to see my brother. Joshua's tone was polite, but his words carried an unmistakable weight. As his younger brother, I wish to assist in his training. Would you grant me the opportunity? Assist in his training. When learning to control mana, one must engage in sparring to test its application. The objective is to maintain a consistent flow of mana even while executing techniques. If possible, I would like to be his sparring partner. Aizen let out a quiet scoff. What nonsense! Joshua was not yet in a position to instruct anyone, much less interfere in someone else's lesson. Yet here he was, abruptly inserting himself into the training session. As Aizen prepared to refuse, Joshua suddenly lowered his head in a show of humility. If my request offends you, I apologize. However, I have little opportunity to speak with my brother due to my own obligations. This might be my only chance to converse with him, even if only through training. The meaning behind his words was clear. The offer to help with training was nothing more than a pretense. His true intent was to use this as an opportunity to engage with William under the guise of brotherly camaraderie. But such reasoning was laughable. Why choose this moment, during training, to bond? And why insist on an exchange that involved crossing swords? It was transparent, painfully so. Yet, Aizen found himself hesitating. This is a political maneuver. Though Aizen had spent his life dedicated to the sword, he was not oblivious to schemes and manipulations. He had never crafted such plots himself, but he had been caught in them more times than he could count. And Joshua's plan was plain as day. Surely, he does not expect me to agree. His true aim must be to persistently request a match, only to be repeatedly denied. At first, such refusals would merely tarnish Joshua's reputation slightly. After all, interrupting another's training was already discourteous, and Aizen had plenty of justifications to deny him. But what would happen if the rejections continued? Over time, people's focus would shift, not to Aizen, but to the two brothers. And eventually, the narrative would turn. He seeks to brand the third young master as a coward. A sparring match under the watchful eye of a swordmaster was hardly dangerous. If William continuously refused, he would appear fearful rather than cautious. Joshua's initial rudeness would fade from attention, and instead, William's unwillingness to engage would take center stage. More troubling was the fact that, on the surface, Joshua's request appeared reasonable. While William had been at odds with his other brothers in the past, he had almost no prior conflict with Joshua. Their swordsmanship levels were not drastically different either. Among noble siblings, requesting a sparring session was not an unusual occurrence. This is difficult. Had the insult been directed solely at Aizen, he would have dismissed it outright. But this was not merely a matter of pride. The trap had been set for William, not for him. Just as Aizen was deliberating, William spoke up. Master, though it may be improper, please grant my younger brother's request. What? Though I am in training, my dear brother has come all this way to see me. As his elder, it would be shameful to reject such a heartfelt plea. Aizen's eyes widened in shock, while Joshua's expression twisted in an instant. With a single sentence, William had reframed Joshua's actions as childish whining while painting himself as a magnanimous older brother. The third young master's tongue is as sharp as his blade. Clearly, he had accepted for a reason. Aizen glanced at William before silently stepping back. As you wish. However, this match will be the only one. While brotherly bonds are important, personal emotions should never take precedence over training. Of course. Wouldn't you agree, dear brother? That is correct. Joshua forced a smile, but the twitching of his brow betrayed his frustration. Just moments ago, William had avoided him entirely. Now, he was speaking as though they were the closest of siblings. Let's see if you can still talk like that after this. Grinding his teeth, Joshua pulled back the cloth from the weapon held by his attendant. A gleaming real sword lay in his grasp. Aizen's expression darkened. Why have you brought a real sword? This is our only match. Using wooden swords would hardly be engaging. Since we've been given this rare opportunity, why not test ourselves with real blades? Neither my brother nor I have been to war, this would be valuable experience. You insolent! Joshua had already overstepped by dragging politics into training. Now, he dared to introduce real weapons into a controlled sparring session. Eisen was about to lash out when. What an excellent idea! Let's begin immediately. William's enthusiastic exclamation left both Joshua and Eisen speechless. William felt a flicker of irritation the moment the word duel reached his ears. The intent behind the challenge was obvious, but more than that, the situation itself was absurdly unfavorable for him. A 16-year-old brat, sure, but he's been formally trained longer than I have. On top of that, I can't use my old sword techniques, and my body is still too weak from lack of conditioning. If we fight properly, I'm at a clear disadvantage. A battle between novices, where techniques were out of the equation, boiled down to one thing: raw strength. The harder and faster one could swing, the deadlier the strike, and the more difficult it was to block. But William wasn't just stripped of his techniques, his body had weakened from years of a sedentary, self-destructive lifestyle. Compared to Joshua, who had consistently trained his physique, there was no chance he could overpower him in a contest of brute force. Damn it! If I had just 2 more months, I could have crushed him outright. Despite the blessings of his body, William knew that the true advantage of his pure mana could only manifest once he had properly trained himself. Right now, he was nothing more than an inexperienced fighter with an incomplete foundation. A coincidence, perhaps, but an infuriatingly well-timed one. Yet, refusing the duel outright would undo all the work he had put into building his reputation. That was simply not an option. Fine. I'll just push through with experience and force a draw. He might have lost his strength and sword techniques, but battle experience was something he had in abundance. Joshua, on the other hand, had never even swung a blade in real combat. If he squeezed every last bit of his knowledge and instincts into this fight, a draw should still be within reach. At least, that was what he believed, until Joshua made an unexpected proposal. How about we fight with real swords instead? William's eyes widened. Real swords? That changed everything. What a fantastic idea. Let's do it right now. 2 people stared at William as if he had lost his mind. The mere prospect of using wooden swords was enough to warrant concern, yet he welcomed real steel without hesitation. Eisen, in particular, looked as though he had misunderstood something deeply. His grip tightened on William's shoulder as he nearly shouted. Your Highness! You've never even wielded a real sword before. How can you be so reckless? What's the problem? The whole point of swordsmanship is to wield actual swords, isn't it? If anything, using real blades will give us a better feel for real combat. That logic only applies to skilled fighters. Do you have any idea how many novices injure themselves simply because they swing a sword the wrong way? I've heard stories. William had not only heard such stories, he had lived them. During his early years of self-training, he had made the very mistake Eisen was warning against. Twice, he had misjudged the weight of his own swings, sending his sword flying and nearly slicing into his own shoulder and thigh. But instead of admitting that, he kept his expression neutral and pressed on. Besides, this is just a duel. Since we'll be careful not to hurt each other, it should be less dangerous than full-power training swings. Don't worry. That's not. My brother speaks the truth, Joshua interrupted smoothly. Master, you worry too much. Surely, you don't think I would actually harm him? Eisen shut his eyes tightly. With both participants in agreement, he had no argument left to stand on. There was no legitimate reason to continue objecting. With a heavy sigh, he gave a reluctant nod. At that, a faint smirk tugged at Joshua's lips. Bring him a sword. Yes, my lord. The moment the order was given, a servant hurried forward, presenting a blade with both hands. William didn't hesitate for even a second. He reached out and snatched the sword from the servant's grasp. Ah, this cold, solid weight. His fingers traced the steel, his expression one of reverence. Joshua stifled a scoff. How naive. Does he not realize what's about to happen? It was natural for men to be drawn to weapons, but this one was failing to grasp the most important part, that the very sword he admired would soon be turned against him. No matter. That works in my favor. If William was already mentally prepared for the duel, he would panic less when their blades finally clashed. And that, ironically, would make his humiliation all the more complete. Joshua had one goal, to instill fear in William. He intended to break the young man's confidence and shatter the reputation he had been building. There weren't many witnesses here, but it hardly mattered. As long as Eisen, the revered swordmaster, acknowledged William's disgrace, the damage would be undeniable. Now then, Joshua said. If you're ready, draw your sword. Skying. In perfect synchronization, both blades slid free of their scabbards. Two flawless, polished sword edges glinted under the light, cold and sharp. To an untrained observer, it was a mesmerizing sight. To a swordsman, it was a reminder. Once a blade reached the neck, the mind turned blank. At that moment, the only thought that remained was the overwhelming, primal desire to survive. Now, let's see how you handle this, brother. Joshua positioned himself, the anticipation bringing a smirk to his face. Begin. Whoosh. The instant the word left Eisen's mouth, a razor-sharp blade hurtled toward Joshua's head. Clang. A shock ran up Joshua's arm. K.H. Your Highness. My lord. The resounding clash of steel was instantly followed by cries of alarm. It was an unrelenting diagonal slash, clean and merciless. Had he failed to react in time, Joshua's shoulder and abdomen would have been cut open in a single stroke. William, however, paid no attention to the gasps of their spectators. Instead, he swung his sword again. Clang. 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 What the hell? Sparks erupted with every collision, Joshua's pulse spiking with each strike. Every attack was reckless, lethal, and unrelenting. This wasn't some wooden sword sparring match, this was a fight with real steel, a duel where a single mistake could mean a fatal wound. Is he out of his damn mind? What, does he actually intend to kill me here? Teeth gritted, Joshua forced himself to focus. Slowly, through the chaos, his eyes began to track William's movements. With recognition came anger. You think this is enough to? Clang. Joshua roared, parrying the next strike with all his strength. William staggered slightly from the force of the deflection. Seizing the moment, Joshua aimed for his leg. He didn't intend to kill, but he would slam the flat of his blade into his opponent's thigh, hard enough to leave a lasting bruise. But before his sword could connect, William's foot shot out. Thud. Irk. Joshua's breath caught in his throat. Eisen let out a quiet exclamation of surprise. William had stopped the incoming sword, not with his own blade, but by stepping on it. What the? Joshua's mind struggled to process the counter. He had expected William to evade or counter with another strike. He had not expected him to use his foot to pin the blade midair. For the first time since the fight began, true shock flickered in Joshua's eyes. And for the first time since the fight began, William's lips curled into a faint smirk. Joshua could hardly believe his eyes. Blocking a sword, not by parrying, but by stepping on it. This wasn't swordplay. This was a brawl straight out of a tavern. But as Joshua reeled in disbelief, Eisen, watching from the side, found himself quietly impressed. Remarkable. That's the kind of ingenuity you only see in hardened veterans who have survived countless battles. Eisen understood the brutal reality of combat. One could not always rely on perfect conditions to execute their sword techniques flawlessly. Weapons could be lost. Severe injuries could restrict movement. Unstable terrain could make footwork impossible. And sometimes, the gap in skill was simply too vast, rendering formal techniques useless. In those moments, adaptability, finding ways to disrupt the enemy's rhythm, became the difference between life and death. Many promising knights had met their end precisely because they failed to improvise in unpredictable situations. William, however, seemed to possess an instinct for battle that went beyond training. His movements carried the raw intuition of a beast that had fought for its survival before. "Damn it!" Joshua cursed, struggling to free his sword from beneath William's boot. Seeing his efforts, William calmly lifted his foot. Irk! Without the pressure pinning it down, the sudden shift threw Joshua off balance. The weight of his own sword, previously trapped, now pulled him back. By the time he regained his footing, William's blade was already slicing toward his throat. W8. Shing. Arg. My lord. A horrified servant rushed forward as Joshua let out a strangled cry. William had actually done it. Without a hint of hesitation, he had slashed straight across Joshua's neck. Joshua clutched at his throat, gasping. Am I dying? Just like this? So easily? Terror flooded his mind, his entire life flashing before his eyes. He had struggled, schemed, and clawed his way forward, refusing to be cast aside. Had it all been for nothing? Had he fought so hard only to die at the hands of a madman in some meaningless duel? Tears of frustration threatened to spill from his eyes. Meanwhile, the servant frantically pulled a cloth from his robe, pressing it against Joshua's neck. My lord! Stay still. I'll stop the bleeding. It's no use. A wound like this. Joshua rasped. Then he frowned. Wait. Why was he speaking so clearly? Shouldn't his throat have been torn open? A flicker of confusion passed through him. Slowly, he lifted his trembling hands from his neck. My lord, there's no blood. What? Joshua's breath hitched. He touched his neck, his fingers fumbling along the skin. No blood. Not even the slightest scratch. His throat, which he had assumed had been cut open, was perfectly smooth. William tilted his head, watching the bewildered expressions before him. What are you two doing? Why are you collapsing in the middle of a duel? Joshua stammered, but just now, my neck, the sword. Oh, that? I only pressed the flat of the blade against your throat. Joshua's mind reeled. He never actually cut me. The thin, cold edge grazing his skin had convinced him he had been sliced. But in reality, William had angled the sword so that only the blunt side had made contact, creating the perfect illusion of a fatal strike. Then all this time, I was clutching my throat like an idiot. Shame and fury roared through him in equal measure. That bastard toyed with me. He shot up, his muscles tensing. Duel or not, he was going to kill this arrogant fool. Stand down. A firm hand pressed down on his shoulder. Eisen had appeared beside him without a sound, his grip as unyielding as stone. The sheer pressure in his palm made Joshua's rage flicker and cool, just slightly. But it did nothing to soothe his wounded pride. He had been humiliated, publicly, no less. He couldn't just let this go. Sir Eisen, forgive me, but the duel is not over. It is over, Eisen cut him off. His voice was calm, but there was no room for argument. You were told from the start, 1 round. That's. Do not go back on your word, fourth young master. Eisen's gaze bore into him. If you are to carry the name of Hearn, your words must carry weight. Joshua clenched his fists. As much as he wanted to protest, the presence of the swordmaster crushed any resistance before it could form. Even more than that, he could feel it. The irritation rolling off Eisen. Joshua had forced this duel into existence, pushing beyond the boundaries of propriety. He had already tested the man's patience. If he continued to act out, Eisen would not hesitate to put him in his place, directly. Grinding his teeth, Joshua forced himself to release his sword and step back. It was the only option left. Just as he did, William spoke again. "Well, that was quick, but not bad. You reacted well, even though you were clearly terrified. But you did collapse the moment a sword touched your neck." William sighed, shaking his head. "A bit embarrassing, don't you think? Especially for a candidate for the next family head." Joshua's hands curled into trembling fists. The heat in his face burned brighter than ever. This was all wrong. By now, William should have been the one humiliated. Yet somehow, the tables had completely turned. Before William could continue his mockery, Joshua shot to his feet. "The duel is over. I'm leaving. Take your sword with you. Keep it. I have no use for it." Joshua didn't dare look back as he turned sharply on his heel. His only goal was to get away as quickly as possible. But even as he strode off, William's voice followed him. "Don't be too discouraged. A duel's a duel, losing happens." Joshua bit his tongue, willing himself not to react. "And are you sure you don't want this sword? I was thinking of hanging it up as a trophy. A memento of my victory over my dear brother. That insufferable bastard." Joshua stormed away, his entire body shaking with rage. One thing was certain, this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Joshua quickened his steps, forcing himself to suppress the fury boiling within him. Staying here any longer would only invite more of his opponent's jeers, and he had no intention of giving William that satisfaction. "Enjoy it while you can." Joshua seethed inwardly. "Do you think winning changes anything? Aside from basking in temporary glory, this victory will be utterly meaningless in the grand scheme of things." Humiliation stung, but only 4 people had witnessed his disgrace: himself, his servant, the swordmaster Eisen, and, of course, William. Eisen, a man of honor, would not waste time spreading such trivial gossip. His own servant wouldn't dare speak a word. That left only William himself. Even so, Joshua wasn't particularly worried. Let him talk if he wants. Does he think rumors spread that easily? Controlling information is one of a noble's many skills, fool. Among aristocrats, spreading malicious rumors to manipulate public opinion was commonplace. Just as important was the ability to suppress those rumors and control the narrative. While Joshua wasn't a master of this game, he had enough experience to manage the situation. If William were skilled in information warfare, things might have been different. But William was nothing more than a half-wit. By the time he managed to spread the story, Joshua would have already buried it. "Keep an eye on him," Joshua ordered, his voice cold. "If he tries to spread rumors about today." "We'll handle it," his servant interrupted confidently. "You have nothing to worry about, my lord." Joshua gave a sharp nod. His servant might be incompetent in many ways, but when it came to cleaning up after incidents like this, he was efficient. Or so Joshua had thought. A single day passed before the entire estate was buzzing with rumors. The 4th prince challenged the 3rd prince to a duel and was utterly crushed. They say he even collapsed in sheer exhaustion afterward. And when the 3rd prince demanded his sword as a trophy, he handed it over without resistance. A vein throbbed in Joshua's temple. What in the world? Crash! The room quaked as he overturned a table, sending furniture and documents flying in his fury. Cleaning up after incidents, my ass. Not only had he failed to contain the rumor, but the story had twisted into something even more humiliating. A voluntary offer of an unnecessary sword had somehow become a terrified surrender. His servant trembled at his feet, forehead pressed against the floor. Please, my lord. Have mercy. Shut up. Stop spouting nonsense and explain how this happened before I actually kill you." The thing is. The explanation left Joshua speechless. So, you're telling me the lower-ranked servants refused to obey orders? More precisely, it was the new ones, the thugs William recently brought in. No matter how much we bribed or threatened them, they wouldn't say a word. Not even when we put a blade to their throats. Joshua clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. That damn William and his gang of street rats. It was no secret that William had filled his ranks with commoners from the slums. Unlike typical servants, these men were fiercely loyal to him, even when threatened by higher-ranking nobles. But why? William had no foundation, no resources to promise them wealth or security. So what, exactly, had he given them in return for their undying loyalty? Let me get this straight. Joshua exhaled slowly, his voice trembling with restrained fury. You couldn't bribe them, you couldn't intimidate them, and now you're telling me you failed to silence them? We tried using force, the servant stammered. Joshua narrowed his eyes. And? The ones we sent after them, they all came back with broken bones. That Hugo, their leader, isn't an ordinary man. Joshua pressed a hand against his forehead, feeling a headache creeping in. So not only did I lose the duel, but now my men are being beaten into submission by William's thugs. On top of that, the rumors had not only failed to be contained, but had been twisted into an even more humiliating version. Joshua sucked in a sharp breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Breathe. Stay composed. If I let this anger consume me now, I might actually collapse. But fate was not done testing him yet. His servant hesitated before speaking again. And, there's one more thing. Joshua's eyes twitched. You really have a death wish, don't you? Joshua's servant barely managed to get a word out before his master's glare silenced him. I haven't even said anything yet, my lord, the servant stammered. Joshua scoffed. I don't need to hear it. Let me guess, William again. At this point, it would be less painful to simply sew your mouth shut. No, my lord. I swear, this is merely a status report. There is no new incident involving the third prince, so please, I beg you to remain calm. Joshua gritted his teeth but motioned for him to continue. As much as he despised listening to bad news, he could not afford to be ignorant. Even bitter truths needed to be acknowledged. The servant hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, his voice trembling. The third prince's servants have been using Sir Eisen's name to their advantage. Once word got out that the duel had taken place under the swordmaster's supervision, the knights have begun to take an interest. Some even went directly to Sir Eisen to confirm the story, and, well, he did. Joshua felt his breath hitch. My lord. My lord. A strangled gasp left his lips as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Elsewhere, inside William's quarters, the atmosphere was far more relaxed. My lord, I just received word that the fourth prince has collapsed, Hans reported. Do you have any idea what might have caused it? William smirked as he sipped his tea, the rich aroma filling his senses. The luxury of such fine tea had been something beyond his reach in his previous life. He probably couldn't handle reality and fainted, William said lightly. Honestly, I'm surprised it took this long. He was already on the verge of a breakdown yesterday. Hans tilted his head. Still, it's strange. Why did he insist on using a real sword? If anything, a wooden sword would have worked in his favor. There's a huge difference between wooden swords and real ones, William explained. Tell me, which do you think is scarier, someone swinging a wooden blade at you or a sharpened steel sword? The real sword, obviously. Exactly. He picked a real sword to intimidate me, but he forgot that the blade would make him just as nervous. Had Joshua used a wooden sword, he would have felt far less pressure. Without the fear of being cut, he might have fought more steadily, countering William's attacks with a clearer head. In that case, given their physical differences, William would have struggled more. But instead, Joshua had played himself. His own fear of the blade had shackled him, leaving him wide open. In the end, he made things easy for me. That match would have likely ended in a draw if he had used a wooden sword. But thanks to his poor decision-making, I won outright. Hans nodded in understanding, until a realization struck him. But my lord, wasn't that your first time handling a real sword? William's fingers paused over his teacup for the briefest second before he smoothly responded, I suppose I just adapted quickly. He had, after all, once experienced the sensation of a blade skimming past his eyebrow. The distance of a handspan meant little to him. Of course, he couldn't exactly explain all that, so he simply left it at that. In any case, things should be quiet for a while. William leaned back in his chair, satisfied. My useless brothers will be too busy dealing with their own troubles to bother with me. Geordie, the second prince, had already suffered financial ruin due to the scandal with the twin siblings. Even if his mother's wealthy family provided him with funds, the process of receiving money would take time. Until then, he would have to lay low. Joshua, meanwhile, was in an even worse position. Though William was the weakest candidate in terms of backing, Joshua's position wasn't particularly solid either. Now that he had suffered a public humiliation, he would be too preoccupied managing internal unrest to retaliate. There's still one more person to deal with. William mused. But considering his personality, he... Bang! The door swung open violently, shattering William's train of thought. My lord! Hugo strode in, his forehead glistening with sweat, as if he had rushed all the way here. William raised an eyebrow. What is it now? Did Joshua throw another tantrum? No, my lord. I received a message from our men. The House of Logran will be visiting in 1 week. What? They requested a meeting at the manufacturing site in the Vestrian territory. How should we proceed? William calmly set down his teacup and rose from his chair. First things first, he said, adjusting his sleeves. We need to inform my father. Duke Sigmund von Herne listened to William's report with a faint smirk. Interesting, the Duke muttered. Vestrian was the closest territory to their lands, yet it had been long overshadowed by the great city of Kelheim, left with only scraps of trade. Though physically near, it was an isolated place, neglected in importance. And yet, the Logran family had chosen it as the meeting location. Well, this is amusing, the Duke mused. I can't tell if they're simply bold or if they think so little of Herne that they dare step this close to our borders. It may not be the lion's den, but they've certainly placed themselves within its reach. They likely assume that the city is beneath your notice, William said. A place with no strategic or economic value isn't worth the Duke's time, after all. The Duke chuckled. To be fair, I didn't even think about it until you brought it up just now. It is an interesting blind spot. His amusement faded, and his gaze sharpened as he met William's eyes. But tell me, why are you reporting this to me? Didn't I already grant you full authority to handle these matters? William responded without hesitation. I require strength. The Duke raised an eyebrow. Strength? Just because a beast is caught in a trap doesn't mean I have the tools to finish the hunt, William said. Ah. So you're here because I have those tools, the Duke mused. His expression darkened slightly. That is a logical approach, he admitted. If you borrow my power, you will have no trouble finishing off the prey. William's eyes gleamed. Then. But, the Duke cut in, do you truly think people will call it your hunt? William fell silent. Seeing no response, the Duke pressed further. A true hunter earns recognition only when he captures his prey with his own hands. You could plan the greatest hunt in history, but if you fail to land the final blow yourself, you will remain just another dependent student, one who has yet to stand on his own. Silence settled over the room. The Duke's words were a test, one that countless nobles had heard before. Will you abandon your own achievements for the sake of safety? William's response was immediate. Yes, he said without hesitation. I would gladly make that choice. The room froze. Even the Duke blinked, caught off guard by the unwavering answer. And then William spoke, his voice steady and firm. A hunt's success is the most important thing. What kind of leader would I be if I let my people live in fear, insisting that I must strike the final blow myself? Even if I succeed, that would be nothing more than reckless bravado. A ruler who seeks glory at the cost of his people's safety is not a leader, he is a fool. The Duke remained silent, but something shifted in his gaze. And even if my name is overshadowed for now, what does it matter? William continued. A hunter may not boast, but his fellow hunters will always recognize his achievements. The day a master archer can no longer draw his bow, who do you think he will entrust it to? The reckless fool who hunts bare-handed, or the disciple who has learned to sharpen his blade? He bowed deeply. If my achievements go unrecognized, so be it. By then, I will have learned to carve my own weapons, to walk the mountains as a hunter in my own right. That is how I choose to hunt. A weighty silence filled the chamber. The attendants held their breath. Speaking so boldly in front of the Duke himself. Then, suddenly. Ha ha ha. Duke Sigmund von Herne burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the hall. Even the servants, who had grown accustomed to the Duke's temperament, were left speechless. But William was perhaps the most stunned of all. Duke Sigmund von Herne, always composed, always the image of dignity, was laughing. Not just a light chuckle, but a full, unabashed roar of laughter, as if he had cast aside all formality. It took him a while to regain his composure, wiping away the faint tears that had gathered at the corner of his eyes. I can't even remember the last time someone openly argued with me to my face, the Duke said, his voice still tinged with amusement. Not since I took the position as head of the family. And now, of all people, it's you who dares. William inclined his head respectfully. If I have offended you, I apologize. Offended? The Duke let out another short bark of laughter. Do I look offended? No, boy, I haven't laughed this freely in years. His laughter gradually died down, but a smirk remained on his face as he studied William with renewed interest. That was a fine answer. A man should have conviction in the path he walks. If a mere word can sway his resolve, then he has no right to call himself a man at all. William's eyes sharpened at those words. This was a test. Of course it was. The Duke leaned back in his chair, satisfied. I wanted to see if you'd waver. It all made sense now. Sigmund was not a fool. He knew full well that William couldn't handle this matter alone. Even if William was the fourth prince, the opponent was still a direct descendant of Marquis Logran. Had this been a mere business dispute, it would have been a different matter. But this was dangerous. Even a minor misstep could result in bloodshed, and without proper preparation, William would gain nothing and lose everything. Sigmund, being Sigmund, must have already considered all of this. And yet, he had seemed oddly indifferent, as if he expected William to charge ahead recklessly. That had been the clue. This was never about strategy or logistics. It was about his resolve. You were right about one thing, the Duke continued. Blinded by ambition, fools often reach for things beyond their grasp and end up losing everything. That much is common sense. His gaze locked onto William. But common sense means nothing if you can't speak it aloud when it matters. William remained silent, absorbing the words. If you can't form your own answers, that's one thing. But if you can and still change your stance depending on who you're speaking to, then you're even worse than a liar. William exhaled slowly. A man who wavers is more dangerous than a man who deceives. A liar, at the very least, might tell the truth when it suits him. But a man who bends his words at the slightest pressure. He would never be trustworthy. Sigmund's gaze softened slightly. I had a similar conversation with your brothers, you know. The firstborn pressed forward without hesitation. The second analyzed the situation and sought a compromise. But you're the first to contradict me to my face. The Duke chuckled again, shaking his head in amusement before reclining in his chair. Regardless, your answer was a good one. I'll grant you the support you need. William's expression remained neutral, but a spark of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. How much support are we speaking of, exactly? William took a moment to consider his options before answering. A large force would draw too much attention. The fewer the numbers, the better. But that also means our opponents will likely have an elite guard as well. Meaning, if you're not careful, the tables could turn against you. Exactly. If we fail even with an ambush, it'll be clear that the Logran family's elite outmatched us. That would be disastrous. In other words, give me your absolute best. The Duke's expression shifted ever so slightly, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Clever brat, he muttered. You're basically telling me to handpick the finest warriors myself, aren't you? William smiled innocently. I would never be so presumptuous, father. This is purely for the honor of House Hearn. Enough nonsense. Sigmund waved a hand dismissively. I'll send 5 black lions. William's composure wavered for the first time. What? The black lions. They weren't just elite warriors. They were the Duke's personal shadows, ghosts of the battlefield. It was said that a single black lion could butcher 3 knights in direct combat. Back when William served as a guard, his colleagues would occasionally whisper about them. A common soldier might never even see one in his lifetime. Many dismissed them as nothing more than a legend. And yet. You seem surprised, the Duke observed. Is 5 not enough? William snapped out of his daze and quickly shook his head. No. That's more than enough. More than enough. If the rumors held even a fraction of truth, 5 black lions were an overwhelming force. For the first time, William felt a sliver of relief. This might actually work. A beat passed before he took a step forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity. I will ensure you are pleased with the outcome. Sigmund nodded, but his smirk remained. I'll be looking forward to it, he said. Then, as William turned to leave, the Duke spoke again. But before you go. William paused. Open your eyes and pay attention. Sigmund's smirk deepened. This is just a glimpse of what it truly means to be the master of House Hearn. 1 week later, William and his men set off for Vestrian. Since it was the closest territory to Hearn, the journey didn't take long. The moment they arrived, William took one look at the city and clicked his tongue. What a mess. Cities expanding too quickly often suffered from poor planning, but this? This was on another level. Half-built structures littered the streets, and even more buildings stood in complete disrepair. Some had clearly been abandoned for years. Why are there so many unfinished buildings? Some of these are straight-up ruins, William muttered. Hans answered immediately. It's because of scams, my lord. William turned to him, unimpressed. Explain. Hans gestured toward the abandoned structures. Despite being close to Kelheim, Vestrian never became a proper trade hub. But outsiders don't know that. To them, this looks like prime real estate. They assume it's a rising city in Russia eager to invest. William frowned. Don't tell me. Hans nodded. Exactly. Those buildings belong to the scammed investors. They come in expecting wealth, only to realize there's nothing here. And when the truth sets in, they cut their losses and leave. William pinched the bridge of his nose. That explains the lack of people. The buildings weren't unfinished due to construction delays, they were abandoned midway when their owners realized they had been deceived. Well, William sighed. I guess that means no one will notice if another building pops up here. Exactly, Hugo chimed in from behind. That's why I chose this place for our manufacturing site, secluded, but not suspicious. Though, of course, you still managed to figure it out. William smirked. Still wondering how I knew. Of course. Even Hans doesn't know, and that man is practically a bloodhound. William chuckled. I'll tell you later. For now. He rolled his shoulders, his expression sharpening. We have a beast caught in a trap. He turned to his men. Let's finish the hunt. Everything is in place, Hugo reported. Now all that remains is our reinforcements. There was a slight shadow on his face as he spoke. William immediately caught on and let out a quiet chuckle. Still upset that we had to ask my father for help? No, my lord, Hugo admitted. It's true that our forces alone wouldn't have been enough. I just regret that we lacked the strength to claim this victory as entirely your achievement. William shook his head. There's no need to rush. I'm only 16, and you're barely past 20. There will be plenty of chances to rise through the ranks. At those words, Hugo's expression grew strangely complicated, equal parts frustration, resignation, and something resembling betrayal. William blinked. Did I say something wrong? As he tilted his head in confusion, Hans clapped him lightly on the shoulder. My lord. Hugo is 23. He still has quite a ways to go before 30. William turned back to Hugo, this time studying him more carefully. The jagged scars. The thick beard. The weathered skin. There was no way this man was in his early 20s. Hugo. Yes, my lord. You're still young. I'm 16, and you're barely past 20. Please don't correct yourself. It only makes it worse. Ahem. William cleared his throat and turned away. In any case, the Black Lions are late. They should have arrived by now. Before anyone could respond, a quiet voice rang out from behind them. Third Prince. All three men flinched. Hugo, in particular, reacted instinctively, his hand flying to the hilt of his sword. But before he could draw it. Don't. Thud. Hugo's eyes widened. Something heavy pressed against the back of his hand, pinning it in place. It wasn't just one person. By the time Hugo turned his head, 5 figures had already surrounded them, standing well within striking distance. He hadn't sensed a single one. William was the first to recover from the shock. The Black Lions, I presume. The tallest among the newcomers inclined his head. Yes. We have been dispatched under Duke Hearn's orders to assist you. William gave a small nod. Much appreciated. But if it's not too much trouble, could you release my man's hand? He can't very well let go of his sword when you're pressing it down. Very well. The pressure on Hugo's hand vanished, and he quickly took a step back, finally taking in the full sight of the Black Lions. They carried only a single sword each. Their armor consisted of thin, reinforced leather. By appearance alone, they could have easily been mistaken for any mercenary group loitering around a major city. But their eyes. Cold. Calculating. Unshakable. William narrowed his gaze. He had seen eyes like these before. The same kind of gaze that had looked down at him before taking his head in his past life. A swordsman whose attack had been so fast, so precise, that William had been dead before he even realized what had happened. Are they all at that level? His fingers subconsciously brushed against his neck. If these men were truly comparable to that night. One of them took a step forward. The Duke has instructed us to follow your command from this point forward. What are your orders? William exhaled slowly. This mission will not fail. A slow, confident smile spread across his lips. William's orders were simple. When the target enters the designated location, stay hidden. Wait for my signal, then attack all at once. One of the black lions spoke up. Are we to kill them? William shook his head. The more survivors, the better. We need information. Capture them if possible, especially the Marquis's son. Minimize injuries on him. The black lions nodded wordlessly. William knew better than to expect every enemy to break under interrogation, but there was always an exception. A single loose tongue could reveal something useful about the Marquis of Logran. Still, that was just an added benefit. The real goal was to capture the fourth son of Marquis Logran. As for the rest, use your own judgment. If the situation gets out of control, kill them. Understood. The black lions remained eerily still, but William could feel their confidence. They had already decided that the situation would never reach that point. Arrogance? No. It was certainty. William smirked. Let's see if their confidence is well-founded. At that moment, faint voices drifted through the air. Is this the place? The exterior is far too run down. You didn't misappropriate the funds, did you? Hiding in plain sight is the best way to avoid suspicion. The inside is fully equipped. You can confirm it yourself. William pressed himself against the shadows, carefully peering out. Soon enough, the door creaked open, and multiple figures stepped inside. It was them. The fourth son of Marquis Logran and his escort. William leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better look at the leader. Then he saw the man's face. His breath hitched. What? He froze. That's Felix the Sword Demon. 40 The ambush and an unexpected revelation. One of them took a step forward. The Duke has instructed us to follow your command from this point forward. What are your orders? William exhaled slowly. This mission will not fail. A slow, confident smile spread across his lips. William's orders were simple. When the target enters the designated location, stay hidden. Wait for my signal, then attack all at once. One of the black lions spoke up. Are we to kill them? William shook his head. The more survivors, the better. We need information. Capture them if possible, especially the Marquis's son. Minimize injuries on him. The black lions nodded wordlessly. William knew better than to expect every enemy to break under interrogation, but there was always an exception. A single loose tongue could reveal something useful about the Marquis of Logran. Still, that was just an added benefit. The real goal was to capture the fourth son of Marquis Logran. As for the rest, use your own judgment. If the situation gets out of control, kill them. Understood. The black lions remained eerily still, but William could feel their confidence. They had already decided that the situation would never reach that point. Arrogance? No. It was certainty. William smirked. Let's see if their confidence is well-founded. At that moment, faint voices drifted through the air. Is this the place? The exterior is far too run down. You didn't misappropriate the funds, did you? Hiding in plain sight is the best way to avoid suspicion. The inside is fully equipped. You can confirm it yourself. William pressed himself against the shadows, carefully peering out. Soon enough, the door creaked open, and multiple figures stepped inside. It was them. The fourth son of Marquis Logran and his escort. William leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better look at the leader. Then he saw the man's face. His breath hitched. What? He froze. That's Felix the Sword Demon. William rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. But no matter how many times he blinked and looked again, the figure standing before him remained unchanged. Among the 10 knights and 2 maids surrounding the Marquis's son, there was no mistaking that face. It was the Sword Demon. But something was off. Felix's attire. Why is he wearing a maid's uniform? If Felix had been the Marquis's son or even one of the younger knights, William might have been able to rationalize it. Despite his time as a mercenary, the man's swordplay had always been sharp, his demeanor carrying an air of nobility. But a maid? Sure, Felix was handsome enough to make distinguishing his gender difficult, but this was something else. Had he been disguising himself as a man all along? William suddenly felt as though he had made the wrong assumption from the very beginning. Looking back, Felix's face had always been too delicate for a man. Rather than donning women's clothing for some unknown reason, wouldn't it make more sense if Felix had always been a woman, simply disguising herself as a man to work as a mercenary? William's mind spun with the implications of this revelation, but his thoughts were cut short by the conversation between Hugo and his quarry. Well. You certainly came prepared. Though, I don't see that you actually made anything. Have you forgotten that today is the first day of production? You insisted on overseeing the process yourself, so we postponed it. And now you speak as if I'm the one to blame. Watch your mouth, whelp. Do you take me for your friend? William pushed aside his thoughts about Felix, no, Felicia, for the moment. The sword demon's secrets could wait. Right now, capturing the target took precedence. His gaze shifted to the Marquis's son. Young. Probably around my age. Philip Logran. The fourth son of a Marquis, one who had surrendered his claim to inheritance before even entering the competition. Despite the balance of power among his siblings being relatively even, Philip had abandoned his birthright out of fear. William had expected a coward. But here Philip was, standing tall and arrogant before Hugo. A textbook example of someone who bullies the weak and grovels before the strong. Enough of this nonsense. Start the production already. I'm here to ensure you do your job properly, not to indulge in idle chatter. Just a moment. I'll bring out the materials. Clap, clap. At Hugo's signal, his subordinates moved toward a set of crates. At a glance, they appeared to be retrieving ingredients for the drug, but William knew better. They were falling back, creating distance so they wouldn't get caught up in the fight. The moment they had moved far enough from Philip's group, Hugo gave a simple command. Go. A burst of movement. What the? 5 black lions leaped from their hiding places, charging forward in an instant. Philip recoiled, stumbling backward in alarm. But his knights, well trained as they were, reacted swiftly, drawing their swords in perfect synchronization. You dare! Thud! Ugh! They had done everything right, responding without hesitation. But they weren't facing ordinary enemies. Even elite knights were no match for the Black Lions. The knights, despite outnumbering them 2 to 1, barely managed to block a single strike before they were overwhelmed. Less than a minute. That was all it took. All 10 knights lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Some had been knocked unconscious with the hilts of blades, others had their tendons severed, leaving them unable to stand. 1 strike per opponent. The difference in skill was humiliating. What the hell are you idiots doing? Stand up and fight. How predictable. Even with no time to flee, Philip's first instinct was to berate his knights rather than escape. William clicked his tongue in disapproval before issuing another order. Silence him and bring him in. Yes, third young master. Clink. One of the Black Lions sheathed his sword and approached Philip. Rather than cutting him down, he intended to knock him out, likely with the hilt of his blade. Philip, who had been brimming with bravado just moments ago, suddenly paled with fear. Felicia. What are you doing? Protect me. If swinging a sword is all you're good for, at least be useful now. Ha. A sigh. One of the maids, the one Philip had addressed as Felicia, stepped forward, gently pushing aside another, trembling maid. She picked up a sword. One of the weapons that had been knocked from the hands of a fallen knight. Great. Just what I needed. The black lion approaching Philip clicked his tongue in irritation. A maid wielding a sword? Did she think she could actually fight? Step aside. The black lion swung his sword, still sheathed, aiming to end this farce with a single strike. A clean arc. Even an experienced knight would struggle to block such a swift attack. But his blade never met its mark. It sliced through empty air. What the? Crack. A sickening thud followed as the black lion staggered backward. Felicia had ducked under his swing and countered, striking his chin with the pommel of her sword as she rose. His body jerked violently, his eyes momentarily losing focus, before he collapsed backward. Silence. Everyone froze. The outcome was so unexpected that the battlefield fell into complete stillness. A few seconds later, the other black lions snapped out of their daze. What the hell? A damn maid? The remaining four glared at Felicia, clearly incensed. But none of them attacked immediately. Even the black lions had some pride, charging at a single maid all at once would be beneath them. I'll handle this. One of them stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Unlike his fallen comrade, he wasn't going to make the mistake of underestimating her. He was determined to end this in a single strike. Felicia took a deep breath. A flash of steel. A cry of pain. The second black lion collapsed. The black lion's sword had already slashed through the air where Felicia stood. But she wasn't there anymore. With a precise, last-second movement, she dodged the attack and struck his leg guards, forcing him to stumble. Gasps of shock erupted among the remaining black lions. This, what the hell? She reacted to that? There's no way. Are you telling me a maid is on our level? She didn't react, she predicted it. What? William, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. She wasn't watching your movements. She anticipated them. She already knew when you would move and at what speed, so she acted in advance. That's ridiculous. Is that even possible? If it weren't, you wouldn't be seeing it with your own eyes. William gestured toward Felicia with a tilt of his chin. Only then did the others truly look at her. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her shoulders trembled from exertion. She had only dodged 2 attacks. Yet, it was obvious that her body was at its limit. You forced yourself to keep up, didn't you? William remarked, his voice even. You pushed your mana usage too far to compensate for your lack of speed. Right now, I'd wager your muscles feel like they're being torn apart. Felicia clenched her lips but said nothing. Her silence was answer enough. Philip, who had been hiding behind her, suddenly found his voice. Felicia. Even if you die, you have to protect me. That's your job, do you understand? Shut up, you idiot. You're distracting me. What? You dare talk to me like that, you useless. Felicia ignored him. She adjusted her stance again. Her body trembled slightly, unable to completely conceal her exhaustion, but there was still some fight left in her, just enough for one more counterattack. One of the black lions, enraged, was about to draw his sword when William stepped forward. Step aside. I'll handle this. Third young master. This is my fight. So, what? You plan to kill her? William asked, his voice casual. Are you going to silence her just to save your honor? I was under the impression we had discretion over this mission. That discretion is revoked. William's tone left no room for argument. Apologies, but I can't let someone this skilled die over your wounded pride. She's too valuable. The black lion hesitated. Then allow me to subdue her myself and hand her over. I'd rather not risk you suddenly slipping and killing her, William replied with an amused chuckle. Step back. Grinding his teeth, the black lion obeyed. William was acting on the Grand Duke's orders, there was no defying that. Still, he had one last warning to give. Be careful. If you're taking responsibility for this, we won't step in if things go wrong. A polite way of saying, if you get hurt, it's on you. William smirked but didn't reply. Instead, he picked up a sword from the ground, examining its weight in his hand. Weak. The moment Felicia looked at William, she could see it. His muscles were undeveloped. His hands lacked the calluses of a seasoned swordsman. Compared to the two black lions she had fought, his raw strength and speed were laughable. And yet, this boy was their leader. William Hearn. A direct descendant of the Duke's house. If she took him hostage, she could escape this place. She didn't care about Philip's life. She didn't care about the Hearn family's honor. All she cared about was getting out of here alive. Unlike these pampered nobles, her life could be taken at any moment. She had no room for mistakes. Felicia inhaled deeply, forcing mana into her aching muscles. She could still move 2, maybe 3 more times before her body gave out. Enough to take down one noble brat. Are you ready? William asked. Felicia narrowed her eyes. That tone. That arrogance. Did he really think he could win just because she was injured? Let's see how long that confidence lasts. Felicia adjusted her stance as William approached, step by step. She would wait. Let him come just a little closer. Then she would counter. William raised his sword. A diagonal slash. How predictable. Felicia almost laughed at how basic the attack was. Did he seriously think something that obvious would work on her? With ease, she prepared to dodge and retaliate. Crack. Felicia's vision blurred as her knees hit the ground. A ringing shockwave spread through her skull, disorienting her. It wasn't until she saw the odd angle of his sword that she realized what had happened. William's blade had changed trajectory mid-swing. At the last moment, he had altered its path, feinting downward, striking where she least expected. And that movement, it was her own technique. Felicia's mind reeled. How? How had he copied her in an instant? Before she could even finish processing the thought, her consciousness faded, and she collapsed. William exhaled. Well, that's that. The black lions stared. Their eyes flickered with disbelief. They had expected a struggle. They had expected a prolonged fight. But the third young master had ended it in a single exchange. It wasn't just about strength. Or speed. It was instinct, the kind that even years of training couldn't teach. Felicia had bested 2 of them, black lions, hand-picked warriors, and yet, William had taken her down with 1 strike. More than that, he had mimicked her technique perfectly. And he had only been learning the sword for 2 months. It was unnerving. Some had dismissed the rumors, that William was a hidden beast, a lion with its claws sheathed. Now, they weren't so sure. William glanced down at Felicia's unconscious form, his expression unreadable. She still hasn't fixed that bad habit. A faint smirk played on his lips. When someone taller swings diagonally, she always dodges by lowering her stance. Makes her an easy target. He sighed. Too bad for her. Those who learn the sword without a proper teacher always develop bad habits, 1 or 2, at the very least. In Felix's case, whenever facing a taller opponent, he instinctively dodged diagonal slashes by lowering his stance. It was an effective habit. By ducking under the attack, he could close the distance and counterattack before his opponent had time to react. But a move repeated too often eventually becomes predictable. William had first noticed the flaw while working alongside Felix on a mercenary job. He pointed it out, expecting some resistance. After all, it was a technique Felix had used successfully many times. You're lucky I caught that. If I hadn't, it would have come back to bite you someday. Instead of being offended, Felix had simply nodded, his gratitude genuine. Thanks. I might not have noticed until it was too late. Rather than stubbornly clinging to the habit, Felix immediately came up with several alternative responses, rotating between them to keep his enemies guessing. William had been stunned. Most mercenaries, even those aware of their weaknesses, never corrected them because they lacked the means or the discipline to do so. But Felix adapted within days, as if flaws in his swordplay were nothing more than minor inconveniences to be adjusted. This was what true genius looked like. Since you helped me, I'd like to return the favor. Would you let me correct your swordsmanship? It was a dangerous thing to say. To offer to fix someone's swordsmanship was to imply that one's own skills were superior. An arrogant suggestion, at best. An insult, at worst. But William accepted immediately. His own self-taught swordsmanship was full of holes, and Felix, a once-in-a-generation prodigy, was offering to patch them up. He would have been a fool to refuse. Your swings have force, but your stance crumbles too easily, Felix had pointed out. Instead of putting everything into a single strike, you should focus on deflecting and countering. Felix's corrections were precise and numerous, yet every single one aligned with William's own struggles. It was as if Felix had taken a dagger to William's frustrations and carved them away, one by one. From that day forward, William's crude, unrefined swordplay finally became something worthy of being called a proper style. They had only worked together a handful of times under the same employer. Yet without those brief encounters, William would have died on the battlefield long ago. I swore to repay that debt someday. But Felix had risen far beyond him before he ever had the chance. A few years after they had parted ways, a border duke had taken notice of Felix's talents and knighted him. When William first heard the news, it had felt inevitable, yet also bitter. Even after so many years, his own status had barely changed. Looking back, he realized how foolish he had been. It was never inevitable. That border duke was blind. If he had truly recognized Felix's abilities, he wouldn't have just made him a knight, he would have given him the title of baronet and made him a royal guard. But instead, he had been granted a mere knighthood, a mockery of his talents. And there was only one reason why. William's lips curled into a bitter smile. It was because of his gender. A female knight was a fantasy, something out of fairy tales, not reality. A noble lady might have been able to secure such a title through influence. But a common-born woman? The very fact that Felicia, had been knighted at all was a miracle. The border duke had hidden her true gender and granted her a real opportunity to prove herself. Not just as decoration, but on the battlefield. And in a way, she was just like William. Despite unmatched talent, she had been forced to sell herself short because of circumstances beyond her control. Not this time. This time, Felicia wouldn't have to lower herself. William would clear away every obstacle in her path. And in return, she would stand by his side and wield her sword for him. Hugo. Take her with us. There was a pause. Hugo. Hugo snapped back to attention. Ah, yes. Apologies. How should we handle her? William's gaze flickered toward Felicia's unconscious form. Tie her up, make sure she can't cause trouble. But treat her well. Understood. At William's command, Hugo ordered his men to carry Felicia away. That left only the fallen knights, a single remaining maid, and the Marquis's son, Philip. Philip, realizing that all possible escape routes were cut off, trembled with rage. His glare locked onto Hugo as he shouted. You street rat! You dare betray me? You think you'll get away with selling me out? Do you really believe you'll be safe after betraying the law Grand Marquis? Young master! The fallen knights cried out in horror. Too late. William laughed. Law Grand Marquis, huh? He had wondered which powerful hand had been pulling the strings. He hadn't even needed to interrogate Philip, he had confessed the moment he opened his mouth. Philip paled. William's smirk widened. Sigmund Hearn's third son, William Hearn, hereby arrests you under legitimate authority. Philip froze. The son of the Grand Duke of Hearn, one of the most powerful men in the empire, stood before him. And he had just admitted to selling drugs in Hearn territory. No excuses. No way out. W8. Philip stammered. This is all a misunderstanding. Surely, we can. William rolled his eyes. Save it. You can explain yourself to my father. He turned to the Black Lions. Take him. Yes, third young master. The Black Lions moved in. Philip panicked. W8. I'll come willingly. William arched his brow. Oh. I may be guilty of a crime, Philip said through gritted teeth, but I am still the fourth son of the Law Grand Marquis. As a prisoner of war, I have the right to proper treatment. William chuckled. Ah. So now that his crime was exposed, he wanted to hide behind his family name. Fine by me, William said, smirking. If you don't want to walk, you can be dragged. Philip stiffened. Or, William added, tapping his sword against the ground, I can just break your legs. Philip fell silent. And with that, the Law Grand Marquisite's fourth son was taken away in chains. With Philip and his entourage captured, William wasted no time returning to Kelheim. A messenger had already been sent ahead to Grand Duke Sigmund Hearn, informing him of the situation and requesting a few preparations. Gather the citizens and make sure they see the criminals being taken into custody. Philip confessed his identity himself. This is our chance to publicly expose the Law Grand Marquisite's involvement. Brilliant. The Grand Duke had laughed the moment he read the message. That bastard Bernhard won't be able to worm his way out of this one. Without hesitation, he ordered the people of Kelheim to assemble. By the time William and his party arrived at the city gates, a sea of people had gathered. Philip's face twisted in horror as he saw the sheer number of spectators. This wasn't just an arrest, this was a spectacle. William Hearn. You're turning us into a public show. This is disgraceful. At least allow us to keep some of our honor. Just kill us instead. I would rather die than suffer this humiliation. Philip's knights were more outraged than Philip himself, their pride shattered. They had been caught not in battle, nor in an assassination attempt, but in something as lowly as drug trafficking. For a knight, it was a disgrace beyond words. And now, that disgrace was about to be paraded in front of the entire city. They had no choice but to resist. William, however, found their struggle pathetic. Knights? You're nothing of the sort. His voice cut through the protests like a blade. The moment you chose to sell drugs, you forfeited your honor. There's nothing left to tarnish, so don't waste your breath. A smirk curled at his lips. You were already filth. I'm just wiping away one more stain. Bastard. William Hearn, you. Two of the knights flushed red with shame, visibly shaken by his words. Perhaps they had at least a shred of conscience left. But the rest? They were too far gone, their anger driven not by guilt, but wounded ego. William scoffed. If they had any dignity left, they wouldn't have accepted this job in the first place. With a sigh, he turned to the soldiers his father had provided. Restrain them. If they resist, you have my permission to beat them into submission. Sir, they are still knights. Are you certain? Knights? William raised an eyebrow. They're drug peddlers. Treat them accordingly. The soldiers exchanged glances. Then, with a nod, they moved in. Unhand me, you dogs. You dare lay hands on a knight? The knights struggled, but it was futile. They were still wounded from their defeat against the Black Lions, they couldn't even stand properly. In moments, they were subdued and dragged forward like criminals. As the disgraced knights were paraded through the streets, the crowd erupted into whispers. Wait. Why are knights being hauled away like criminals? I heard they got caught making drugs. Knights? Dealing drugs? What kind of madness? Apparently, the Marquis of Logran was behind it. He's hated the Grand Duke for years and set this up behind the scenes. No way. And get this, that noble brat over there. That's his son. You're joking. The Marquis had his own kid selling drugs. The murmurs grew louder, and Philip's entire body shook with rage. Humiliation burned in his chest. But despite the insults, the whispers, and the sheer public disgrace, he didn't fight back. Better to endure in silence than risk further humiliation by resisting. And then, another whisper reached his ears. You know who figured it all out and caught them? Who? The third young master. What? You mean William Hearn? The dear prince? That can't be right. He's just a weakling. Then explain why he's the one leading the prisoners. Philip stiffened. So did the disgraced knights. William, pretending not to hear, straightened his back, walking with perfect posture, making sure the citizens got a good look at him. This wasn't just an arrest. It was a public statement. And he was the one delivering it. Reputation spreads from the bottom up. If I don't correct how they see me now, I'll be the dear prince forever. His gaze remained firm, his expression composed. Every step forward cemented his new image in the minds of the people. As they approached the inner gate, a commotion broke out ahead. Then, suddenly, the Grand Duke. William looked up. At the entrance stood Grand Duke Sigmund Hearn, waiting for them. William immediately dismounted and dropped to one knee. William Hearn, by your command, has captured Philip Logran and all involved in this crime. They were caught manufacturing and attempting to distribute illegal substances. Please deliver them the punishment they deserve. The words rang loud and clear, echoing through the assembled crowd. People stared, wide-eyed. This confident, commanding noble, was this really the same third young master? Sigmund narrowed his eyes, watching the shifting expressions of the people. You sly little fox. So this was your play? William glanced up, his expression innocent, except for the mischievous glint in his eyes. Just tying up some loose ends. You approve, don't you? Sigmund exhaled through his nose, then. He grinned. As expected of my son. Well done. His booming praise sent a shockwave through the crowd. Even the most skeptical among them couldn't deny it now. The third young master, the so-called dear prince, wasn't a failure after all. No greater proof was needed. Sigmund placed a heavy hand on William's shoulder and clapped him twice, speaking just loud enough for him to hear. Satisfied now? William met his father's gaze and smirked. Very. The Grand Duke shifted his gaze from William to Philip. Under the weight of that cold stare, Philip visibly trembled. Why, Your Highness, please, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. There's no need for excuses. Shut your mouth, the Grand Duke cut him off without hesitation. No matter what you say, there will be no respect left for you. It's a mistake. Won't you even hear my explanation? Are you truly planning to turn the Logran Marquisate into your enemy? An enemy? The Grand Duke scoffed, as if Philip's words were utterly ridiculous. You still don't understand the situation. I severed ties with Bernhard a long time ago. All that was left was securing a reason to strike. And now, you've so kindly provided me with the justification. All that remains is driving him into a corner. Philip paled, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Pray that Bernhard doesn't cast you aside, the Grand Duke continued, his tone indifferent. If he does, you'll have far more to worry about than your standing in his household. You'll have to worry about keeping your head. Your Highness. Your Highness. At a mere nod from the Grand Duke, the knights behind him stepped forward, seizing Philip by both shoulders. No. Wait. Let me go. Philip thrashed and shouted, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The knights dragged him away without a shred of hesitation. One by one, the other captured nobles were pulled along in the same direction. Unlike before, they didn't resist. After all, they had already been thoroughly humiliated, there was no fight left in them. The Grand Duke turned back to William, giving his shoulder a light pat. Well done. Let's head back. Mounting his horse, he prepared to return to the Lord's manor. But just as they were about to leave, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at William again. Now that I think about it, why did you separate one of the maids from the rest? Don't tell me. William sighed inwardly, already guessing what his father was thinking. I'll explain when we return. The Grand Duke gave a knowing nod. Ahem. Fine, fine. I suppose you're a man, after all. William suppressed a grimace. It seemed like he would have to clear up an unfortunate misunderstanding once they got back. William walked alongside the Grand Duke as they headed straight to the study. They needed to discuss the reward that his father had mentioned earlier. The Black Lions already gave me a report, the Grand Duke began. You handled things cleanly. You flatter me. I only succeeded thanks to the support you provided. No need for modesty. Now, what do you want as a reward? If it's reasonable, I'll grant it. William paused for a moment, considering his options. There was nothing he personally needed right now, but there was someone who deserved recognition. I'd like Hugo to be knighted. No. The response came instantly. The Grand Duke didn't even hesitate. Unlike before, his tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. William had expected as much. But as Hugo's master, he couldn't back down so easily. He had promised to do his best for him. Hugo played a crucial role, William argued. He also conspired with the Marquis to sell the drugs in the first place. If you hadn't caught him, he would have gone through with it to the end. That's speculation. And besides, he was the one who lured Philip into the trap. He even provided the location. Even so, that alone isn't enough. If he wanted to be a knight, he should have proven his worth in a way that was indisputable. He should have earned public merit, something that no one could deny. William fell silent. The Grand Duke was right. Hugo's contributions were invaluable, but they had been achieved using his underworld connections and skills. There was no honorable way to present them. If he wants gold, I can give him a chest full of it. If he wants a fresh start, I can arrange a new identity for him, the Grand Duke continued. But a knighthood? That's out of the question. Not because of his status, but because his deeds don't justify it. William exhaled softly and nodded. At least he had tried. You're right, father. I overstepped. Good. Then ask for something else. And this time, make sure it's reasonable. William didn't hesitate. The maid I captured, I want her to receive training from Swordmaster Eisen. The Grand Duke blinked, clearly taken aback. What? His expression was utterly dumbfounded. As soon as he left his father's study, William made his way to Felicia. For now, she was being held in the underground prison. Initially, she had been kept in Hugo's establishment, but after Philip's faction was taken into custody, she had been moved here. Despite being a prison, it wasn't the kind meant for common criminals, it was a noble's holding cell, well furnished and maintained. Even so, the moment William stepped inside, Felicia pressed a sharp piece of metal to her throat. Take one step closer, and I'll end my life right here. William frowned. He turned to Hans, the knight standing beside him, who had been overseeing her confinement. What is she talking about? Hans gave a helpless shrug. She's convinced that you mean to violate her, my lord. William's brow twitched. What? She won't believe otherwise. She said she'll never let it happen, no matter what. That's ridiculous. Who told her that? Nobody. That's just what she assumes. William sighed and looked back at Felicia. I don't know what delusion you're under, but I have no intention of laying a finger on you. Felicia remained frozen, the metal still pressed to her throat. 45 The path to the Sword Saint. I don't believe you. William pinched the bridge of his nose. Of course you don't. What else am I supposed to think? She snapped. You separated me from the rest, locked me away, why, if not for my body? I'm just a worthless maid, what other reason could you possibly have? William's response was immediate. Swordsmanship. Felicia blinked. What? I separated you because of your talent with the sword. I'm offering you the chance to hone it, William said plainly. I want you to fight at my side. To wield your blade to its full potential. Felicia's face twisted, caught between disbelief and suspicion. It wasn't that she trusted his words. No, she was wary, wondering if this was just another ploy to keep her close. William reached into his coat and pulled out the ace up his sleeve. I'm offering you a recommendation to become a disciple of Swordmaster Eisen. Felicia's breath hitched. Her grip on the metal shard wavered. My father has already approved it. Eisen has been notified. If you wish, you can meet him right now. Felicia stared at him, completely frozen. It was an absurd offer. No mere maid, no matter how skilled, would ever be given such an opportunity. And yet, it was a bait too tempting to ignore. For someone who had trained in swordsmanship alone, the desire for a true master was insatiable. And a chance to be trained by a sword master, one who had reached the pinnacle of the blade. Felicia hesitated for a long moment before finally locking eyes with William. Are you serious? William met Felicia's gaze steadily. Do you really think I'm lying? Given the circumstances, the chances of this being a deception are far higher than the chances of it being true, Felicia countered. For all I know, you're just making an appealing offer to stop me from harming myself. William tilted his head slightly. You really think I'd go as far as mentioning Sir Eisen just to manipulate a mere maid? Why would I bother? If I just wanted you alive, I could have promised to let you go. That would have been enough. Felicia bit her lip. Death was preferable to being defiled, but that didn't mean she had no attachment to life. He was right. If he had simply promised her freedom, she would have been tempted. But instead, before anything else, he had spoken of Eisen, the Sword Saint. That alone was proof that his words weren't just empty talk. Still. Wait a moment, she said suddenly, a frown forming. When did I ever say I wanted to learn the sword? Felicia's voice was sharp, suspicious. Thinking back, she had never once voiced such a desire. Yet this entire conversation had been built around swordsmanship. If someone were trying to persuade a maid, wouldn't they offer money first? That would have been the obvious bargaining chip. You didn't need to say it, William replied smoothly. A swordsman doesn't have to speak their desire. It's something I can see. Felicia stared at him, stunned. Swordsman, she echoed, her voice unsteady. You're calling me a swordsman. Aren't you? The question stopped her cold. For the first time in her life, someone had acknowledged her, not as an impudent maid who dared to wield a sword, but as an actual swordsman. Are you really going to introduce me to the Sword Saint? She asked, voice trembling. William didn't hesitate. I swear it on the name of William Hearn. Felicia sucked in a sharp breath. A noble declaring their name in full wasn't just a personal promise, it was a vow tied to their family's honor. Her fists clenched. It was insane. It was impossible. And yet, she wanted to believe it. Felicia closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then, she stood. Even if it was a lie, even if it was an illusion, this was the one lie she was willing to take a chance on. William wasted no time. A messenger was sent to Eisen immediately. The request was simple. I have found a potential disciple. Please meet her. Eisen's response was swift. The third prince is not one to speak lightly. I will meet her. And so, the Sword Saint himself would be arriving at the training grounds. William gathered Hugo and Hans, bringing them along as he made his way there. Hugo, having been abruptly summoned, looked utterly bewildered. Is there a reason I need to be here? He grumbled. I don't see how my presence makes any difference. William smirked. Why not? Might as well take the chance to meet Sir Eisen. That's exactly why I don't want to go, Hugo muttered. A former lowlife like me? What would a Sword Saint even think of someone like me? You've turned over a new leaf, William said easily. And Eisen doesn't care about people's pasts. Relax. Despite William's reassurances, Hugo looked anything but relaxed. But William had a reason for bringing him. Felicia's acceptance as Eisen's disciple meant Hugo had lost his chance at the reward. If she didn't prove herself here, if she didn't demonstrate overwhelming, undeniable talent, then Hugo would rightfully feel cheated. Even if he never voiced it aloud, resentment would fester. This wasn't just about Felicia's future. It was also about ensuring Hugo saw her worth for himself. They arrived at the training grounds, only for William to halt in surprise. Standing there, arms crossed, was the Grand Duke. Father? The older man's eyes narrowed. You insolent brat, the Grand Duke grumbled. Keeping Eisen waiting until the exact time of the meeting. At least pretend to have some respect and arrive early. William blinked. Why are you here? Why? The Grand Duke scoffed. I heard you were recommending someone to the Sword Saint. Did you think I wouldn't be present for something this important? William had no rebuttal. Eisen wasn't just a renowned master, he was one of the most influential figures in the Empire, even within House Hern itself. For the heir to personally recommend a disciple to such a man. Of course the Grand Duke would take an interest. 46 a worthwhile gamble and a shackled genius. William barely had time to process that before his father's gaze shifted, to Hugo. So you're Hugo, the Grand Duke mused. I heard you played a role in this operation. Hugo immediately dropped to one knee. I greet your highness. The Grand Duke didn't respond immediately. Instead, he studied Hugo in silence before speaking again. You've done some commendable things, he admitted. But your past cannot be ignored. Hugo stiffened. I understand, your highness. But I. William knew that. And yet, despite knowing your history, he requested that I knight you, the Grand Duke continued. He even said he was willing to forfeit his own reward to see it done. Hugo's head snapped up in shock. His wide eyes locked onto William. William, embarrassed, gestured for him to lower his head again. Still, Hugo couldn't move. The Grand Duke, unimpressed by the stunned reaction, kept speaking. I refused him, of course, he said. Not because of your past. But because your merit is still lacking. You are simply not qualified for knighthood. Hugo flinched. The Grand Duke's voice was calm, but there was no mistaking the finality in his tone. However, he added, William still chose to fight for you. Hugo's shoulders trembled. His fists clenched, shaking. He sucked in a ragged breath, then lifted his head, his eyes filled with conviction. I will dedicate every breath I have to serving him, he swore. The Grand Duke smirked. A soft, almost imperceptible approval gleamed in his eyes. But his expression darkened the moment he turned to Felicia. So, he said coolly, this is the maid you want to introduce to the Sword Saint? Felicia, stiff as a board, forced herself to kneel. Your Highness, I. Pathetic. The single word froze everyone in place. Felicia's breath caught in her throat. The Grand Duke turned back to William, his expression hard. You wasted your reward on this, he demanded. William stood firm. I had a chance to ask for anything, so long as it wasn't excessive, the Grand Duke continued. Yet you threw it away on a worthless woman. Felicia flinched. She had witnessed the brutal political struggle of noble heirs before. She knew how desperately sons fought for their father's approval. But William had given up his chance for recognition, for her. Yet William showed no hesitation. I don't regret it. The Grand Duke narrowed his eyes. Not even if this was your last chance at a reward. I wouldn't regret it, William said firmly. Because I used it for something worthwhile. The Grand Duke exhaled sharply, exasperated. You actually believe she's worth that much? Yes. William's answer was immediate. Unwavering. His voice held no defiance, only certainty. I don't know what you see, father, he said, but I see a swordsman blessed by the gods. I see a genius shackled by her status, bound by chains that blind others to her potential. His eyes gleamed. And I will be the one to bring her into the light. As his words faded into silence, a single tear slid down Felicia's cheek. Felicia had talent with the sword. She first realized it when she was 10 years old. That day had been like any other. She was going about her usual chores when her half-brother approached and threw a wooden sword at her. Hey, let's play a duel. You're half-noble, so you should at least know how to hold a sword, right? It was nonsense. This was the same brother who had spent his whole life mocking her as a lowborn, refusing to acknowledge that they shared the same blood. They had never even sat at the same table, let alone trained together. A duel? It was nothing more than an excuse to torment her. But Felicia had no right to refuse. I'll attack first. Try to block. With an excited shout, the one-sided beating began. He would feint a strike, making her flinch, then punish her whenever she lost her balance. Each time the wooden blade struck her thighs and shoulders, pain flared up, forcing screams from her lips. She had no choice. If she wanted to avoid pain, she had to fight back. And that's when it happened. She saw it. Somehow, the incoming attacks became clear. She didn't just see them, she understood them. Every movement, every shift in his muscles and feet became something she could grasp as easily as breathing. It wasn't long before she was parrying every strike. Not only that, she countered. Stop. I said stop. Arg. Her half-brother, who had trained for years, lost to her in minutes. It was only when he collapsed, panting, that she realized someone had been watching. Her father. Felicia's heart pounded. For the first time, she felt hope. Maybe, just maybe, her father would praise her. But that hope was shattered in an instant. Damn it, her father spat, eyes filled with disgust. That cursed brat stole the talent meant for my son. Felicia froze. What a disgrace. There's nothing about you that I can approve of. And my lord. This is a divine gift. A once-in-a-lifetime talent. And what do you expect me to do about it? Her father sneered. It's useless. A girl with talent is still just a girl. Get her out of my sight. Have her work in the stables. Felicia's world collapsed. She had seen him celebrate her brother's pathetic scraps of talent. But when she, his own daughter, displayed something far greater, he didn't even spare her a second glance. That night, Felicia cried until her eyes swelled shut. And yet, she never let go of the wooden sword. No matter how much it hurt, no matter how unfair it was, she loved the way it felt in her hands. The freedom, the exhilaration, every time she swung the blade, it felt like she was somewhere else, somewhere better. Her brothers and their knights mocked her endlessly. You think it matters how good you are. You'll never be anything but a servant. It was jealousy, mixed with their own inferiority. But they weren't wrong. Felicia was just a maid. She wasn't a noble. She wasn't even a man. No one would ever recognize her as a knight. Had she been born into the right body, with the right name, she could have conquered the heavens. But in her hands, even the greatest talent in the world was worthless. So she convinced herself it didn't matter. This is just a hobby. I enjoy it, so there's nothing to be upset about. That was the lie she told herself for years. Until now. I don't know what you see, Father, William had said. But I see a swordsman blessed by the gods. A genius, chained by status and gender, born to carve the sky and split the seas, but forced to suffocate instead. The dam inside her shattered. It was all a lie. She never wanted to live and die as a maid. She had always wanted to be a knight. She wanted to carve her name into history with her sword. She wanted to tell the world. I am here. She had only given up because she thought it was impossible. Right now, many will mock my decision, William continued. They'll laugh, call it foolish. But one day, that laughter will turn into admiration. One day, they will say, William Hearn was the one who found the next sword saint before the world even knew she existed. The dream she had buried was being spoken aloud. Not just as a dream, but as a future. William wasn't lying. He truly believed she could make a name for herself. Her vision blurred. She couldn't stop the tears. If I really can become a knight. She had never considered loyalty before. She had never needed to. A maid didn't choose who to serve. But if she really, truly became a knight. Then I want to serve this man. The Grand Duke scoffed. You certainly know how to make things sound impressive. His cold words cut through the air. William met his father's gaze, unflinching. In the end, words meant nothing. Only results mattered. The Grand Duke turned away. I'll be watching, he said. Let's see what comes of your decision. With that, he strode off without another word. But William saw it. The slight twitch at the corner of his lips. You really can't be honest, can you, Father? William exhaled quietly, suppressing a smile. This was the Grand Duke's way. He wouldn't openly acknowledge William's actions, he would challenge him instead. This way, William's own efforts would elevate his people. It was his father's way of saying, I may not see your worth, but your master does. Be grateful for that, and serve him well. It was a roundabout method, but it wasn't a bad one. Because of it, William's sincerity had been laid bare for all to see. Thank you, Father. William bowed his head slightly as the Grand Duke walked away. For all his harshness, his father's care still showed through in unexpected ways. At that moment, a deep chuckle echoed through the training grounds. Well now, came a voice from within. Not only the third prince, but even his grace has come. William turned. Eisen had arrived. The sword saint hadn't even rounded the corner, yet he had already sensed their presence. Of course, the Grand Duke replied. A recommendation for a disciple of the sword saint, as both the Duke of Herne and a fellow knight, how could I not be curious? Eisen stroked his beard, studying William with an unreadable expression. I see, he murmured. You did say something interesting in your letter, third prince. But. His gaze flickered toward Felicia. William didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and motioned for Felicia to do the same. Sir Eisen, he said. I've come to fulfill my promise. This is the one I spoke of. Eisen's sharp eyes swept over Felicia. She stood stiffly under his scrutiny, then forced herself to bow. My name is Felicia. Enough. Felicia blinked. I don't need your name, Eisen said flatly. I don't care who you are. Just pick up the wooden sword. With that, he slammed a practice sword into the ground, motioning for her to take it. Felicia hesitated only a moment before striding forward. The wooden sword was embedded deep, nearly 2 hands' width into the stone floor. She grasped the hilt and pulled. Eisen's eyes narrowed. That mana control. He muttered. Where did you learn that mess? Felicia stiffened. What? Your mana, Eisen said sharply. It's completely unrefined. Who taught you? His voice was laced with disappointment. Felicia faltered under his glare. Flustered, she struggled to find her voice. Felicia's voice wavered as she answered. I don't have a master. Eisen's expression darkened. What? No one ever taught me. I just watched others and copied them. For a long moment, Eisen said nothing. You're telling me, he said slowly, that without a single teacher, you figured out mana circulation and even learned to wield it? Felicia hesitated. Mana circulation. What is that? Silence. Even Eisen was momentarily at a loss for words. You don't even know what it is. Felicia shifted uncomfortably. I never saw anyone do it, so, no, I don't. Eisen exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Mana circulation, he explained, is the process of spreading mana throughout your body and then reabsorbing it. Felicia frowned. I don't think I know how to do that. Ha! You've got to be kidding me. Eisen clicked his tongue, frustration clear in his voice. Fine. Let's see if you can copy this, then. He stopped moving entirely. The others exchanged confused glances. He wasn't doing anything. What was there to imitate? Felicia, however, froze. She watched Eisen intently, then, as if uncertain, she mimicked his stance. Like this? Eisen's eyes widened. For a moment, he stared at her. The observers saw no change. But between him and Felicia, something had shifted. Can you do this as well? Eisen's voice was lower now. Felicia hesitated for barely a second before nodding. Is this right? The sword saint burst into laughter. A moment ago, he had looked at her as if she were a mere pebble on the road. Now, his gaze held calculation, the way a jeweler assessed the purity of gold. Pick up the sword. Felicia blinked. What? Pick up the damn sword. She barely had time to react before Eisen's wooden sword came crashing toward her. Her body moved instinctively. Clang! A dull impact rang through the training ground. Felicia blocked just in time, but Eisen didn't stop. He pressed forward, launching strike after strike. Clang! 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 The wooden swords clashed in rapid succession. The spectators, William, Hugo, the Grand Duke, watched in stunned silence. Eisen's speed was controlled, matching Felicia's level. But his skill? His fluidity, the angles of his strikes, the sheer relentlessness. Even seasoned knights would struggle to keep up. And yet, Felicia was keeping up. She met every strike, parried every blow. Eisen's blade flashed toward her throat, she blocked. A low swipe aimed at her ankles, she dodged. A deceptive feint toward her shoulder, she countered. The Grand Duke exhaled sharply. That technique. Felicia had done something that caught his attention. She had anticipated where Eisen's sword was aiming, and rather than meeting it head-on, she had placed her own sword slightly ahead of the strike, redirecting the impact. A deceptively simple move. But execution? In real combat, failing would mean taking a full blow to the body. The Grand Duke lifted his hand, flexing his fingers. A faint scar ran across his knuckles, one left behind by his own failed attempt at that technique decades ago. Eisen had noticed it too. So she figured it out immediately. William smirked. She does that a lot. Eisen's movements shifted again. Felicia's breath hitched, but she adapted. One adjustment. Then another. For 3 full minutes, she clashed with the Sword Saint himself. Finally, Eisen stopped. Felicia staggered back, breathing heavily. Her muscles trembled, sweat dripping down her brow. But she hadn't collapsed. Even now, her eyes remained sharp, ready for the next attack. Eisen turned toward the Grand Duke. "What do you think, Your Grace?" The Grand Duke crossed his arms. "You're asking me? Isn't it your decision as the Sword Saint?" "I've already made up my mind," Eisen said. "I was just curious how you saw it." The Grand Duke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I've only ever seen that technique used twice in my life." "Twice?" "Once by me, and I failed. The second time was just now." The Grand Duke's gaze lingered on Felicia. "In theory, it's simple. If an opponent swings, you interrupt their force before they reach full power. But in practice? If you get it wrong, you're offering your own body as a sacrifice." He flexed his fingers again. "I still have the scar to prove it." Eisen chuckled. "The girl's instincts are deadly." "More than that," the Grand Duke murmured. "Each time the fight changed, she found a new answer. That's not just talent. That's a battlefield mind." "Exactly." Eisen exhaled, his expression softening. Then, he turned to Felicia. She still looked lost, as if she hadn't even realized she had just been praised by both the Sword Saint and the Grand Duke. Eisen took a step forward. "I have one question for you." Felicia swallowed. "Why, yes." Eisen's piercing gaze locked onto hers. "Can you see mana?" Felicia hesitated, then, slowly, she nodded. "If you mean the faint blue energy people use when they swing a sword, yes. I can see it." Silence. Then, Eisen laughed. Not just a chuckle. A deep, satisfied laugh. The kind of laugh that came when a long-held weight was finally lifted. For a moment, he simply stood there, staring at the sky as if thanking the heavens. Then, suddenly, Eisen dropped to one knee. Felicia stiffened. William's eyes widened. Everyone froze. Eisen, the Sword Saint, had just knelt before William. And then, in a solemn voice, he spoke. "Third Prince. I ask for your forgiveness, for ever doubting you. Sir Eisen." William rushed forward, his voice laced with alarm as he moved to help Eisen stand. The idea of a Sword Saint, a man revered for his unparalleled skill, kneeling so suddenly was unthinkable. Yet Eisen remained rooted to the ground, as immovable as stone. Instead of rising, he spoke. "In my youth, I was arrogant," Eisen admitted, his voice heavy with regret. "When I was a mere novice, I at least pretended at humility. But after I was given the empty title of Sword Saint, I became drunk on my own fame." An empty title? Who would dare call the name of the Sword Saint meaningless? William protested, his brows furrowing. "No. It is an empty title," Eisen countered, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "Because of my obsession with that name, I failed to raise a single worthy successor." His words carried the weight of years, spilling out like a confession to a priest. "I sought only prodigies," Eisen continued, his voice steady despite the storm raging in his chest. "Unless they were unparalleled geniuses, would not accept them as disciples. Those who merely worked hard, those who were merely talented, none of them even entered my sight. It was not that his techniques could only be passed down to the truly gifted. It was that if his successor was not a prodigy, then the prestige of the Sword Saint's name would be tarnished. Standing at the peak of swordsmanship, he had refused to leave even a single flaw in his legacy. He had wanted to be remembered as the master who raised the perfect disciple. In my greed, I turned away from the chances that came to me, Eisen admitted, his voice quiet. I rejected, ignored, and cast aside young men and women with both talent and good hearts because they did not meet my impossible standards. His aged, calloused hand stretched outward, fingers trembling as he gazed at them. And now, I am too old. I no longer have the time to raise a disciple into a proper swordsman. Silence fell. This is no longer a matter of talent, Eisen murmured. The years required to properly train a single disciple cannot be shortened. And I do not have enough years left in me. His voice held a faint, self-deprecating chuckle. It is laughable, is it not? He had wanted to leave behind a flawless legacy, free of blemishes. Yet all that remained was an empty void, without even a single mark to show for it. 49 The birth of Felicia Breitner. Regret clawed at his heart with merciless fingers. He had been given countless opportunities, time and time again, yet he had let them slip through his fingers. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. The final record of the sword Saint Eisen would have been this: an old man who did nothing in his twilight years before dying quietly, Eisen said, his voice resolute. But then. Eisen turned to William, lowering his head until his forehead touched the ground. You have changed that fate, third prince. Silence followed his words. I am truly grateful, Eisen continued, his voice unwavering. Because of you, this old man will be able to leave behind his final mark before he departs. No one spoke. No one dared to break the solemn moment as Eisen remained bowed, offering the deepest gratitude a sword saint could give. At last, Eisen lifted himself from the ground, moving carefully as he turned his gaze toward Felicia. She still looked disoriented, her expression clouded with confusion. What is your name? Eisen asked. Felicia, she stammered. You have no surname. Felicia hesitated. I do not ask to pry into your origins, Eisen clarified. The steps we must take depend on your lineage. If you are a commoner, then I will take you in as my adopted daughter. Felicia's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. One of the rarest paths for a commoner to ascend into nobility was adoption into an aristocratic household. The process itself was simple, but few noble families were willing to do it. Many viewed the very notion of introducing common blood into their lineage as disgraceful. They claimed their bloodlines were pure. So even if they had an illegitimate child, they would sooner adopt a distant relative as an heir rather than acknowledge their own flesh and blood. William recalled countless instances of this in his past life and let out a wry smile. Even if the child bore their blood, wasn't it natural for any human to want to pass down their legacy to their own offspring? Yet these nobles would rather hand it over to distant relatives they barely knew. It was a logic he would never understand. Tell me again, do you have no surname? My mother did not have one, Felicia answered hesitantly. Anne. I was not given my father's. Who is your father? The current head of House Logran. Eisen let out a quiet, displeased hum. William frowned as well. Finally, Felicia's story was beginning to make sense. The way illegitimate children were treated varied wildly. Some were lucky, raised as full members of noble houses. Others were acknowledged but kept at a distance. And in the worst cases, they were considered stains upon a family's honor, sometimes even killed as soon as they were born. Most found themselves in a strange limbo, given certain privileges but always kept separate from the true heirs. But Felicia's case? It was barely better than the worst fate imaginable. She had been forced to take part in drug trafficking, surrounded by filth. She had been made to serve the very siblings who likely resented her existence. There was no mistake. Her treatment had been an act of cruelty, deliberate in every way. So that's the kind of man he is, William muttered, his voice laced with disdain. From where he stood, Grand Duke Sigmund let out a quiet scoff. A pathetic excuse of a man, the Grand Duke said coldly. There was no need to specify who he was referring to. Eisen nodded ever so slightly, as if in agreement. Then, he turned back to Felicia. From this moment forth, your name is Felicia Breitner. Felicia's breath hitched, her eyes widening once more. You will have much to learn, Eisen continued. Swordsmanship, etiquette, everything that a noble must know. Be prepared. You will not have a moment to rest for a long while. Felicia fell to her knees, struggling to even voice her gratitude. Sigmund clapped his hands together, stepping forward with a pleased expression. Congratulations, Sir Eisen. It seems you have finally found your successor. That will be for her to determine, Eisen replied. Don't be so modest, Sigmund countered, his tone amused. Even as a fledgling, she possesses an instinct for battle that surpasses most veteran warriors. Give her the proper guidance, and she will absorb it all like a sponge. Eisen simply smiled, saying nothing. William, listening quietly, mulled over the new information he had gained. She can see mana. With that ability, Felicia could predict an opponent's movements before they even struck. That explained her almost supernatural combat instincts. More than that. If she could perceive mana within the body, she could perfectly grasp any technique demonstrated before her. As long as she had a master to show her the way, she would learn at a rate far beyond that of ordinary disciples. With her innate talent in Eisen's teachings, she would undoubtedly grow into a warrior worthy of the title Sword Saint before Eisen's time was up. For the first time, William fully understood why Eisen had bowed his head to him. You have my congratulations once again, Sir Eisen, Sigmund said lightly. This has been a historic moment to witness, but I imagine you will be quite busy with your new daughter's education and formal adoption. With that, the discussion drew to a close. That would be best. Once my urgent matters are settled, I will visit you with my daughter. Grand Duke Sigmund cast a glance at William and his companions, a subtle cue for them to step outside and allow the two men a private moment. William nodded, signaling to the others to follow. Just as he turned to leave, a voice rang out. My lord. Felicia's voice carried through the hall as she abruptly dropped to one knee. Before she could say another word, Eisen's hand shot out, gripping her shoulder. Enough, he said firmly. Felicia blinked in confusion. What? You are no knight, Eisen stated. You have only just become the daughter of a noble house. Swearing loyalty to a lord when you hold no title yourself is meaningless. Her breath hitched, stunned by the weight of his words. Serving a lord requires qualification, Eisen continued. A vow of loyalty is something you will give once you have become a knight in your own right. Felicia's hands clenched, her emotions wavering between frustration and understanding. William, watching her carefully, let out a small chuckle. I will wait, he said simply. That was all it took. Felicia's eyes steadied with newfound resolve. She bowed her head deeply, accepting his words. She did not rise from her kneeling position until William had left the room.